a.m. and I can see we're quorate. We will kick off. So I declare open this hearing of the Education and Employment Legislation Committee into the Universities Accord, Opening the Doors of Opportunity Bill 2026. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and pay my respects to their elders, past and present, and extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who will be joining us today. The committee will be conducting today's hearing via video conference and in person. I am joined by Senators Scarr, De Lega, Mulholland, Faruqi, David Pocock and Senator O'Sullivan. These are public proceedings being video streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it insists on an answer having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference and who are not speaking to please mute their microphones. I now welcome representatives from Universities Australia, the Group of 8 and Regional Universities Network. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, can I ask each of you in the room to please state your full names and the capacity in which you're appearing today?
Luke Sheehy, Chief Executive Officer of Universities Australia.
Vicky Thompson, Group of 8 Chief Executive.
Alec Webb, Chief Executive of the Regional Universities Network.
Thank you and welcome to you all. Do you have an opening statement this morning?
I do.
Great. Well, Mr Sheehy, if you'd like to proceed, thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the committee for the opportunity to appear today. Australia needs more people going to university. We need the skills, productivity and opportunity that come with it. For the individual, university can open the door to a better job, a higher income and choices they might not otherwise have. For the country, more graduates means more teachers, nurses, engineers and other skilled workers. They mean a stronger economy and a more productive Australia. That's why the ambition behind this bill matters. Universities Australia supports that ambition. But this reform is not just about how many students go to university. It also changes who makes decisions about university places, funding and potentially international student numbers. So getting the balance right matters too. This bill isn't without flaws. To the government's credit, it has listened to some of our concerns and amended the bill in the House last week. Those changes matter. Universities now have greater certainty that the funded places they are already delivering will be protected. The government has also narrowed the power for a minister to impose additional conditions directly on a university. We welcome those changes and thank the government for listening. What has now come to the Senate is better than what entered the House, but the work doesn't stop here. The government's amendments stop short of the changes we've advocated for. Crossbench members put a number of those changes before the House. The Senate should finish the job. Our submission covers a range of issues, but there are 4 priorities we want to focus on today. The first priority is growth. The House amendments give individual universities a much stronger floor for the places they are already delivering, but there is still no equivalent floor for the system as a whole. The minister can set the total pool of university places without a clear legislative guarantee that it will at least cover universities' existing core student load. If we are trying to grow the system, as is the intent of this bill, it should be built to grow. You can't grow from a shrinking base. The second priority is university autonomy. In this bill, we believe the Minister is seeking too much power over individual universities. The government has sensibly narrowed Section 3665, and we welcome that. But the underlying power remains. A minister could still impose unreasonable conditions directly on the funding of an individual university. Universities are accountable for public money. Governments should set national priorities, but universities are autonomous institutions. They are not departments of state. The mission-based compacts process, run by the Australian Tertiary Education Commission, is the new mechanism to set expectations of universities and to hold them to account. There is no need for the Minister to have the power to impose extra conditions separate from and additional to those compacts processes. This power should be removed, and that judgment shouldn't depend on who happens to be Minister today. Ministers change and governments change. Powers put into law remain and can be misused by whomever comes next. The third priority is international education. The bill creates powers that could be used to limit the number of new international students individual universities can enrol. If those powers are ever switched on, government should set the national policy and the overall number. The ATEC should make decisions about individual universities. The minister should not be given the power to direct the ATEC to allocate a particular number of places to a particular university. A minister should not have greater power over an international student allocation than a domestic one. Same system, same safeguards. Universities also need enough notice to recruit, make offers and plan properly. The overall allocation should be settled by 30 June for the following year. Certainty delivered at the last minute is not certainty at all. The fourth priority is needs-based funding. Take a student who grows up in Mount Druitt and moves to Kensington to complete their university studies. Under the bill, the change of address could affect whether they are recognised as coming from a poorer background. But moving from Mount Druitt to Kensington does not change where that student came from or the barriers they face getting there. Disadvantage does not disappear when a student changes postcode. The rules should recognise a student's permanent address when they start their course, and universities should be consulted before the detailed funding rules are locked in. The government has made good progress in strengthening the bill in the House last week. We acknowledge that and we welcome it. The Senate now has the chance to build on that progress and get the balance right. Australia needs more people going to university. We need the skills, productivity and opportunity that come with it. Parliament should give universities the certainty and freedom to deliver. But opening the doors to more students should never mean handing the government the keys to our universities. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to take further questions.
Thank you. Are there any further opening statements on the panel?
Yes, I have one. Do you want to go?
Please proceed.
Thank you, Alec. Opening the doors of opportunity, that's what we're actually here for today, and it's why there are more than 100,000 applications every year to a Group of 8 university. It's why 60,000 of our staff turn up to work every single day. But most importantly, it's why we must ensure that students from all backgrounds can not only access higher education, but succeed once they're there. We support the government's ambition for a more sustainable and equitable higher education system. We support more fully funded places, demand-driven places for equity students, and needs-based funding that recognises the true cost of supporting students through to completion. But opening the doors of opportunity is about more than just moving places around the system. The question before this committee is simple. Are we opening the doors for more students, or are we simply telling students to walk through a different door? That's the test that must be applied to this bill. We do believe this bill has the potential to expand opportunity, and there are a number of amendments, as Luke has outlined, that we believe would make it a fairer system. But at its core, students must be at the centre of the system. Equity in higher education means more than access. It actually also means choice. It means opening the doors so students can pursue their ambitions and have the best chance of success. If a student from any background, regional, remote, disadvantaged, has earned the marks to attend a university of their choice, they should have the opportunity to do so. Restricting students by narrowing their study choices or limiting where they can learn doesn't strengthen the system, it weakens it. Students who are turned away from their preferred university may alter their study plans, defer enrolment, choose a different qualification pathway, relocate, or worse, not participate at all. And there's also the risk of the unnecessary churn of students who may opt for another provider only to transfer to their first choice a year later. And that actually comes at a real cost. An extra year of study can leave the average student with around $8,000 in additional debt. And that is the real cost of the opportunity lost. Funding should follow students and student demand. If we've learned anything from the disastrous Job Ready Graduate Scheme, it's that trying to steer students through restrictions rather than opportunity does not work. We also support accountability and effective leadership. Government does have a legitimate role in setting national priorities, but success will depend on getting that balance right between accountability, transparency, ministerial oversight and institutional autonomy. Powers that determine where students can study and which institutions must grow must be exercised transparently and be subject to appropriate scrutiny. If the system becomes less responsive to student demand and more responsive to short-term fiscal or political considerations, we will not achieve the ambitions of the Accord. Directing students away from universities that are meeting student demand risks making the system less responsive. We don't want to construct an artificial choice between strong research universities, strong regional universities and strong equity outcomes. This nation needs all three. And finally, it cannot be left with being unsaid that there is a fundamental gap. It does not address the single biggest distortion in the current funding system, and that is job-ready graduates. Whatever changes we make today, we must not lose sight of replacing it with a fairer, more coherent and more equitable funding model. We support the objectives of the bill and we do want these reforms to succeed, and with a small number of sensible amendments, we believe it can, but it is hamstrung if we don't address job-ready graduates.
Thank you. And Mr Webb, did you have an opening statement?
I did. Thank you, Chair. The Regional University Network supports a managed system. We believe this bill helps achieve the Australian Universities Accord's intent. This bill brings forth key recommendations that bring greater choice, certainty and funding to students and institutions. While we commend the government for moving amendments which Run had advocated for in the House of Representatives, this bill, however, does need further amendment. Amendments that remove ministerial overreach. Amendments that remove unfettered and unchecked conditions being applied to individual providers. Senators, you can't half-ride a horse. Similarly, you can't half-manage a tertiary system. To have a strong and diverse university system, the Australian Tertiary Education Commission must be able to manage that system. Yes, the free market approach of the previous demand-driven system grew student participation. However, equity students were left behind by the unmanaged free market approach. To meet the Accord's equity objectives, we require a different approach, a managed approach. A managed system that ensures consistent, high-quality education for all students. A managed system that preserves student choice. The proposed managed system will not prohibit a student from applying to their university of choice. Just as it is today and as it was before, each university decides whether to admit the student or not. A managed system will have an immaterial impact on large university operations. However, a managed system done well will have a transformational impact on smaller and regional universities. Detractors will say the bill will restrict student choice. It will add a year of needless study to a degree. It will deny students foregone income and potentially become an economic deadweight on the nation. Senators, it won't. These arguments are designed to preserve the ongoing concentration of enrolments at a handful of very large, geographically privileged universities. Continuing along this path would lead to the erosion of student choice. Not all students wish to study in metropolitan Australia. Senators, this bill will earmark a fairer share of future growth and resources for universities who perform the heaviest lifting in supporting underrepresented students. The same universities whose students record higher employment outcomes, higher starting salaries and higher satisfaction rates, namely regional universities. This is what the Accord recommended, and this is what this bill seeks to achieve, and rightfully so. Under previous settings, our largest universities captured the bulk of system growth, while sectoral surpluses over the last decade increased by $17.8 billion. 75% of this was concentrated to just 13 of 38 public universities. Yet those universities have an offer rate to equity students that is 10 to 20 percentage points below the rest of the sector. The Accord recognised the structural inequity that has crept into our system, and this bill starts to fix the issue. The Regional Universities Network recommends that this committee support sensible amendments to this bill and then pass it. By doing so, student choice will be enriched via a diverse range of strong universities, not just in our largest cities, but in our regions too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I understand I have Senators Delaga, Scarr and Pocock seeking the call. I'm coming to Senator Delaga in the first instance. If you could keep your questions to around 10 minutes, Senator. Thank you.
Okay, no worries, Chair. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for coming along today. The move to the new managed growth funding system and the introduction of demand-driven needs-based funding were both recommendations from the Universities Accord. Are these changes something that you or your organisation have advocated through the process? I don't know if you want to start, Mr. Webb.
Thank you, Senator. Yes, the Regional Universities Network and our members have all strongly advocated for needs-based funding and a managed growth system.
And what were some of the problems you were seeing in the existing system, and how do you see the managed growth model addressing these?
So where we saw issues in the previous system was we saw an increasing concentration of resources within the higher education system. And so what we felt as regional universities was that students, first and foremost, need a diverse range of providers to choose their subjects that they wish to study at from. And so a managed growth system will help provide that, alongside needs-based funding, which will fundamentally support students from underrepresented backgrounds not only get into university, but succeed at university as well.
Thank you very much. I don't know, Mr. Shee or Ms. Thompson, if you'd like to answer the question.
Sure, Senator. Universities have long advocated for a better designed funding system, particularly needs-based funding. The Universities Accord has been with it, the final report has been with us now for 2.5 years, and so it is a really important and welcome innovation and development in the higher education policy architecture in this country. We I think, universally welcome it. The more you open up the access to university and democratise access to university, the wider the range of students and wider range of backgrounds you start to draw students from for enrolments. That often requires more support mechanisms around universities, at all of our universities, from regional to metropolitan, and online and other forms of learning that we see in 2026. Needs-based funding is transformational and has the capacity to really support all of our institutions and our universities to deliver. That's been an important part of the deliberations. I think all three of us were involved in not only the post-discussion on the Accord, but the development of the Accord itself from 2022, 2023 through the Ministerial Reference Group. I think universally we accept that needs-based funding is a good thing. It mirrors what we're seeing with the Gonski reforms and the schools funding. There are some issues that we want to develop it, and I've mentioned this in my opening statement. The way we treat university students and how we characterise them as equity on postcode has some flaws. That has been widely examined, I think, in the school system as well. We need to look at a variety of mechanisms that actually better understand where students from poorer backgrounds come from, and that's why we think through regulation we can improve that. This system, if it is growing, and we need the guarantees that growth is actually coming through government decisions through the budgetary process. is a good thing. Student choice is there if you have enough growth in the system for the students to have a genuine choice. So I reiterate the point that this is a mechanism in this bill to allocate places. Managed growth is something that will work if the system is growing. The ambition of the Accord is to double the number of university students in the system by 2050, to have 80% of the working-aged Australians with a post-secondary education qualification, moving from a small participation of higher education to a universal participation model is absolutely transformational. So if we see the growth through budget decisions and commitments from government, the allocation mechanisms in this system will allow for student growth. What we don't want to see is command and control without growth. So you'll hear us talk about a lot more about this in this hearing, I'm sure, Senator.
And Senator, I would not repeat what my colleagues have said because we would agree with those. The fundamental challenge facing this government and any future governments is how you actually pay for it. And those of us who've been around long enough know when we had the demand-driven system, it was unsustainable. And so what you're going to hear from, I suspect, without preempting many of the people on this panel today, is that nobody would not support the objectives of this bill. We need more people to go to not just university, but to TAFE, vocational education and training, etc. So we have to remember that there's a pipeline of students that we need to have more of them educated to meet the jobs and skills of the future. The question is a system which is very managed, and we need managed growth in a sense, but very managed in an interventionist way, will that actually deliver what we need without the relevant funding, but also not having student choice at the centre of that system?
Thank you. And just my final question for Mr. Webb from a regional focus. As you know, I'm from regional Australia in Tasmania myself, and I just want to ask you about the impacts specifically for students from regional, rural, and remote communities and for regional universities as a result of this bill. I noticed in your opening statement that you mentioned that not all students wish to study in Metro Australia, which is a really fair assessment if you ask me. What are some of the benefits for the regions and for students in the regions?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. I may be preaching to the converted here, but regional Australia is a great place to live and a great place to study. I think when we look at this, and the data tells a really compelling story, graduates from regional universities have higher employment rates, higher starting salaries, higher course satisfaction, and employers have higher satisfaction with students from regional universities as well. So there are numerous benefits for the student. The key parts in this bill that really are welcome news for regional universities is the needs-based funding system, which includes a regional component. That's essential to ensuring that regional universities have strong operating environments. So one of the key challenges is that regional universities operate differently to large metropolitan universities. Quite often there's legislated for them to have multiple campuses operating in thin markets. So we're talking about great cities like Dubbo, Bundaberg, the Wimmera. You have university campuses established there. But the key challenge for that is how do you provide the equivalent support services as a metro campus, singular campus operation. That requires duplication of services, libraries, support, security. And so what that means is that you need a regional loading to help fund those facilities to be open to support students through to completion.
Thank you. That's great. I don't know, Chair, have I got time for one more question, or do you need to?
No, you've got 2 minutes if you want to do one more. Yep.
Okay, great. Thanks. Just a final question from me is each of you would have raised the issue about ministerial powers as a concern in your opening statement. With the amendments that have been made by the government last week, can you tell us if the proposed ministerial powers in the bill are now consistent with existing powers already in the Higher Education Support Act, or does the bill give the minister additional powers, and if so, in what respect?
Well, Senator, let me answer it this way. I've been informed by the government that it returns to what's legislated in the Higher Education Support Act. But when the Higher Education Support Act was written in 2003, we didn't have the Australian Tertiary Education Commission doing its job. Mission-based compacts and the autonomy and independence of the Australian Tertiary Education Commission to do that job has only just started. We're in this very room to this very committee only a few months ago asking the government to amend the ATEC bill to ensure a buffer between political intervention and the work of the ATEC. We would ask that the entire ministerial directions be considered and in fact removed, particularly those in 3665, in order to allow ATEC to do its job autonomously, independently, as we were promised, as we advocated for. The mission-based compacts is a really important mechanism and innovation in the system. It's new, it's yet to be finalised. I know that the commissioners are working with our individual institutions at the moment. We want to make sure that they continue to be independent. The minister doesn't need additional powers only a few months after legislating for the ATEC in order to intervene. And it's really important it's not just this minister, it's future ministers. So we would ask that the Senate finish the job and remove 3665 entirely.
Thank you, Senator Delaga. Senator Scarr, you have the call for 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr Sheehy, if I can just pursue that point. As I read section 3665, this provides extraordinary ministerial power, doesn't it, to impose conditions in relation to any matter whatsoever except the matters which were carved out in the amendments last week, as I understand it. And there doesn't seem to be any guardrails with respect to the nature of the conditions which can be imposed under that section. So you mentioned perhaps removing the section altogether, or is there a way for the power to be conditioned in some way so it's appropriately qualified? I'd like to give all the witnesses a chance to answer that question. So, Mr Sheehy.
Well, thank you, Senator. We actually think that it should be removed because it is overreach, and for a variety of reasons, which I've already articulated to your colleague from Tasmania. But what I will say in addition to that is let ATEC do its job. We ask for ATEC to be autonomous and have relative freedom of intervention from ministers. The first chance the government's had is to pile on a whole bunch of additional ministerial interventions to dictate what ATEC should do and what it should be doing independently. Our view is, while the government has made some good amendments, and we welcome those in the House of Representatives, the Senate should do its job as the House of Review and really look at how we can either remove this entirely or put in particular guardrails. The issue that we have fundamentally is that a minister can direct the ATEC to deal with individual institutions. And under what reasons? Under what rationale? That he woke up with a bad hair day and just wanted to punish the University of New South Wales?
Well, the minister's usually very well groomed. Mr Webb?
I would agree with everything Mr Sheehy just said. Either remove the section from the bill or significantly amend it to put in appropriate guardrails.
Okay, if you can have a think about what those guardrails may be, that could be useful, and I think, and take that on notice. Ms Thompson, I think you proposed some guardrails.
Well, I'm less concerned by any particular minister than I am about the powers the legislation creates, and so removing section 3565 would be a good start. And I understand that the crossbench are in discussions in another place around that as well. And ministers come and go.
Well, it's not just the crossbench, Ms Thompson.
No, I appreciate that. I'm sorry. I appreciate that. But I know that there were some discussions in the other place which didn't get up. But the minister has indicated that there is potential for amendment throughout this bill. But I think Parliament's job is not to legislate for the best case minister. It's to legislate for the worst case one. So that's why we.
I'll quote you in our comments. I think that statement very wise. How did we get here that amendments had to be made to this bill last week to try and address some of these obvious issues, including in relation to industrial relations? And to me, I was surprised that amendment had to be made. Did the universities, did each of you see a copy of the text of this bill before it was introduced in Parliament, or the first time you saw it was after it was introduced in Parliament? Mr Webb?
The first time I saw it was after it was introduced in Parliament. I would say it's incredibly dense legislation.
It is.
There is a lot to go through there. HESA is an incredibly complicated act. And as they try to pull it out, now I understand one of those amendments was a genuine drafting mistake. But from my part, I wasn't consulted before the bill was introduced into Parliament.
Mr Shee?
Yeah, Senator, I bemoan the fact the government is adverse to exposure drafts of legislation. This is an incredibly dense piece of legislation. The sector itself would have picked up a drafting error if we'd seen the bill before it was introduced into the House of Representatives. Yep. We did have some consultation on a slide deck, but it wasn't the bill text. It was just the outline of some of the principles relating to the bill that was afforded to Vice-Chancellors and key members of the sector.
Did they have to sign a non-disclosure agreement?
Quite often we do, Senator, so I'll take on notice whether or not we had to for this particular presentation. I don't think we did.
I don't think we did.
We did have a lock-up for the ATEC legislation when we signed an NDA. That in and of itself was quite useful because some changes were made between that lock-up and that piece of legislation. It would be my standard refrain that the government could reintroduce a process of exposure drafts so that key stakeholders and experts can actually make comment on legislation, particularly one as dense as this. We would have picked up pretty early ministerial interventions and some of those drafting errors, and they could have been ameliorated or fixed before they hit the House.
Ms Thompson, how did these amendments come to light? Was it the university sector contacted the minister as soon as you had access to the bill and said there are these issues, and the minister acted on that?
Well, I think there are a combination of things that happened. First of all, we did see the slide deck as part of the process, but that talked to the principles, not actually, the 100 and something page explanatory memorandum and the very complex piece of legislation. And as soon as we had the opportunity to see the legislation, it was actually members of both the opposition and the crossbench who contacted us and asked us, in our case, the group of 8, because they didn't actually understand some of the things that were in the bill. Please explain to us, which then led us to look at some of the amendments being considered.
Okay. All right. Next point I want to go on, and I'm not sure if this is a drafting issue or was intended, but the regional universities, you've picked this up, in terms of this regional component and equity component of needs-based funding, there's a base amount and then there's multiplication of that base amount by a modifier, but the modifier could be set at 0. Is that correct?
That is my understanding, yes, Senator.
Which would just, and if it is set at 0, it just makes the whole structure nugatory, correct?
Correct. That would be a terrible outcome. So one of the amendments we would like to see is an establishment that can't be set to 0.
So you've got this regional component that you multiply it by 0, it equals 0. So was that a surprise? Do you think that's a drafting issue or a policy issue, or you can't speak for the government?
I can't speak for the government on behalf of what's happened there. It definitely caught us by surprise. We think that this could just be an unintended consequence of what has happened in the drafting process.
Okay.
Because there's certainly been no discussion with the government about this that has indicated that they wanted to be able to be set to 0.
Yeah. Okay. Does anyone else have anything to add on that issue?
No, we just agree, Senator, and we've picked that up and made that comment both in our submission and commentary to the government.
It's a pretty fundamental drafting error if it's a drafting error, though, and we definitely would be supportive of that being rectified.
Yeah. Ms Thompson, just whilst I've got you, I listened very closely to Mr Webb's opening statement. Did you listen to it very closely?
Well, I think I did, but
did you feel as if
I don't know. I'm going to be quizzed on it.
Did you feel as if you needed a right of reply in relation to some of the comments made in relation to student choice and the risk from your perspective?
Well, I think
that if you I'll finish the question first, just to frame it for Hansard, and the risk potentially that a student wants to go to a particular university, and there could be a range of reasons for that, and there may be a student may think, well, I'm going to spend a year accessing a pathway at another university which is ultimately going to allow me to get to the university I want to go to. As I understood Mr Webb's opening statement, he thought maybe that concern isn't as substantial as you might think. So I wanted to give you a right of reply.
I appreciate that. And I think, as I pointed out in my opening statement, this should not be universities against universities, because we need a good overall university system in Australia. And a lot of focus is on regional universities, and appropriately so, because the opportunities are less. When I think about regional students, I think about those students in Western Australia and South Australia and the Northern Territory to lesser extent, who don't have the great regional universities that do exist on the East Coast. So that's the first point. So they will be funnelled into the universities of Western Australia, Curtin University, Notre Dame, Murdoch University and others, and those who have campuses in regional Western Australia. The suggestion, and I'm not suggesting that Mr Webb made this suggestion, but it is implied often about the group of 8 that we are stealing students. The suggestion that we're hoovering up students or standing on, street corners and street school fairs and sort of putting them in the back of vans and bringing them to our universities seems a little far-fetched to me. This bill has to be about student choice. And if a student, dare I say it, from Western Sydney wants to go to the University of New South Wales or Western Sydney University or Charles Sturt University, they should be enabled to do that with the appropriate support, which is where the needs-based funding comes in. And
can I just add to that, Senator, if I can? When demand-driven funding was introduced at the end of 2011, legislated, but was already starting to roll through the system, what we saw with additional places available in the system was innovation. Some smaller universities developed fully online campuses that helped deal with cohorts of students in regional and remote Australia that had never been serviced properly by the Australian higher education system. New forms of teaching, new approaches to disciplines were developed because the system had growth. And when there was growth, there was confidence in innovation. What we want to make sure is that the budget decisions that come along, the mechanisms to allocate places in this system, in this bill, allow for that growth and that growth ambition as the government's committed to. When there's growth, there's student choice. When there's growth, there's innovation. So it's a really important part of looking at this piece of legislation in conjunction with current and future decisions of government. And if there isn't growth in the system, we will see some problems with this and it becoming a very tight, and student choice won't be at the centre of it. If we see that growth, as outlined in the Accord, that will be a wonderful thing for all Australians.
Just one last question.
Thank you. Senator Scarr, we are over time to rotate, but if there's time at the end after Senator Pocock and Senator Faruqi, I'll come back to you.
Okay, thank you.
So Senator Pocock, you have the call.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you very much for your your time. I might start with you, Mr Shi. To pick up on Senator De Liga and Senator Scarr's questions, a common theme from submissions is this incredible power that's been granted to the Minister. I'm wondering if you believe the amendments the government passed in the House of Reps fully addresses these concerns.
Senator, and I'm sorry you missed my opening statement, but we did touch on this, but we thank the government for moving in the right direction. We think they should just remove those ministerial powers entirely because it undermines the autonomy, political independence of ATEC. It undermines the current new work of mission-based compacts, and it starts to set a dangerous precedent that ministers can direct the ATEC to do things to individual institutions based on very little or no guardrails whatsoever. So
that's very
our
clear.
preference is that the Senate finishes the job that the House of Representatives started.
Okay. And what do you envisage the consequences would be if the Parliament fails to legislate funding floors that protect universities' existing student loads?
It would be a major shortcoming of this bill, and this is why we're not going to leave this place today. Well, Universities Australia certainly isn't, without asking the Senate to do its job and make sensible amendments to this legislation. The government's recognised that it needs amendments because it's already amended its own legislation in the House, so we're asking you to finish the job. 4 key areas for us is fix that funding floor, remove 3665 entirely, be consistent in the treatment of allocation of domestic and international allocations, including giving us certainty by 30 June of each year before, and then have a fairer and more workable approach to needs-based funding, particularly how we treat students from low-income backgrounds. And postcodes analysis just doesn't cut it. So there are 4 key sensible threshold amendments we think the Senate should continue to fix in this process and on the floor of the Senate.
Great, thank you. Ms Thompson, are you concerned that progress in reforming job-ready graduates has been too slow?
Absolutely. I mean, that's a no-brainer. It's not been too slow. It's not happening. And, you know, it was quite remarkable that the Minister stood up at the Australian Financial Review conference last week and said he hates job-ready graduates. We all do. The person who can make those changes is actually the Minister for Education and the government. Now, I appreciate that it's complex, but we're sitting here dealing with a complex bill, and we've got students right now who are studying, who are incurring debt that they shouldn't be incurring. It's as simple as that. And so, you know, why aren't we putting as much effort into dismantling job-ready graduates? The answer that it's too hard is not the answer. So one of the things that we have said in our submission, and I referenced it in my opening statement, is that this needs to provide the pathway to actually removing job-ready graduates, but it needs to do it urgently because there are real people paying real debt right now.
My sense in this building is that all roads eventually lead to Treasury, and it's probably not too hard. It's expensive. It costs money. But at the current rate, do you envisage that we'll actually need further student debt relief forgiveness in the future if we don't actually deal with the root cause, which is JRG?
Well, if you take into totality the current economic context we're in, the challenges that graduates are facing, the debt that they walk out with, and I don't need to rehearse to this because I have to this committee previously about cost of living and housing and all of those things, there's got to be a breaking point for students. And there's got to be decisions for students. That's the other point, I think, which is really important. You know, back when I went to university in the 80s, you just went to university and it was great, and I had a free education. I was really lucky. And the idea of debt wasn't even part of my thinking because I didn't have to. And I came from a Housing Commission background, so it was a big deal. I know now students put that they factor in, and their parents, how are we going to pay for this? So let's make other decisions. So it's kind of counterintuitive to have a system that we need to grow while at the same time we're putting potentially financial handbrakes on potential students that we want in this system, which will be covered by this legislation. So if we actually don't address job-ready graduates, I worry about our ability to grow the system.
Thank you. And in terms of growth, international student caps are raised repeatedly across submissions, both in terms of the numbers and also the timing and what's happening in terms of processing. And I see we're once again looking at course-level international student caps, which were really contentious in the ESOS bill. Why is the government pushing this mechanism, and what are the risks if it proceeds down this path?
Well, I'm not going to speak for the government, but the international education system is so wrapped up in a migration debate at the moment. It's unhealthy. It's a poor characterisation of how we look at our international education system. And then within that international education system, of course, we have different providers offering different things, and it's often, you know, universities that are in the frame for all of the things that are going wrong, if they are going wrong, with the international education system. Absolutely support integrity, absolutely support quality, absolutely support appropriate processes in place. But having that level of intervention and even thinking about going down that pathway, it's a dangerous pathway for any minister to be thinking about course level caps. We accept it has to be managed, but it needs to be managed at the operational level, at the broader level, not at the provider level.
Thank you. And then just finally...
Sorry to interrupt you. I just understand there's media in the room, so I just want to confirm that the committee's happy for media to take photographs, understanding that permission can be revoked at any time. If a witness objects to being filmed or photographed, please let us know.
Chair, I'm very happy for the media to take photographs of me.
Great, Paul. Good to know. If the media could please direct their attention to Paul. Lovely. Senator Pocock, you have the floor.
No, I'm running up on time, so just maybe moving to Mr. Webb. You call for equity and regional needs-based funding modifiers to be legislatively guaranteed to be above zero. Could you explain to the committee why there's a need for this?
It's quite simple, Senator. Anything that's multiplied by zero is actually therefore zero. And so you could set the loading to whatever you wanted it to be, but if then it is multiplied by a zero factor, universities would receive zero. So we think that should be provided certainty, and there should be a mechanism that's secured inside the legislation that allows it to not be set at zero if a future minister decides it.
And so what should the floor be for that, or what should be legislated?
The largest amount possible, Senator. I don't have a particular amount. I mean, I would think that at the very minimum you would want it to be 1. So if it is set to, X amount, X times 1 means you're going to receive that amount. That to me would seem like a very sensible starting point. If you want to make it 2 because regional universities are so important to this country, then please do.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Senator Freaky, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here again. Thanks. All the submissions that I have read propose amendments. In some cases, there are dozens of amendments. I think UA, you have 7 areas with 21 amendments when I looked at it. Same thing with others as well. So that already has orange flags for me. And I am really concerned that what this bill does is try to force struggling students to move around a chessboard, really, trying to force them into places where they may not want to go. And I totally agree with you, Mr. Webb, that regional Australia is a great place to live and study. I have lived there, and it is a great place to study. But this, I want to highlight 3 things here, and I want to ask you on those: choice, equity, and competition. I think a couple of them you have already raised, because as far as I understand, firstly, needs-based funding, and especially the equity component of the need-based funding, as it is structured at the moment, would say to a student who's grown up in Moree, done high school in Moree, it disadvantages them in a number of ways. The first disadvantage is, let's say they want to come to study at UNSW, right? Places are capped. So that automatically will push the ATAR up, right? So they may not be able to get in because it has pushed the ATAR up, let's say to do engineering. So they're not able to go to the uni of choice. If they have the ATAR to go to the university of choice, let's say it's UNSW because that was my uni, then the uni won't actually get the equity component of the needs-based funding. Regional students, or students who live in regional and rural New South across Australia, are really educationally disadvantaged in so many areas. So this is placing another level of disadvantage on them. So that is a big, big bugbear for me, honestly. We've seen what forcing students to do in terms of the $50,000 arts degrees, and GRG has done. And for me, this is just putting another barrier onto students for doing that. Could I start with you, Ms. Thompson? I think you've highlighted the issue of choice much more, but this is not just about choice. It actually increases competition between students to get into a place at the university that they might want to go to. It reduces choice, and you're not classed as an equity student, even though you might be from low SES background, if you choose to come to the city. So there are problems. Of course, there are problems with the definition of non-SES students, which I'll come to in a minute. But if I could start with you, what is this bill actually going to achieve? There are no guarantees here that equity students will get a place. They might decide not to go to university at all.
And that's the risk. And as I said in my opening statement, this bill is called Opening the Doors of Opportunity, but are we just forcing students to go through a different door?
Yeah.
Or potentially not go through a door.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is the concern. And this is, I am kind of being triggered by the JRG debate here, because the JRG was wrapped up in a broader piece of legislation where the sector agreed with one bit of it, but we didn't like that bit, but we kind of got it all, right? And here we are now. Nobody disagrees with the principle of more students, equity or not equity, being educated post-secondary in our education system and in our universities. But there is pretty stringent opposition from the Group of 8 at least that student choice must be maintained for all students. So if you are that equity student from not just a regional area but from an outer suburban area, and your heart is set on going to the University of Western Australia, and for some reason you can't, not because you haven't got the marks, but because the system is that that university has met its limit in terms of enrolments, you're only you're disadvantaging the university, but you're only disadvantaging the most important person, and that's the student. And the risk is, and this is anecdotal, and I know you've got Andrew Norton coming later who's far more engaged in these issues than I am, but the risk is that student won't go to university. That student will choose a different path. And so does this bill address that student? And my concern is, as it currently stands, it doesn't, because we have this over-enrolment cap, which is either the 5% or the 750, which limits choice for students. So our whole premise is on this basis of choice.
Anyone else want to
If I
respond to
can
that?
also highlight the state of the university funding sector. Now, job-ready graduates, rightly, and to your advocacy, Senator Faruqi, and to yours, Senator Pocock, the amount students pay is unacceptable. We are facing the prospect of students paying nearly $57,000 for a 3-year humanities degree that doesn't pass any sensible pub test, or any test for that matter. And it really flies against the government's long-standing opposition to the Job Ready Graduates package. But what Job Ready Graduates also did was this insidious cut to universities. And an insidious cut to universities that was nearly $1 billion each and every year, and at the same time a bipartisan ripping away of the Education Investment Fund. And as our costs go up, particularly in regional Australia, we've got each and every year less and less money coming into the system, students of particular cohorts paying more and more, and a system that is no longer fit for purpose. So there is a rebalancing that needs to happen at an institutional level, and that's why there is a diversity of views on what a managed growth system might do for institutions. Student choice is also important in that consideration, but we can't forget that many of our institutions are facing budget deficits, have no access to infrastructure funding, have limitations on how many international students they can enrol to provide a buffer on the finances that are not forthcoming from the Commonwealth. This is, there are elements of the higher education system, including student fees, that are broken today. There are elements in this bill that will seek to fix it, but I implore the government to commit to the growth that is required, that will see our institutions flourish, that will allow for student choice and will allow for innovation so students are attracted to individual institutions for the type of cohort experience they want. Another thing to think about, needs-based funding will be transformational. Individual institutions can develop cohort experiences and wrap around their students. They can't do it when you've got nearly $1 billion ripped out every year. They can't do it when you're putting up a barrier for a working class kid that says, hey, it's nearly 60 grand to go and get an arts degree, and then you might have to think about a postgraduate qualification. And by the way, we cap the amount of HECS you can get out anyway, so you might be lucky to squeeze that in if you can. Oh, by the way, there's a cost of living crisis and rents are going up and it's really hard. Everything is hard for young people at the moment, and we've got to make university easier, we've got to make it more accessible, but we also have to support the institutions that deliver that education. And it often gets lost because it's the more boring argument. It's the three of us and my other colleagues later today saying, give universities more. We do need more because we've had billions ripped out. So this system, the ambition in this bill to grow the system is universally accepted. What we want to make sure is we get all of those elements right, not including JRG, both in terms of the ATEX recommendations on student contributions and, of course, not dealing with it is another missed opportunity. I've written about this only last week in the Australian Financial Review. We need to get on with this. We can walk and chew gum at the same time. Yes, it's incredibly complex. The Menzies government quadrupled funding to universities. The Gillard and Rudd government doubled it. Can we get on with it?
Sorry, I have limited time. Could we just stop there? And if you have a quick response to that, a very quick one, Mr. Webb, otherwise...
My very quick response is how a university manages its admissions process is up to a university. Students can apply. They still have free choice to apply to any university. An equity student is an equity student. That's based on their first address. It's not based on postcode. It's based on a statistical term called an SA1. That's about a block of 200 people. It's quite an accurate measure. For years, we've expected regional students to upend their lives and to move to metropolitan locations to study their degrees. I don't see that it should be somehow offensive for a metropolitan student to want to move to the regions when the outcomes for regional students are so high.
We're talking about the other way around, but I'll leave it there. I mean, you've been talking about an increase in funding, but the increase in funding that this bill predicts will happen is peanuts. It's 3.66 billion over 10 years. And sure, some universities will get more, some will get nothing. That is, if you calculate, that is literally like 1% of the total university's expenditure per year over 10 years. And it is still less than 2% of what the government funding that is provided to universities. Like, my question to you is the sector so beaten down that you are kind of willing to accept these crumbs and say the system will improve something, rather than actually the minister going to the Prime Minister and saying, well, we need this funding, university sector is really struggling, students are struggling, give us this money to improve this sector? I mean, that is ludicrous what is happening here. I'm sorry.
Well, Senator, I have been making the case repeatedly, as I have in the last hour in this hearing, but I continue to do over the many years I've been in this job and in these forums. You can't fix the system without funding it properly. Of course, more student places is important to fundamentally, stabilise our university finances, but ensure that we can deliver for the said students that come into the system. But we fundamentally are missing this piece. Mm-hmm. And the chapter missing from this bill is the abolition of JRG and the replacement with a properly costed, properly priced system. I acknowledge that ATEC is doing some of that work, but it is not happening fast enough. I sit on that committee with Commissioner Duckett. We need to do it faster. But, as I said, previous governments have had the courage to quadruple and double university funding to meet the future needs of the country. Let's get on with it.
Yeah, but will we actually get more students? This is my question to you. We know that on 2026 figures, if this bill was in place and there was a so-called over-enrollment cap, which is really just demand, an additional 750 EFSUL would be given. But I'd like to ask you, Ms. Thompson, with that scenario, how many students would have not been able to go to their university of choice or not potentially go to university at all? The numbers are big as far as I know.
The numbers are big, and I will take the exact numbers on notice, but what I will say is that we are teaching across our universities 15,000 more students than what we are funded for currently. So I will take that question on notice. But, this is the fundamental problem we always come to, and I always try and not start with the funding argument, but we can't move away from the fact that our universities in this country, compared to OECD comparators, are funded less than other countries. And so trying to, as I keep saying, shifting things around, doors of opportunity, we're shifting students around, but how are we actually going to fund this additional growth? And we are also realistic. I mean, as Luke said, there are many pressures on government, whomever's in government, whether it's the NDIS or whatever it might be. So we do understand that, but you can't have a country that is productive, build our sovereign capability, do all the things that we know, if you don't have a thriving university sector. And at the moment we're surviving, not thriving.
And I'll also make the point that we've used international students and the revenues that come from that, not only to prop our economy and provide us with better friendships around the world, but to actually get a cheaper deal for the Commonwealth to fund our university system. And now that's been squeezed for political reasons. The logical question is, for all sides of politics, do you want a thriving higher education system in this country to deliver for individuals in the country or not? And if you're not going to allow us to find revenues outside of the Commonwealth funding with international students, then someone's got to pay the bill.
Yeah, so how will this bill move us?
At this point, we are due to finish this panel and move to the next one, and just keen to keep to time. But thank you. I'd like to thank all witnesses for appearing today. If you've taken any questions on notice, they're due back to us by Monday the 31st of August. But you're now free to depart, and I understand representatives from the 2050 Alliance and the Australian Technology Network of Universities are in the room today, so if you could please come to the table. Oh, we're online. Okay. Hi, Dr. Marks.
Hi there.
I've got Mr. Harris in the room, I believe. Great. Okay, I'd like to welcome you both. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today? We'll start in the room and then come to you, Dr. Marks.
Thank you, Chair. Paul Harris, Chief Executive of the 2050 Alliance.
Welcome.
Dr. Andy Marks, Executive Director, Australian Technology Network of Universities.
Great. And do we have opening statements?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, we'll start with you, Mr. Harris, in the room. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and Senators, for the opportunity to appear today to speak about this important legislation. I'm here representing the 2050 Alliance, which is a new group of 9 Australian universities focused on students, communities and the future. Our universities have more than 65 campuses across inner city, suburban, regional and remote Australia, teaching over 285,000 students. We are committed to expanding access to higher education and expanding opportunity with a focus on serving students and communities across the country. The 2050 Alliance strongly supports the goal of lifting tertiary participation so that all Australians have the opportunity to gain the knowledge and skills they will need for the jobs and society of the future. To meet our national goals by 2050, we will need to support more students to succeed at university, particularly those who are currently underrepresented in our system. But business as usual will not get us to that goal. Under our current market-driven system, we have high levels of competition and high levels of concentration of student enrolments in a small number of large metropolitan universities. And at the same time, enrolments by students from disadvantaged backgrounds and from regional and rural areas are declining in our system. We need a new approach to policy and funding to put the system on the right track. That is why we support the passage of this bill, and we particularly welcome the introduction of needs-based funding for university students. In our submission, we propose a number of specific amendments to improve the legislation and make sure that it can deliver on its goals. We also acknowledge the amendments that have already been put forward in the House by the Government and by Dr Monique Ryan, Zali Steggall and Kate Chaney. I would like to draw the committee's attention to the 2 main areas where we think positive amendments would further improve the bill. Firstly, for the success of the managed growth system, to require the ATEC to publish its criteria for prioritising the allocation of student places and to take into account the sustainability and mission of an institution and its role serving its community. And secondly, for needs-based funding, to improve the definitions of equity groups and to provide flexibility for universities to target support and outreach to the students who need it most, with accountability for that funding through the mission-based compacts. We want the bill to pass to support a more managed and sustainable system and a funding model that targets public investment to the students and communities who need it most. We support a system that puts students first and protects student choice. Excessive concentration reduces options for students. Genuine student choice requires a healthy and sustainable ecosystem of universities in our inner cities, suburbs and regions. Students who want to move for university should of course have that option, and students who want or need to stay closer to home should also have access to high quality education. This bill is not just about opening the doors of opportunity once, but keeping them open for Australians in all communities and all walks of life. This bill provides an opportunity to move away from an overly marketised system and to reassert the public good role of our universities to serve their students, communities and the national interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr Marks.
Thank you, and thank you, Senators. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners on the land on which I'm speaking to you from, the Darug people. I would like to begin just by giving a brief overview of the ATN. We are 5 of Australia's most applied universities, RMIT, UTS, Deakin, Swinburne and Curtin. Teach roughly around about 250,000 of Australia's university students. We are deeply committed to lifting productivity in the economy. We see this bill not only as something we support in the interests of a fairer system, bringing more people from disadvantaged non-traditional backgrounds into university, but we also see it as an important step to take in improving Australia's lagging productivity. So in the interest of resilience, fairness and productivity, this is something we do see merit in. We understand there are some elements to the bill that are a little bit imperfect in their current form, and we will be suggesting some changes around the definitional elements to do with regional and remote campuses and students, and a few other matters which we can detail during the course of the hearing and our submission. Pleasure to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you to you all. Senators, I've got myself, Senator Scarr and Senator Faruqi seeking the call at the moment, but please let me know, Senator Pocock, if you also are. So I'll kick off with questions, and we'll try to keep our questions to around 8 minutes or 7 minutes each. Thank you both for the submissions that you've made. I might start with you, Mr. Harris. You mentioned in your opening statement that you welcome the move to a new managed growth funding system and introduction of demand-driven needs-based funding, which came as recommendations from the Accord. I was interested in if you could explain what were some of the problems that you were seeing in the existing system and how you see the managed growth model addressing these.
Thank you, Senator. I think the problems in our current system are issues around cost to students and also sustainability of all of our universities across the country. We do, as we said in our submission, we do see this kind of increasing concentration in a small number of large metropolitan universities. Over the last decade, I think these large inner city universities have grown by about 10%, while smaller suburban and regional universities have shrunk by about 15 or 16%. And at the same time, we've got this declining participation by students from what we call equity group backgrounds. So students from disadvantaged backgrounds, low SES students as they're called in the system, students from regional and rural parts of the country. So what we really want to see is a more balanced and sustainable approach to the allocation of student places, and we particularly welcome the introduction of needs-based funding because it will target that support for students where it's most needed. And the other thing that we talk about in our submission as well is making the connection between needs-based funding and outreach, which is where universities go out into the community and work with schools and other community organisations to build those pathways to tertiary education and training. And we'd like to see a stronger connection between needs-based funding and outreach funding so that we can really achieve that goal by 2050 of uplift right across the country in tertiary participation and equity.
Thank you very much. Some stakeholders over the course of this process have flagged concerns about the managed growth funding system impacting student choice. I was just interested in your perspective on those issues and if you could take us through your views on whether you think the new system would impact student choice.
I think we have to be very careful that it doesn't impact student choice, and we actually made some recommendations in our submission which would ensure that the ATEC has access to the data it's going to need to manage this allocation of places in real time. But I guess fundamentally my view of this is that currently we have a system where students apply to university. My daughter's in year 12, she's going through this process at the moment. Students apply to university, they put in their application, they have a number of, they put in their applications to the Tertiary Admissions Centre, they have a number of choices ranked. Not every student in our current system gets their first choice, and it will be the same under the new system. Students will put in their applications with their ranked preferences for universities. The student shouldn't see any of the mechanics of the allocation of places that the ATEC is doing with universities behind the scenes. The student should just have the same experience they have now. And we know that in our current system, not every student gets their first choice. I think there was a suggestion in the previous session that if a student wanted to go to a group of 8 university and didn't get in, they wouldn't go to university at all. I don't think that's borne out by the facts. We know that students who get their first or second or third choice in the current system have good outcomes, according to data from UAC. So I think what we need to make sure is the ATEC can do its job, manage the allocation of places in the system in real time with universities, and students are not messed around by that process and have a similar experience to what they have now when they apply for university.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. I know the issue has been raised regarding ministerial powers. I'm interested in your perspective with the amendments made or signalled by the government last week. Could you tell us if the proposed ministerial powers in the bill are now consistent with existing powers already in the Higher Education Support Act, or do you see this as giving the Minister additional powers?
Thank you. I'll start quickly and then maybe Dr Marks can jump in as well. I agree with the witnesses in the previous session. We think it's positive that the government moved amendments last week to limit those powers and to increase transparency. But in our submission, we actually just recommend that section 3665 could be removed from the Act. I don't think it's needed now that we have a legislated ATEC. And similarly, there are issues around, in the bill as drafted, around the Minister having the power to set course level caps for international students in section 46B. And again, we don't think that's needed now that we have the ATEC making allocations at the institutional level. So we would just recommend that those things could be removed. Thank you.
And Dr Marks, do you have a perspective on that?
I do. Thank you, Senator. Look, I think it's about letting the ATEC do its job. So the calibration of places and, of course, and international flows are really effectively managed through an independent steward. I know we're not quite at the stage of the ATEC being fully independent, but I would suggest that it's about calibrating all of these elements in concert, as opposed to having the Minister of the day or potentially in a future scenario dictate student flows on the basis of interests other than those that are good for the system and good for productivity.
Thank you, Dr Marks. I will now rotate the call to Senator Scarr. Just a reminder, we're doing 7-minute blocks for this shorter session. Thank you, Senator Scarr.
Okay, Chair, I'll be quick. And Mr Harris, best of luck to your daughter in relation to her endeavours. Have you had a chance to read the other submissions to this inquiry? In particular, Mr or Professor Andrew Norton's?
I have. I haven't read all of them, Senator, but I have read that one.
You have? Yeah. Okay, good. I want to put to you two propositions contained in his submission in the overview. And just by way of introduction, he writes, the bill has two new features that will reduce how many student places universities can offer. And he talks about these two features. The most important of these is caps on over-enrolments on student contribution-only places delivered by universities above their allocated number of student places. If these laws had been in place in 2025, the maximum over-enrolments allowed would have permitted about half of the over-enrolments actually delivered at the cost of more than 20,000 places across the system. So the concern, as I read it, with respect to that point he's making, is that the scheme, insofar as it goes to placing caps on over-enrolments, could actually have a way of frustrating the overall objective by removing positions in the system that were provided through over-enrolments. How do you respond to that?
I think Professor Norton is expert on the higher education system, and his perspective is very valuable. I think it is a risk, and I think that's why we heard witnesses in the previous session talking about the need to make sure that the government is allocating sufficient places so that we can expand and bring more students into the system and achieve those goals for participation by 2050. I guess I would make 2 points about over-enrolment. One, the Minister was very clear last week when he spoke at the AFR Summit that the majority of additional growth places that the ATEC has to allocate for next year, for 2027, will be going to already over-enrolled universities. So that the ATEC is still allocating extra places for over-enrolled universities. It's not like those universities are being told they can't have any more places. But secondly, I think there's a longer-term question here about how we manage the system in the national interest. If you look at what's happening in the UK, you've got a number of large metropolitan universities that are getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Smaller universities, particularly in the regions in the UK, are finding it very hard to sustain their staffing levels and are closing courses and sacking staff. And there's a debate in the UK now about the emergence of education cold spots, where students who can't afford to move to the big cities because of cost of living actually don't have access to a whole range of courses that they might have wanted to study. So we think if you let that process kind of play out, you actually end up reducing student choice. You create these cold spots for education, and that's what we want to make sure that that doesn't happen here.
Okay. Dr Marks, do you have a response to that observation made by Professor Norton?
I do, Senator. I think we're dealing with a question of inflated places, effectively, on Professor Norton's analyses, and those places really need to come back into the system of the ATEC. So the very fact that we have over-enrolment suggests to you that the flow of CSPs from the Commonwealth has been insufficient in some areas. If we are supporting a growth system, and we are, the Accord reforms want us to get to pretty high attainment rates by 2050. So, yeah, I don't think we'll see less places in the system on the basis of those reforms. It may be the case as well that we see more harmonised places occur too. We are dealing with a push for more vocational university articulation arrangements. So, you know, not everyone will go to university, but certainly in a system where some universities are over-enrolled, it says to you that some decisions are being made around allocation that aren't quite right.
Okay. I'll go to the second limb, the second observation he makes. I'm just interested in your response to this. A planned default allocation of student places to public universities, while intended to reduce unused places, also threatens cuts. To use an example, a university's default allocation of places for 2029 will be the lower of their places allocated for 2028, or the places actually delivered in 2027. If the university had received additional places for 2028 and respected their over-enrolment limit for 2027, the default position would wipe out some or all of their new 2028 places. So he's saying the way, as I understand it, the way the lesser of component of the formula could work is, in practice, is you might miss the gains you've made year on year and go back to where you were at the starting point. How would you respond to that observation? Mr Harris first.
Just 2 quick points and then I'll hand over to Dr Marks. I think, the process of negotiating these new mission-based compacts are for 4-year agreements, and we're really positive about the opportunity to kind of stretch out the planning horizon for universities with the ATEC and have certainty over a longer planning horizon. So that's the first point I would make. You wouldn't want anything in the legislation which would undermine the fact that a university has agreed a kind of 4-year plan with the ATEC. And we actually made a recommendation in our submission on section 3025 to make sure that once a student has enrolled with a university, that the university has certainty for the continuation of the CSP for that student, because you don't want to be undermining a student once they've already started their course.
Yeah, I remember that recommendation, which had quite a deal of resonance on the face of it. And if I can go to you now, Dr Marks.
Senator, I think the amendments proposed by Labor deal with that question. So effectively, there's no reverse gear now. I would like to see something that institutes a pathway towards growth, but the amendments as they stand mean that no university can go backwards in the scenario that Mr Harris has described. So
okay, so you think the amendments close out that issue? Okay,
I do, Senator.
Okay. Mr Harris, my last question to you, because we'll need to rotate the call. This issue about needs-based funding and universities having some discretion as to the allocation of needs-based funding between different activities and over timelines. Could you just explain what the issue is under the current bill and how we might be able to address that? Because again, I think your submission had quite a deal of resonance in that regard.
Thank you, Senator. I think it's a really important point, and we want to make sure that we get this needs-based funding system right for students. I think we want the bill to pass because we want to get this needs-based funding system legislated, but we acknowledge that there are issues around the categories and definitions of the equity group students. So, for example, the bill talks about students from low SES backgrounds, students from regional backgrounds, Indigenous students, but we know there are other groups of students who might need additional academic or other support to succeed at university.
Multicultural groups.
Right, first and family students, students from migrant and refugee communities. So we would like to preserve a little bit of flexibility for universities to spend their needs-based funding allocation to support the students who need it most. And this is one thing where I fully agree with Professor Norton. In his submission, he talks about amendments to section 3970, just to make it very clear that once the university receives its needs-based funding allocation, it has that flexibility to direct that funding to where the need is. And then we think the university should be accountable for what it's done with that money through the compacts process.
Okay. And Dr. Marks, just on that point?
Yeah, I think I would agree that there's need for greater complexity around low SES, but there's also need for greater joined up thinking with respect to what we're trying to achieve with bringing more students into the system. And to me, the mission-based compacts overarching program needs to contend with the fact that there are different industrial, different skills, different social services needs in particular areas, and those factors should have greater weighting. So at the moment, everything's attached to the student, but if you have, for example, to use Mr Harris's phrase, a cold spot in healthcare or in education or childcare access, why aren't the mission-based compacts given the latitude to contend with that? That would be needs-based funding that would address everyone in the constituency, not just university students. It would support communities. And I don't think that the needs-based system or the mission-based compacts give that enough weighting. That would be something that would allow universities to pull in the weight of all Australia and do it in the areas where the need is the greatest. At the moment, it's a pretty narrow track.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr Marks. Senator Freaky, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you both. I just want to go to the issue of equity, and you rightly highlighted, Mr Harris, that quite a few important groups miss out, like first in family, non-English speaking backgrounds, and refugees. But I particularly want to go to the definition. Nearly everyone has said that this definition really doesn't capture, just a postcode definition, doesn't really capture equity students. And if equity is at the centre of this bill, according to the government, like how do you support a bill that doesn't have a proper definition of equity? So I was going to suggest, I don't know if you had a look at the Sydney Uni submission, and there is a definition in there which they use, which includes the index of relative socioeconomic advantage and disadvantage, and covers things like relative disadvantage across income, education, employment, occupation, housing, disability, and language proficiency definitions. Would you be open to that sort of a definition being included in this bill rather than the current one?
Yeah, I think I haven't looked in detail at what the application of that definition would mean for our current students, but there has been quite a lot of work over the years on different ways to look at disadvantage. And I think we would be looking to the Australian Centre for Student Equity and Success to help kind of work with us and with the ATEC to shape a better definition of disadvantage that can inform the allocation of the funding. We also, in our submission, I think colleagues earlier mentioned this issue of in section 3925, where the definition in the bill talks about a person when at the time they enrol in a unit, and we think it should be when you enrol in the institution. But I think what we want to do is get this system legislated so that the support can start flowing to the students, and then work with the ATEC to continue to refine the definitions and the formula.
Okay. I think why wouldn't you do it before the bill passes and refine the definition then? It is at the centre of it. Why wouldn't we want to do that?
My understanding from the department is that they don't currently have the data to be able to implement a different definition, and that it's going to take a bit more work on data, which is something we talk about in our submission as well.
Yeah, but Sydney Uni has the data to implement this definition. They have been for a while, and it seems to be working for them. So I would rather we push for that. But I'll move on from there. Just in terms of, like, this bill assumes, obviously, that opening up places at regional universities, more places will ensure that students will go to those places, right? Like, are you worried about that? Is there any guarantees that that will actually happen without actually removing the most egregiously inequitable issues in the system, which is, of course, the $50,000 JRG degrees, but, even student support allowance. Students really struggle to live while they study. And there are many other things. So how do you think that will work without removing those inequitable elements?
We absolutely agree with you that JRG reform is an urgent priority, because what we're seeing at the moment is the cost of those high fee degrees driving away students, particularly students from disadvantaged backgrounds. So we know that over the last 5 years, commencements in our system are down about 3%. Commencements for low SES students are down 10%.
Yep.
Commencements by low SES students in the high-cost courses under JRG are down almost 20%.
How do you reconcile that?
Well, I think if we don't do something about JRG, we're not going to meet these Accord
Yep.
targets by 2050. The other thing I would say to your question, Senator, is we talk a lot in our submission about the need to connect up needs-based funding and outreach funding, because actually what we need to be doing is going out into the community and schools and working with partners in the community to help students understand the options and benefits of tertiary education. That might be TAFE and VET, it might be university, it might be a combination of the two. So we think that's an important piece of work that needs to happen through this legislation as well.
Does this bill actually give any more funding to universities for outreach? Does this bill actually give any more funding to universities for retention of students?
The outreach is not captured under this bill. It's separated in a different sort of funding stream, and we think those two things should be brought together. I think this bill and the needs-based funding formula actually does lead to an increase in needs-based funding support for student support, which is a positive thing. And also the needs-based funding model in this bill is uncapped, which means if we can build demand from students, particularly from those equity groups, and they do come to university in more numbers, there will be more support coming through this model.
And with the 2050 Alliance and the universities you have, how many, because I was reading in a media report that 21 ATEC has already agreed to mission-based compacts with 21 universities. Do you know how many of those might be the universities that are in the 2050 Alliance?
I think the majority of our 9 members have now had their first compact negotiation meeting with the ATEC, but not all have. And I think it's the first stage in that sort of negotiation process that's happening now.
So it's not like the number, the caps haven't been finalised yet or anything.
No.
Yep. Also, yes, so I guess coming back to the issue of funding, like of those 9 universities that form the 2050 Alliance, what do you anticipate their increase in funding will be over 10 years?
Oh, that's a good question, Senator.
Have you calculated that?
We haven't quantified that, but I think we do see, in terms of growth in places and the potential to build participation in our universities, and also the increase in needs-based funding that will flow when we do that, we definitely do see an opportunity for growth, and we think that the universities in our group will be, doing a lot of the driving of this agenda of increasing tertiary participation. And we're also working with TAFE and VET partners to make those pathways in both directions between TAFE and university easier. So that should help as well.
Sure, but isn't funding like one of the another big issues that universities have been starved of sustainable funding? And so 3.66 billion, which is the government's prediction over 10 years, doesn't even touch the sides of what is needed. There's no increased research funding within this. So how, in my head, I cannot understand why Minister Clare wouldn't ask the Prime Minister for actually increasing the envelope of funding or the pie of funding for universities, rather than offering them some crumbs with this really complicated, where you have to do contortions and students will have to be moved around, as I said earlier, in a chessboard, struggling students. Is the sector too quick to accept these crumbs rather than pushing really hard for more funding?
Well, I think if we can get this needs-based funding model enacted in legislation, that's a positive thing for students, and we should do that. But we should keep making the argument. And to Senator Pocock's point before about convincing Treasury, the modelling shows that if we achieve these targets by 2050 to have 80% of the population with a tertiary qualification and the skills they're going to need for the jobs of the future, that will deliver a boost to the economy and to productivity of $240 billion. So an investment in students and higher education and vocational education now has a huge payoff for the economy of the future. And to your point about the need for JRG reform, there is work going on to understand costing and pricing, but we don't think we need to wait for that. You could make a first step on JRG reform now. It would cost about $800 million to remove the highest fee band. that would benefit 300,000 students immediately. And if our goal is a $240 billion payoff for the economy by 2050, that investment in students now doesn't seem so bad.
Yeah, sure. But that's the goal, though. But you have to have policies in place to achieve that goal without increasing funding, without removing the most egregiously inequitable education policy, which is $50,000 degree in JRG, without supporting students. We'll never get there. You can dream of getting there and say you'll get there. There's nothing in this bill, and correct me if I'm wrong, that actually requires the university to spend the money on equity outcomes or to hold them accountable for it. Is there?
There is. I think there is.
What is there?
So we talk about this in our submission. Section 3970 is about the needs-based funding having to be used to benefit equity group students. And what we want to see is the flexibility for universities to target that to all students who need the support. And then there should be accountability. It's public money, and the accountability for that should be through the compact, where the ATEC asks each university to say, who are you supporting? What are the outcomes of those students, and how are you spending that money? And that's a good system.
I just want to go to international students, Chair, if I have time for one more question.
Yeah, look, last question. Thanks, Senator.
Thank you. Because with international students, the Minister will still be able to set an allocation figure. We've had a big debate over ESOS, and we all opposed it. And thankfully, we got rid of this. But this places, kind of gives the Minister a lot of power, and it's not subject to disallowance as far as I understand as well. And very worryingly, I read that Minister Clare said that international student visa fees, which have tripled, are going to help with these reforms that they are making. But wouldn't, the crackdown on international students, which is again really a migration policy disguised as an education policy, isn't that going to really impact, of course, firstly, the equity of international students? It'll be the ones who are less able to afford who can come here. But also, wouldn't they look to go elsewhere? We already know that the reputation is shattered. What is your view of that?
Well, we agree, Senator, that there shouldn't be a ministerial power in this bill for setting course level caps on international student numbers. Now that we have a legislated ATEC, it's the ATEC's job to allocate international student places and domestic student places to universities, and we should let them do their job. We don't need that ministerial power in this legislation. And I think you're absolutely right to highlight the equity impacts on international students. We don't want cost to be a barrier to student participation, and that's true for domestic students, and it's also true for international students with the huge increase in visa fees.
Just
we need to, if I could add, Senator, we need to be careful about talking about these mechanisms in isolation. So the notion that international student flows are entirely operating in isolation, from example, the Jobs and Skills Australia list with respect to professions in which we have shortages, critical shortages. The whole ecosystem functions in a way that to pull out higher education alone and suggest that we can effectively isolate decision-making through that one mechanism or jump at shadows through that one mechanism is a bit of a failing. I think that we need to be suggesting, that there's a broader civic role for universities in the way that they engage with regional and urban economies. We're not in the space where, for example, we're talking also about a decline in offshore international students. In fact, that is in fact increasing very substantially, and in most cases, in an offshore scenario, the equity squeeze that we might see with students coming inbound to Australia is not as big an issue. In fact, there's wider participation generally among those groups, certainly in places like Vietnam, where Australian universities are long established. So it's very hard to point to one ministerial directive or decision and suggest that that's going to create a distortion across the entire system. It just doesn't happen that way.
Thank you, Dr. Marks. Senator Pocock, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for your time. Mr. Harris, something that's come up across multiple submissions, including yours, is the need to legislate data sharing arrangements between ATEC, the department and tertiary admissions centres. What are the risks if this isn't legislated?
Thanks, Senator. I think the risk is that the ATEC doesn't have the information it needs to do its job fully and properly. We raised this issue in the discussion around the ATEC legislation. We've raised it again here. There are provisions in the bill for data sharing between the Ombudsman and TEXA and ATEC, but there's nothing about the sharing between the Department of Education and the ATEC. And we just want to make sure that the ATEC has the data it needs to manage the allocation and reallocation of places in real time so that students aren't left hanging or aren't mucked around by the system.
Mm-hmm. And in terms of those, multiple people are calling for ATEC to publish clear allocation criteria for CSPs. Why is this so critical, and what are some of the risks if there isn't enough transparency around how allocations are made?
Thank you. I think this is a critical issue, I think, for the success of the managed growth system and for the trust in the ATEC fulfilling its stewardship role nationally. We recommended an amendment to section 3050 just to make it clear that the ATEC will publish each year the criteria that it's using for prioritising those allocations. We already have some information that's been released by the ATEC through the compacts process, but I think it would be a really positive move for the ATEC to set out very clearly each year how it's prioritising the allocation between different universities.
And what are the arguments against transparency?
I don't know, Senator. That's a good question. I think the ATEC needs to retain some flexibility through the year as it's monitoring the system and making sure that places are allocated where they're needed. But I think it would be a positive move just to be much more upfront about that. And we've asked that the ATEC, when it's making those prioritisation decisions, would explicitly take into account the sustainability of institutions and also the mission of each institution. It'll be different in different communities across the country, but I think this is something where Dr. Marks and I both agree that it would be good if the ATEC was clearer on how it's taking into account the mission and sustainability of each university.
Thank you.
Senator, if I could add, I think the ATEC has the data and the mechanisms. It is about how it's published, but how it's set in context as well. So I think the sector agrees broadly that the mission-based compact approach to negotiating places for various universities is a good theoretical approach. It talks about strengthening, if you like, and rebuilding the civic role that unis have long had, and when they function at their best when they are involved in their communities. But what we see often for expediency is that contextual data, the data that informs decision-making, isn't as transparent as we might like. It might just be a symptom of the fact that the ATEC's a new beast. It's just getting up and running. So let's give it some time. But certainly I would hope that's the end state, that we are transparent with decision-making across the board. That's also a way, Senator, to guard against ministerial directives. Should a future government come in and perhaps have some motivations that may be questionable, well, we can fall back on the data. So transparency is a guard against that.
Thank you. And Dr. Marks, you also want to see a lot more detail included in primary legislation rather than in guidelines or executive decisions. And you raised concern about the Minister implementing provider-specific funding conditions. Could you talk the committee through the kind of conditions you're concerned about a current or future government implementing?
It may be something to use the example that Senator Faruqi used earlier. With respect to international places, it may be an overt agenda on the part of a future government around migration or other cultural policy stances where they wish to use higher education policy as a lever to exercise those decisions. And I think that's where we are suggesting that, you need to have a system of transparency firstly, but also some guards against ministerial excess or indirect interference in policy objectives that are pursued through higher education. That's about reskilling the workforce, upskilling the workforce, improving outcomes for the community and lifting productivity. If it starts to become something else, that's where there's a concern.
Thank you. And then just finally, one of the other things we've seen across multiple submissions is the need for ATEC to consider an individual university's mission when allocating places. Can you elaborate about what you want to see here, please? What do you mean by this, and how would it actually work in practice?
It's a great point in the sense that universities quite openly have been subject to criticism around social licence and public trust. And I don't think that universities have fundamentally changed the way they pursue their civic missions. I think that those civic missions have been lost in a lot of the noise around repeated attempts at reform, failed reform, eventually successful reform with the Accord. So they've been lost in the noise. Universities operate on the basis of supporting their regions. Some, in fact, in particular areas are legislated in their state acts to support their regions. I think that a greater nexus between a university's mission, should it be about lifting the digital economy, should it be about healthcare, should it be about aeronautics or some other particular pursuit, and lifting that up and giving it primacy in the mission-based compact negotiations is a really good thing. I think also doing that in concert with TAFE and vocational education is also good. Let's get some common objectives in areas where you have universities, TAFEs and industry working together. It is a way to get industry in the room. If you dial up a university's mission and you attach policy and funding mechanisms to it at the government level, then you send signals to industry that government and a particular institution are investing in, say, for example, energy transition, and they're serious about it because it's in their compact. That sends very positive signals to industry, and it's a great way to lift productivity and to calibrate it in regionally specific areas, Senator. So unis do more than teach and research. They do things that help their economies and their regions, and that's a very significant part of their mission that's currently not supported in any policy framework of merit.
And Senator, if I could just add, I agree with everything Dr. Marks just said, and I think one of the goals of the Accord was to let universities specialise and differentiate and not be all trying to teach and research the same things. But I think in order to achieve that, we do need better stewardship, and we need to take some of the kind of toxic competition out of the system and manage the system so that universities can focus on their mission and their community and sort of specialise a little bit more.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Senator Faruqi.
I just have a quick clarification, Mr. Harris. When I asked the question about, what's the guarantee that the universities will spend money on equity outcomes, money that is tied with the need-based funding, you said there is this section. And yes, I have had a look at this section, but it is extremely vague. Mm-hmm. And there is a caveat that this funding could be used for literally anything. Do you think that should be tightened a bit?
This is where I think we have the same recommendation here as Professor Norton, which is to tighten up the wording of that, to make it clear that universities can use some of their needs-based funding to support other students in need outside the existing categories, but then to tie that to accountability through the compact. We would like to see a clause in that part of the bill that says, and universities will be accountable for this through their mission-based compact.
Yeah. And again, that highlights the point of there's a real lack of funding. You'll still be moving around crumbs here and there. That's the big issue. And I think that needs to be highlighted through this process in shining lights, glaring lights.
I think that was a comment.
Yes, it was. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Senator Faruqi. That does conclude our session. I'd like to thank both of you for taking the time to provide submissions and also to present to us today. I didn't catch any questions on notice, but if there were, it's Monday the 31st of August 2026 that we're asking them to be returned. But otherwise, you're free to jump off now, and the committee will take a brief 15-minute suspension, and we will be resuming at 11:30 Eastern Time. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
We will now resume. And I would like to welcome representatives via video conference from Deakin University, the University of Tasmania and Charles Sturt University. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, I'd like you each to please state your full names and the capacity in which you're appearing today, and we'll start with Deakin University.
Thank you, Chair. Professor Amanda Mooney, Acting Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Academic at Deakin University.
And David Reeves, Senior Advisor to the Vice-Chancellor, Deakin University.
Great. And from University of Tasmania?
Rufus Black, Vice-Chancellor of the University of Tasmania.
And Charles Sturt University, apologies.
Renee Leon, Vice-Chancellor of Charles Sturt University.
Wonderful. There's an opportunity to make opening statements if you wish to do so. We'll provide that opportunity in the order in which you introduced yourselves. So if we could come to Deakin University in the first instance. Do you have an opening statement?
We do, thank you. Chair, Senators, firstly, on behalf of my colleague and I, let me thank you for the opportunity to appear today and discuss in depth this important legislation and policy direction. When Deakin University's Act of Parliament was passaged, explicitly highlighting our role to be the most progressive university, expanding opportunity to the widest cohort of potential students was exactly what was intended. That word, progressive, was not a marker of ideology or indeed philosophy. Rather, it was instruction upon our institution to explore any and all meaningful opportunities to reconsider how and to whom a university education could be delivered. This has been at the core of Deakin as a leader in what was once termed distance education and now online delivery. It is at the heart of our approach to a diverse student cohort, where the stereotypical school leaver is a minority, not the majority of our undergraduates. And speaking directly to the focus of this inquiry and legislation, it is a driving thematic behind Deakin University's strong history and focus on students from non-traditional backgrounds, low SES, rural and regional, First Nations, first-in families, and so forth. Ours is an institution for whom opening the doors of opportunity has been a marker of our work and success since founding. This is why we submitted to this inquiry and readily accepted the opportunity to appear today. As our submission makes clear, we support the ambition to make university education more readily accessible and available to the many for whom the doors have traditionally been closed, or at least difficult to push through. Establishing a planned, financially sustainable pathway for diverse student cohorts, including an orderly funding and oversight system, is an important reform for the sector. Likewise, strengthening support for students from those traditionally underrepresented backgrounds once they are admitted is equally vital work. Achieving these aims in a transparent, clear and accountable form is an agenda we strongly support. That is why, along with colleagues from Universities Australia, the Australian Technology Group and across varied institutions, we equally raised concern over the use of ministerial discretion. In effect, ministerial direction without adequate mechanisms of review, clear criteria or policed stewardship. Here we note the amendments already put and accepted that go part of the way to addressing this and other concerns. We welcome such intention to listen and to address those issues raised by our sector. As Senators would have read, in addition to those amendments already made, we have provided a series of recommendations in our submission that speak to these shared ambitions, as well as concerns and how to achieve them effectively. This is part of the collaborative process the Minister and Parliament have specifically called for. Again, thank you for the opportunity to appear today, and we look forward to discussion to come on these matters and others. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Professor Black.
Thank you for the opportunity to appear here today. University of Tasmania supports this bill and welcomes needs-based funding as an enduring part of the Commonwealth's core teaching funding architecture. It's an important step towards the equity ambitions of the Accord and vital for our country. The country holds together when people can see a future for themselves in the communities they call home. A regional university helps make that future possible. It's part of the infrastructure of its community. It educates students, builds a local workforce, supports industry and research, and helps communities shape their own future. We know that well. We've been building that future here in Tasmania. In Burnie, young Tasmanians can now train for careers in health without leaving the Northwest. And as a result, of the support of the Australian and Tasmanian governments, there's a campus there. Its impact is substantial. 20% of our new first and second year medical students in Burnie are First Nations students. First Nations Australians make up around 3% of the working age population, but only around 1% of the medical workforce. These future doctors help change that shape. They can deliver culturally safe care and lead healthcare in their communities. The past 2 years, more than 140 nurses have completed their degrees in the Northwest and are entering the local workforce, changing its profile. Sustaining that capacity to make that kind of difference is increasingly difficult in regional Australia. At the University of Tasmania, we maintain accredited courses, laboratories, clinical training and academic teams across a small and dispersed population. Those costs do not fall in proportion to student numbers. The main reason is scale. A course serving 20 students in Burnie carries many of the same fixed costs as one serving 500 in Melbourne. Distance matters too. Staffing, infrastructure, support and operating across regional campuses all cost more. And regional markets do work differently. In a large city, another provider may be nearby if a course closes. In a regional community, local access can disappear altogether. That's why the next stage of reform that this bill opens the door to needs to recognise the real economics of regional education. We have tested how that problem can be addressed even within the existing funding envelopes through funding that better reflects scale, distance and where education is delivered. We've offered amendments to this bill to help achieve that objective better. If the Accord is to expand opportunity, we need to sustain educational capacity that makes opportunity real and gives people a chance at it without having to leave the community they call home. You should not have to leave a community to build a future in it. Our submission today identifies several areas where the drafting and implementation of this bill can better support that objective, and we'd certainly welcome the opportunity to expand on any aspects of our submission with the committee today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Professor Leon.
Thank you for the invitation to provide evidence on this bill today. Charles Sturt University is Australia's largest regional university, the nation's major provider of online higher education, an essential enabler of regional communities, industries and economic development, and the sector leader in graduate employment. We have around 36,000 students and over 2,000 full-time staff. Every year we produce more than 7,000 skilled graduates in healthcare, agriculture, veterinary science, environmental science, engineering, IT, accounting and social work, who we've educated across 6 widely dispersed regional campuses. The vast majority of our regional students go on to live and work in regional areas after graduation, providing their knowledge and skills to regional employers and communities. Many of our students are also the first in their families to attend university, are from First Nations backgrounds, or come from disadvantaged families or communities. Many are subject to cumulative disadvantage, but have seized the opportunity offered by life-changing higher education study and qualification. And that is why the introduction of needs-based funding for equity and regional students matters to Charles Sturt and to the communities we serve. We support the intent behind these reforms. We particularly welcome the additional funding for equity and regional students and greater support for students experiencing overlapping forms of disadvantage. These cohorts have long comprised Charles Sturt's core student body. You may have heard claims from other witnesses that the government's plan to provide some funding based on where a student is studying is not the best way to boost higher education access and attainment for regional students. Clearly, the government understands that it costs more to provide quality higher education in regional areas due to distance, higher cost goods and services, and smaller class sizes. The regional loading provided through needs-based funding will help to defray these costs, though still not entirely meet them. But this investment will keep highly skilled people in our regions and so benefit not only the individuals, but also regional communities and the national economy. While we welcome the bill, these new funding arrangements do leave unaddressed some other important challenges, including how universities will be able to fund the expansion to teaching and other facilities that will be needed if managed growth succeeds in enrolling more students. We've proposed in our submission a different approach to regional loading. Rather than a simple flat rate for every course, we believe that needs-based funding should provide regional loading as a proportion of the Commonwealth Grant Scheme funding for each subject cluster. This would provide a more realistic reflection of cost and would provide more funding for high-cost and high-priority courses like nursing, dentistry, medicine, agricultural and veterinary sciences, pharmacy and engineering, fields in which there are widespread regional workforce shortages and many of which cost more to teach than the Commonwealth funding provides. It would ensure that we can continue to provide opportunities for regional students and skilled graduates for regional employers. Finally, I just briefly mention our continuing concern, despite some amendments, with the ongoing broad scope of ministerial capacity to impose conditions. Our concerns lie with the fact that future governments could use these kinds of provisions inappropriately to interfere in legitimate academic processes and inquiry, and that it undermines the role of ATEC as a system steward. I'm happy to take questions on any matters that the committee wishes to pursue.
Thank you very much. I'm coming to Senator Mulholland in the first instance, and then I will come to the opposition, and then Senator Faruqi. We'll have 7-minute blocks for this and see how we go. Senator Mulholland, thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to our witnesses for appearing this morning and for your opening statements. If I can, I would like to come to the University of Tasmania and Charles Sturt University first, if I can. This bill seeks to bring in managed growth funding, a new managed growth funding system and the introduction of demand-driven needs-based funding. What impact do you see these changes having for students from regional, rural and remote communities and for regional universities? If I can start with Tasmania, Uni of Tassie, and then move to Charles Sturt.
Thank you. The impact will really largely depend on how the next stage of funding reform occurs. Currently, the way funding is organised in Australia is based on the average price of educating a student. The average price of educating a student, which means essentially a large university in metropolitan Australia, is much lower than the cost of educating a student in regional Australia, where by necessity classes are small because the offerings are broad and they're local. The impact of this bill will entirely depend, really, at the end of the day, on how that piece of reform gets designed. There are elements of this kind of legislation that will need attention to ensure that works well. For two things that we've noted in our submission. The first one is that a student's original home address should be the basis of determining the funding, because many students have to move to higher SES areas, which often then is an additional burden to them in order to access the university. Their true need is represented by their origin. That's not currently how this bill works. The second piece is regional funding could in fact flow to metropolitan universities under this bill. It should only be available to students who are in regional universities. The architecture of this bill needs to ensure that the future funding reforms do indeed deliver the average cost per student uplift that is needed for its success. All other features of the bill really pale into insignificance compared to that fundamental issue in the way funding operates in regional universities.
Thank you. And University of Charles Sturt.
While I don't disagree at all with anything that that my colleague from Tasmania has said, these challenges also affect Charles Sturt as to scale and funding. I would say that we welcome the ability of regional universities to be able to better service the students from regional areas, because we will receive slightly more funding as a result of this. I should note that Charles Sturt's regional loading for the number of students that I've said, over 30,000 students across 6 campuses, is $15 million a year. So it's only a couple of $1 million per campus. So while it's welcome, it absolutely doesn't cover the full cost of regional service delivery and regional educational delivery. The Pilbara data on which the Department of Education bases its funding arrangements has estimated that it costs more like between 10 and 20% extra to deliver in regional areas than in metropolitan universities. So we welcome the current arrangements, but there's more to do if we're going to provide an equal access to education for people, a very large number of people who live in regional Australia compared to in the cities. The second aspect of implementation that's going to be important is to make sure that the bill and that the demand-driven funding in the bill doesn't enable or incentivise the siphoning out of regional students to universities elsewhere in Australia, because that's the only way by which growth can be achieved under the demand-driven model. Students who leave the regions to go and study in the cities, only 1 in 5 ever returns to work in the regions that they came from. And that really cuts off a very important pipeline of skilled workforce to regional Australia. So we are strongly of the view that, and the way that ATEC implements this through the mission-based compacts is the only way to control this, that the demand-driven funding mechanism, while desirable in principle, just shouldn't be allowed to become a mechanism for siphoning students out of the regions.
Thank you for that, Professor Leon. I now want to move to student choice. So some stakeholders have flagged concerns about the managed growth funding impacting on student choice. Could you take the committee through your views about whether you think the new system will impact student choice?
Can I say something about that, Senator? So, I'm a big believer in student choice, and I really wish that the students of the regions had the opportunity to choose a well-funded university with equivalent facilities and infrastructure as the universities in the city. And so I think when we're going to start talking about student choice, we need to first ensure that there's a level playing field on which the students are making that choice. At the moment, students who want really great facilities and well-funded research active professors are, of course, motivated to leave the regions and go to the cities, because those universities are able to offer something that their regional counterparts are not funded to provide. So we have some great laboratories on our campuses that were funded when there was an education infrastructure fund, but we don't have the international student revenue or the long-held deposits from much more generous university funding of the past that enable us to provide equivalent choice for students in the regions to access that kind of facilities. So yes, I'm all for student choice. Let's make sure that they've got a real choice that they can make. I'm concerned that this focus on student choice is really just is a version of saying that regional students should be motivated to leave their communities to go and study somewhere else. Most of them don't return. So it's a real cost to regional Australia, where there's already workforce shortages greater than in the metropolitan regions. It's also a real cost to each of those students, because they don't get to live at home. They don't get to manage their cost of living in their own location. Not everyone can afford up stakes from regional Australia and moved to, in the case of my communities, moved to Sydney. And so for many of them, the choice will become not studying at all. So we would very much advocate for ensuring that the regional universities of Australia are able to provide as good a quality of facilities to attract student choice as the city universities.
Senator, if I may, very much supporting Professor Leon's observations, let me provide a concrete example of why student choice is only meaningful if it's available in your local community. Burnie was seriously short of nurses. We offer a nursing course in Launceston. It's about an hour and a half's drive away. But that just an hour and a half's drive is too far for too many regional students to actually be able to contemplate doing it. When we opened a course in nursing in Burnie, thanks to government support, that's been attracting about 70 students a year from the region who stay in the region, people who did not have that opportunity before. We've done the same with pharmacy because the Northwest was seriously short on pharmacists. Again, we're able to, by working with the community, provide pharmacists that they're short of. When medicine started there, again, thanks to an initiative from the government, we've got students from the Northwest who are much more likely to stay in the Northwest to be the doctors that are needed in our rural communities. Choice is only meaningful if it's in your community, if it's quality, if it's available. Those concrete stories replicate across regional universities and around the nation. We drain choice from our regions, we literally drain the futures out of them.
Thank you, Professor Black. Rotating the call to Senator Scarr.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I'm alive to the fact we've got limited time. Thank you to all the witnesses. Your passion for the area really does shine through your comments, so thank you very much. Professor Leon, I've been listening very closely to your comments in relation to regional education of regional students, and it resonates very clearly with me coming from Queensland in terms of our regional areas and the shortages we have across different specialties, including the medical field, engineering field in our regions. You mentioned in your opening statement that you'd put forward a different model in relation to regional loading. I'm just wondering if you can walk us through that and how different it is from the model that's contained in the bill that we're considering.
So the model would take the CGS funding for each cluster and base the regional loading on the proportion as being a proportion of that funding amount. So the clusters for Commonwealth Grant Scheme funding do reflect that different degrees cost more to teach than others. And yet the regional loading, which is being provided at a flat rate, would only provide the same amount of uplift if you're doing an expensive to teach course like agriculture or veterinary science, as if you're doing a relatively cheap to teach course like education or law, which are, primarily classroom-based rather than lab-based. So the intention is to then ensure that you've got a better proportion, that the proportion flows through into the regional loading. For instance, with some of our courses like dental science and veterinary science and medicine, we substantially lose on every student. Every medical student we teach, we lose over $130,000 per student. Every vet that we educate through to graduation, we lose $74,000 per student just from the cost to teach. That's not counting research fraction or anything else in that. This is just the cost of teaching delivery as measured by the department's own Pilbara data. So the concept of doing the regional loading to be on a proportion of the funding for each funding cluster is meant to reflect the fact that that additional cost for more expensive disciplines has to flow through into that additional cost in regional Australia for the reasons that both Professor Black and I have outlined.
Okay, so Professor Black, do you want to add anything in relation to that?
Just a different perspective, really. We do think, and the opportunity needs to be pointed to in this bill, when the next set of funding kind of work under this bill occurs, there really are two major things that need to happen. Far and away the largest differentiating cost of regional education is scale. Small classes cost more to teach. The bill really does need to actively direct the ATEC to address the question of scale when it comes to the next round of funding. The second piece is distance. The needs-based funding currently delivers about only 3% of the total funding that comes to the sector. So it's actually quite a small amount. And even its current calculation is actually still based on some formulas that are seriously out of date and need updating. We welcome the fact the bill leaves that opportunity open to the ATEC to reform. So those two things, fixing scale and properly addressing regional costs, really are the key reforms needed to enable us to get funding where it needs to be. Professor Leon's suggestions would certainly be compatible with that kind of reform.
Senator, if I may, just to add one point to Leon and Professor Black's comments. Currently, Deakin University has quite a number of students. Of our 58,000, nearly 12,000 of our students are studying at a Geelong campus, and about 500 at our regional Warrnambool campus. But currently, under the classification of regional, our Geelong campus does not qualify for funding under these arrangements. Yet we have a substantial number of students also studying online, and the work that Geelong and Warrnambool campuses do in servicing the regional communities of the southwest of Victoria is a significant contribution that they make. So one of the things that we would also advocate for, and we did in our submission in relation to the needs-based funding, is that we recognise that similarly to what we were talking, I think it was Professor Black commented about the place-based or the postcode origin of students, that we recognise the importance of being able to fund on that arrangement as opposed to necessarily the campus location of study.
Okay, I just want to, and I did note that comment you made in your opening statement. I just wanted to give first Professor Black and then Professor Leon an opportunity to put their perspective on that point you've just raised. Professor Black?
Yeah, so our view is that the need of a student is determined by where they're from, and that is their original home address. That's where their life is based, where they return to, their families and the circumstances that determine their futures really get set. So that should be the basis of it. And secondly, the regional funding that attaches to a student should therefore, if it's regional funding, be available to regional universities. If you make it available to metropolitan universities, you do risk the phenomena, which we're certainly well familiar with in Tasmania, of metropolitan universities seeking to find profitable regional students and taking them out of regions. And that can be very damaging. So you don't want to set up an incentive system to have regions rated for profitable niche students that undermines the ability of regions to deliver at least some scale the courses those regions need.
Professor Leon?
Look, I share Professor Black's view that putting a price on the head of regional students just makes them an attractive target to siphon away to the cities. And as I've indicated, they mostly then don't come back, which is really damaging for regional Australia. The other thing I would say, of course, and I understand this is in the intent of ATEC for the future, is that the definition of equity student is pretty rough and ready. So postcode is a very approximate proxy for disadvantage. There's some alignment between postcode and low SES, but you can be a wealthy family in a low SES area, which is on average low SES, and you're still entitled to be treated as an equity student. We have over 50% of our student load are first-in-family students, which is a much better indicator of disadvantage necessarily than postcode. So I would urge the government to be considering a more modern version of a more accurate version of the definition of equity going forward. I do think it's important to recognise that the regional loading is supposed to be for the higher costs of regional delivery. That's the sort of objective underpinning for regional loading. And that while regionality is also often a measure of disadvantage because on average regional locations are not getting access to the same scale of primary and secondary education and often in lower socioeconomic cohorts. It's the regional cost of delivery that we really most need to address.
Thank you, Professor Leon. At this stage, I'm going to rotate the call to Senator Faruqi, and then I'll come to Senator O'Sullivan. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair. If I might start with you, Professor Leon. You rightly pointed out that regional universities should be funded properly. And I think you also raised two aspects that need to be funded, which is improved facilities, of course, and then, your, I guess, desire to attract research professors and research. But this bill does neither of those things. It doesn't provide any infrastructure funding, nor does it provide any research funding. All it does, I guess, is increase some of the, through the needs-based funding, gives some extra funding. But surely that's not going to be enough for what regional universities need. Do you have any comment on that?
Thank you, Senator. You're quite right that, the bill does only really, and I appreciate the bill is not trying to solve everything, but the committee does just need to be aware of the broader context in which it's operating. So our needs-based funding under this model will be about $20 million a year. Now, given how many students of ours are first in family, First Nations, low SES, it's a very small amount per student. It's welcome, but it's not going to change the world in terms of the level of service that we can provide. And it certainly won't address the problems that Professor Black has raised about the scale that most of our campuses have small classes, which is a wonderful experience for our students, obviously, but we're not funded to provide them in a location where you haven't got 500 students in a class. You're lucky if you've got between 20 and 50. So we welcome the funding, but it certainly won't be enough to cover the cost of delivery. But the broader questions about ensuring that regional universities are adequately funded to provide a real option that's just as attractive as a city university, they will go to these issues of infrastructure. Since the abolition of the Education Infrastructure Fund, the only way that universities have to upgrade or build new infrastructure is to make surpluses. The only way universities can make surpluses in the past was by international student revenue, a form of revenue that is being increasingly constricted, and especially for regional universities. And so even without building fancy new things, just our ability to accommodate the additional growth that managed growth envisages, all universities will not have the funding to upgrade and expand their teaching, their laboratories, their simulation labs, unless there is going to be a stream of infrastructure funding coming in future. So we await developments, I suppose, in this respect. And then on research, we are, all of our teaching academics, we have a teaching research allocation of workload, but regional universities get a tiny fraction of the research funding that is allocated in the competitive grants process. And so the problems of the nation need to be solved. Many of them need to be solved in regional Australia. Our food security, our energy transition, our social services for greater health and other disadvantage, they would greatly benefit from regionally informed research. And so a better allocation of funding that enables regional universities to contribute to the national economic and social benefit would be welcome.
Yeah, well, that's the heart of the issue, isn't it? There is more funding. Crumbs are not going to solve the problem that regional universities have, and to support their communities and their students, the envelope has to be, the pie has to be bigger. That's it, and this bill doesn't solve it. But just really quickly, Professor Leon, you spoke about the definition of equity, and I agree with you. It's a very narrow definition, and a lot of people will fall through, people who need, equity funding will fall through this. The University of Sydney has a much expanded definition. of equity in terms of low SES, which includes income, education, employment, occupation, housing, disability, and language proficiency dimensions. I'm not sure if you've seen it, but maybe if you could take it on notice, if you think that might be a better way to look at equity.
Look, I will take it on notice, but I'm aware that in order to apply this, it needs to be based on data that the government can reasonably access from other data sets in order to be able to not go through a transactional process of every single student providing information about their own particular disadvantage. So it's the kind of thing that we probably need advice from the Bureau of Statistics about the extent to which its own household level data can properly identify who is from an equity background based on things like parental level of education or household income. Otherwise, it's not possible to manage that as a system.
Yeah, from what I understand,
but I agree
they have been able to access the data. So if others could take that on notice as well. Yeah, thank you. Just going to Professor Black. Professor Black, your submission states that in the University of Tasmania's 2024 commencing cohort, at least 1 in 8 of low SES students shifted from low SES to a medium or high SES address during their studies. Could you just quickly highlight for us, under this bill, what sort of impact would it have on those students?
Yes, thank you. Very important question. So it would mean that they were not eligible for the regional fund, for the needs-based funding. And when you think about what's happening in that picture, these are students coming from there are students coming from areas where life expectancy is 20 years shorter than the area they're moving to. Their socioeconomic realities are defined by those kind of gaps. And just because they're forced to move to live relatively closer to the university, we're no longer able to support them. So that's profoundly inequitable, and that aspect of the bill should be corrected.
Okay, thank you. And Professor Black, another question, like Honorary Senior Fellow at the Centre of the Study of Higher Education, Mark Warburton has submitted that your university is among the top 10 universities who will most likely be affected by the removal of marginal funding because you have a large low SES cohort. Are you worried about this observation from Mr. Warburton?
We have been given some measure of protection by the kind of funding guarantee over the years. As that comes away in this transition period, we are made very economically vulnerable until a new and more comprehensive funding kind of plan comes into place. Our university, the cost of running our university is well reflected, but we're not funded for it. When you think about 3 campuses across an island, providing almost the widest range of offerings that you'd have anywhere, average class sizes are below 20, that's an extremely costly university to run, but critical. And so once the guarantees come away, we then do become very vulnerable indeed.
Thank you. And Professor Mooney, this bill, of course, does not at all address equity issues for first in family, for refugee students, for non-English speaking students. I think this Western Sydney University pointed that out. But it also doesn't really address the most egregious and inequitable policy in higher education, which is $50,000 arts degrees, the job-ready graduates package. It doesn't address student income support or increase that. I mean, from where I sit, it's not really a sustainable funding model because it offers very small amounts of money, $3.66 billion over 10 years, which is really less than 1% of the total expenditure of all universities. So for you, I wonder if you've calculated if your university will get any extra funding from this? And is there an assurance that this model proposed in the bill will actually result in more equity students going to uni and completing their degrees? Is there anything that guarantees that?
I think the second part of your question about the calculation we'll have to take on notice. But I guess when I look at our 2025 undergrad CSP equity data, 41% of students at Deakin were in one of the kind of categories of the data that we're currently collecting, or taking the point that was made earlier by Professor Leon that, it's really important that the data is actually there to evidence these categories as well. But we have seen improvements in equity data over the last couple of years for us. We've got 24% of Victorian enrolments study at Deakin. We have 24% of Victorian enrolments of students with a disability are actually studying with us at Deakin at the moment. 24% of regional students in Victoria study with us at the moment. 23% of First Nation undergrad students in Victoria study with us at the moment. Will this funding change? Look, the needs-based funding will go some of the way, but like my colleagues acknowledge that it's not going to cover. It's a highly aspirational piece of work, the benefit of the Accord 2050, trying to ensure that we can reach those targets, but the funding is important. And just acknowledging the commentary earlier about the regional campuses and the cost, the scale and the scope challenge, Geelong is also a regional, even though it doesn't fit the category of this, it also suffers from similar kind of scenarios in terms of that scale and scope.
Senator, can I just add also to the final part of your question regarding will this lead to any further students? I think that's very much we're looking into, we're trying to crystal ball gaze, aren't we? Because it is a complex system. As has been discussed here, this is only one part of the funding. But as you rightfully point out, Jobs Ready Graduates continues. And for those of us with longer memories, particularly once back to the aborted reforms of Christopher Pyne at the time, a common argument made was that price wasn't what they were looking at. Well, increasingly, particularly post-COVID, we are seeing feedback that price has become a factor in the choice students are making. Victoria is perhaps the most affected state by the long tail of COVID to student enrolments. So whether we see further students, we're not sure, but we're also having to prepare for a shrinkage in the school leaver class to begin with. You then add on JRG, the impact of those degrees, you add on higher cost of living, and some of the concerns we've been discussing here today. It doesn't exactly stack the deck towards the great expansion of enrolments. I know there's a lot of work still going on. There's work by the ATEC going on. But they are concerns that we've been on record about, certainly, and I know that our colleagues appearing here today have also spoken about.
Yes. I do need to rotate the last couple of minutes to Senator O'Sullivan.
I just have one more question, Chair.
Well, we're just about at time and Senator O'Sullivan hasn't had his question. So if Senator O'Sullivan is still seeking the call, I do need to pass to Senator O'Sullivan. Senator, you are muted still. Okay, we don't have Senator O'Sullivan, so in that case we might have to put his questions on notice and send
there we go. Sorry, I'm pressing the unmute button about 50 times there. Thank you, Chair. I apologise for that. Look, just a couple of quick follow-up questions. Firstly, just Professor Black, if we can go back to you and your evidence that you're providing, my colleague Senator Scarr, can you just clarify something? You appear to be saying that there are two criteria to be met for regional component. That is that the student must be from a regional area and the course must be delivered at a regional campus. Can you just expand a little bit on that? Just clarify what you're saying.
Yeah, no, that's correct, Senator. That would seem essential to delivering kind of regional funding. The student is from a region and it's attending a regional university. Otherwise, you create a range of kind of problematic incentives
Either regional students don't get support because they end up having to live close to in a non-regional setting, or funding bleeds out of regions to metropolitan universities, which again defeats the objective of this kind of stream of funding.
In your submission, you say that UTAS has been under-enrolled since 2021, and you attribute this to the ageing population, falling school leaver numbers, and the cost of maintaining small-scale courses. Can you tell me, how does restricting enrolments elsewhere address those underlying drivers in UTAS under enrolment?
What the model does is to ensure that for the students we do have, that we are adequately funded for them. We are one of those parts of Australia where we have crossing the demographic threshold to a shrinking and aging population, a very modest scale. So those are communities still, it's vital to serve them. So we want to make sure they're funded per student to make that possible.
Can I go to Deakin? Under this bill, once you reach its permitted buffer, the financial incentive is effectively to turn away additional students. How does requiring a successful university to reject willing students help Australia meet the government's 80% tertiary attainment objective?
Senator, we have not been on record supporting the caps on student numbers across this period of reform and policy change. We have chosen, if I may put it this way, chosen those issues we've pushed back most strongly on, but we have experienced in the past what would now be termed over-enrolment, which, as you rightfully point out, would cap the funding those students receive. And still accounting for the concerns discussed here today about the intersection between student choice and the importance of healthy and thriving communities, we haven't particularly been in favour of that idea of pure caps on the students if we have them. The idea of cutting off the funding, as you say, Deakin is a university that over the past decade has grown exponentially, and our performance in terms of employment outcomes, our performance in terms of student satisfaction and their ratings are things we're incredibly proud of. And the feedback we receive is that has been a part of our enrolment growth.
And so do you have a recommendation for a more superior way of tackling it then?
I think, Senator, it's fair to say that so much of this comes down to the funding pool that would be available. During the initial accord process, Deakin proposed a quite different funding model that instead of the current system, which largely relies on headcount placing, CSPs, etc., we proposed a move to a mixture of block and headcount funding, specifically to the point of allowing growth in student numbers while also protecting the vital social, economic and community role that regional universities and regional campuses play. And we made that recommendation based on the fact that Deakin is unique in this room, particularly, but overall in the sector. We have a truly rural regional campus in Warrnambool that on the pure introduction of demand, we saw student numbers halve overnight, but we know we have a role to play there. Then we have Geelong, which is quasi-regional, but as my colleague has pointed out, services a large number of rural regional students who there is no local campus, and then we have Burwood. So that was the proposal we put during the accord process, at least.
Charles Sturt, in your submission, you welcome the conversion of partially funded places into fully funded places. But from the perspective of the system as a whole, if the government spends additional money converting an existing place into a fully funded place, that expenditure has not itself created any additional student opportunity. Isn't it that additional expenditure for no new places is a significant opportunity cost?
So Charles Sturt is over-enrolled, reflecting, I believe, our attraction to the students of the region and the very strong graduate outcomes that they achieve by coming to Charles Sturt. But it means that we are carrying about $30 million of unfunded student educational delivery, which we just are not equipped to do. So inevitably it means that we are cutting back on the services that we ought to be able to provide to students. So we do think that it's essential to fund universities for the students they actually have. Otherwise, those students are all getting by on meagre rations rather than the actual full cost of delivery. We haven't yet had our negotiation with the ATEC about numbers, but we understand that the intention for universities like mine is to have a mix of, going forward, gradually funding the marginally funded places and also providing for additional growth. So we hope to continue to grow as a university, and we believe we have the scope to grow in our places. And because we are a majority equity regional university, we believe that we are very much the kind of university that the government intends to allow to grow, as well as gradually funding the marginally funded places so that we aren't just impoverished in the way we are trying to deliver great services to regional students.
Thank you, Professor Leon. At this point, Senators, we are over time, so I'm seeking to move to the next panel. I'd like to thank all of you for the effort you've put into your submissions and for appearing before us today, but you're now free to log off, please. I know there were some questions on notice taken and we're asking for those to be returned to us by the 31st of August. Thank you very much. And now I would like to welcome representatives also joining us via video conference from the University of Queensland, from Western Sydney University and the University of Melbourne. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses has been provided to each of you. For the Hansard record, I'll ask you all to just introduce yourself in terms of say your name and the position that you hold, and then I'll come back to you for opening statements. And if we could go in the order in which I announced you, so we'll start with University of Queensland.
Deborah Terry, Vice-Chancellor, University of Queensland.
Thank you. And from Western Sydney University, apologies.
It's George Williams, Vice-Chancellor of Western Sydney University.
Thanks, Professor Williams. And from the University of Melbourne.
Michael Wesley, Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Global Culture and Engagement from the University of Melbourne.
Thank you. And if you have opening statements, we'll go around in the same order.
Okay. Thank you very much. Sorry, my screen's just gone haywire. Yeah. My apologies.
Would you like me to come back to you after the next opening statement?
Yes, I'll come. Sorry, mine. Yes, sorry.
Okay, we'll go to you, Professor Williams, then.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I'm really proud to be here on behalf of Western Sydney University, and thank you for the invitation to speak to these important issues. As you know, we're dedicated to Western Sydney, the fastest growing region in the country, most youthful, diverse, and we've also seen some of the biggest infrastructure investments with a brand new urban airport about to open, the first in 50 years in Australia. And all up, our backyard is 2.9 million people. We're the only university dedicated to 1 in 10 Australians in our region. And what we know in our region is that both university and TAFE are vital to the region and our people achieving their potential. And so what we realise in coming to this committee is that we need a successful system of higher education that can actually achieve those goals. The bottom line for us is we're seeing every day that the current system is failing to deliver on this promise. It is not realising the full benefits, and too often it is the very people who should have the most opportunity for higher education, who need the social mobility, who are missing out from the current system. We're seeing, say, low SES students. 1 in 10 low SES students have exited the sector over recent years, and we see this particularly in Western Sydney, in often really quite disturbing fashion. We also recognise that the bill is an important part of seeking to address these issues. It's not the complete solution, but it's the right step forward in our position. It is the first step to the system that we need to better serve Western Sydney and the nation. And a key reason for us is that we support the idea of moving from what is largely a market-driven sector, where market failure is too often an occurrence, to a system that actually treats education as the public good it is. We're keen to move from the JRG system, where education is treated as a transaction, to something that actually is a public good that delivers benefits for the whole community. And we look forward to having a system of stewardship where actually it is treated as a public good in line with national priorities. We also support the change because we do strongly support student choice within that framework. We see this as enhancing student choice. We see this as improving the ability of students to make choices amongst diverse universities. And critically, we know a big factor for students is the ability to study close to home in their community, and cost of living and other pressures mean for many students, if they don't have that choice, in effect, they have no choice at all. We also welcome the fact that this will address the two-track system we have, which is very much focused on wealthier kids able to thrive at university. But we see students from poorer backgrounds, especially and increasingly young men, missing out entirely upon university and TAFE. And we also support the idea that this will drive us towards the 80% target. And we know if we don't get to the 80% target, given the 9 out of 10 new jobs will require tertiary education, that we'll simply have a larger number of Australians ill-equipped to actually have the jobs that will be available. So we come to the inquiry strongly supporting the bill. We would like to see it passed along with the 2050 Alliance. We do have what we see as some improvements. We do support ATEC considering the sustainability and mission of universities to make sure universities are available where students want to study. We do support outreach activities continuing to be available to extend opportunity and choice. And we do also support re-looking through ATEC at the definition of equity to make sure that taxpayers' money is well directed as opposed to the current often ineffective and blunt postcode approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Williams. I'll come back to you, Professor Terry.
Thank you very much. And Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear today on behalf of the University of Queensland. Now, I'd like to start by saying that UQ supports the intent of the bill and its ambition to create a funding framework that facilitates growth in higher education attainment, particularly for students from low SES, regional, remote and Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander backgrounds. To achieve these ambitions, we support the establishment of the Australian Tertiary Education Commission as an independent steward of the system, with a role in ensuring that the sector operates sustainably, cohesively and in the national interest. However, as both the UA and GO8 submissions make clear, it is essential that the right balance is struck between stewardship and institutional autonomy, a balance that allows the ongoing diversity of mission and approach that is so critical to the success of our sector. At the same time, the new system must preserve both student choice and support for effective outreach activity, which, as we know, is a key enabler of increased participation in higher education. The bill proposes significant changes to our funding system. Its success will depend on whether it provides students with genuine opportunity and choice, universities with appropriate funding, certainty and autonomy, and ATEC with sufficient flexibility to respond to changing demand and enrolment patterns. Our submission is focused on ensuring that the new system is workable. First, we recommend earlier and clearer funding allocation timelines. Universities make recruitment and admissions decisions well before the start of each year. At UQ, we publish guaranteed ATAR thresholds in June to give the following year's prospective students certainty about their eligibility. We recommend that the Minister determine the following year's total allocation pool by the 1st of April, with a similar deadline applied to the international allocation pool. Second, the provisions that relate to core student load parameters require amendments to achieve the policy intent. Universities that fill their allocated places should not have future allocations reduced because of unavoidable lags in verified data. The ATEC should be required to consider preliminary and projected enrolment data and to reassess any domestic student profile reductions once the prior year's verified data are available. Third, we have concerns about the over-enrolment funding adjustments We agree that all students should be fully funded, with marginally funded load avoided. However, the sector's willingness to over-enrol has supported system growth and helped ensure capable students were not denied a place when population growth exceeded funding growth. In other words, over-enrolment penalties should not reduce student opportunity or penalise universities for factors outside their control. If transitional commencing limits are too rigid, universities may need to raise entry thresholds, restrict offers or close applications early to avoid a financial penalty. Our fourth recommendation relates to the fact that we are pleased that the bill introduces protections for needs-based funding, but we're disappointed that there are not clearer provisions to support managed demand-driven equity funding. We would also like to see stronger protections for demand-driven places for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander students. And finally, we broadly support the proposed approach to international student place allocations, subject to amendments that provide timely allocations and explicitly exclude higher degree by research and non-award students from the international allocation pool. In sum, UQ supports the purpose and ambition of the bill. Our recommendations are designed to help the legislation deliver that ambition in practice, with clearer timelines, stronger protections for equity and student choice, sufficient flexibility for the ATEC, and appropriate safeguards for institutional autonomy. Thank you, and I welcome our discussion.
Thank you very much. Professor Wesley.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to appear today. The University of Melbourne strongly supports the government's ambition to increase tertiary attainment to 80% by 2050. Education performs many functions in our society, including expanding options and life opportunities. We acknowledge that the bill represents a genuine attempt to address systemic challenges in higher education funding and widen participation for students from underrepresented cohorts. However, we have concerns that this bill, despite its intentions, contains three fundamental problems that could work against that objective. First, the structural incentives are misaligned with the government's goals. The proposed framework for managed growth funding creates perverse incentives that could reduce rather than increase the number of students in the system. For example, the 750 EFSL cap on over-enrolments penalises larger universities for high retention rates and prevents them from responding confidently to student demand. Second, the bill grants the Minister extraordinarily broad powers with insufficient safeguards. The Minister will have discretion over the number of student places in the system and the conditions attached to grants, with very few legislative protections. This means there is no guarantee that a future Minister will prioritise growth or that growth will continue. It also risks politicising the sector and undermining institutional autonomy. Third, the needs-based funding system unfairly excludes certain student cohorts and prevents institutions from meeting their community's specific needs. Critically, it lacks legislative safeguards to ensure ongoing funding. We welcome the proposed amendments put forward by the government and the member for Curtin. In addition, we propose amendments that will provide certainty for students and institutions, align incentives with the government's goals, and protect the integrity of the system. These are essential for ensuring the reforms work. We recommend that the bill establishes a floor for the pool of student places that grows over time, ensuring the system expands as intended. We recommend that it includes legislative safeguards on ministerial conditions to provide certainty to students and universities, protect institutional autonomy, and prevent politicisation. And we recommend it removes the 750 EFSL cap so larger universities are not penalised for meeting targets in their mission-based compacts. We are committed to working with the government to get this right. The stakes are too high and the opportunities too great to pass legislation that inadvertently undermines the very goals it seeks to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you. Senators, we are running tight again, so 7-minute blocks. I'm coming to Senator Mulholland, then Senator O'Sullivan and Senator Faruqi. Senator Mulholland.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you for our witnesses for appearing. And from the outset, I will declare that I'm an alma mater of the University of Queensland, so just pop that out there. Now, the move to a new managed growth funding system and the introduction of demand-driven needs-based funding were both recommendations from the University Accord. Can I just go through each one of the witnesses in the order of which you've been providing your statements to date, just for ease of access? Are these changes around the managed growth funding and the needs-based funding, are they changes something that your organisation has advocated for through the process of being engaged with the department?
I can start if I think I end up being first. I mean, yes, is the answer. And, we strongly support the Accord ambition. We see its need here in Western Sydney, and we fight for this both as a university and as a member of the 2050 Alliance, representing many universities that are focused on areas of growth within Australia, but also areas where we're seeing quite significant underrepresentation of people in university, where we recognise that needs to be remedied if people are genuinely going to have a fair go in higher education in Australia.
Thank you.
Happy to follow. Absolutely, those clear themes that came out in the Accord roadmap, we are certainly supportive of, and certainly in our submission to the Accord, we're making the same points that the system does need to grow into the future. If we look at the skills that will be required for future generations, it's absolutely critical that the system grows, number one, and number two, that we are better able to ensure that those parts of our community where participation is not at the level that it is in other parts of our community, that changes. So completely aligned with our views.
Senator, thanks for your question. The University of Melbourne has advocated for managed growth funding. In fact, because of our unique Melbourne model, we have been in managed growth mode since the early 2010s, around about 2012 onwards. So yes, we support the managed growth funding, but we have concerns about the way that the legislation designs the needs-based funding. We think it's unduly restrictive for students and student choice. And I'd be happy to expand on that if there is time later in the session.
Thank you for that, Professor. I'll now just, Professor Williams, if I can direct a question to you, particularly for Western Sydney University. Some stakeholders have flagged concerns about the managed growth funding system impacting student choice. Could you take us through, take the committee through the views of Western Sydney University and whether you think the new system would impact student choice?
It will impact in a positive way, is how we see it. And the starting point is that we're not about designing a system. I've never had a system which is about completely unfettered choice. Myself, I didn't get into my first choice of university. We have an ATAR system. You put a multiplicity of choices down. I've worked at multiple universities, of course, where you see some students are able to access and some not. And also we have areas like medicine, which are really tightly controlled, or vet, or other areas. So we have a system that operates choice within a national framework. The real question is, well, what is that framework? What is that system in which students make choices? And here what we see are big improvements that will actually enhance the way student choice operates. I mean, one is to make sure students have a variety of choices. Diversity is really important in the sector. We don't want a sector where there's just a few very large universities. We already have some approaching 100,000 students. Is that really in the interests of students to have universities which are so monolithic as opposed to more diversity and difference? Another key aspect of choice is many students can't choose unless they have a university close to home. We say that in Western Sydney. We have to have 15 teaching locations in Western Sydney because the cost of living is so high that if you're on a bus, a train or whatever is available, spending up to 4 hours a day, that's not a choice. You need to support universities, and particularly in regional areas. Look at Northern Queensland and elsewhere. So you need a system that's about sustainability, mission of universities, so students can make choices that are reflective of them. And another aspect as well, particularly for the national intervention and regulation of choice, is we actually do need choice reflective of the skills that are needed in communities. We actually need ways of ensuring that those skills are addressed. And one of the critical ways is that if students study in a local university, they're likely to stay and work there. I mean, 70% of our students at Western Sydney stay, live and work in Western Sydney, and of course higher in some regional areas. So if we're serious about addressing the skill shortages and the like and connecting students to great jobs, then where you study and the choices you have and the viability of universities is really important. And look, the last thing I'd say I think that's critical, it's often missed in this, is the many students who effectively don't have a choice at all because the system so works against them. They don't have a viable path. Of course, JRG is a big part of that, but it's not the only part of that. And so we can talk about the choice of many, but what about the increasing number of students, 1 in 10, who just are not going to uni anymore from poorer backgrounds? The current system is failing those students, and we need this intervention, the stewardship, so that every student actually can have a choice and a realistic chance, if they've got the talent and work hard, to get ahead through universities. So bottom line is we think this is absolutely the right way of structuring choice in line with national needs, diversity. And we don't need just Coles and Woolworths, a small number of choices. We think students need a genuine range of choices to choose from, including those in their immediate area.
Thank you. I'll just check in with the chair how we're travelling for time. Chair?
You've got a minute, so.
Okay, very quickly. My last question was around just checking in with each one of our panel members whether your university has already commenced your conversation with ATAC for your compact for 2027?
Yes, we have. Yes.
Yes.
Yes, we have.
Okay. Thank you for that. I'll hand back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Mulholland. Senator Sullivan, over to you for 7 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. It's a great discussion. Can I go firstly to University of Melbourne? How many international students are enrolled at your university, and what proportion of the student body does that reflect?
Thanks for your question, Senator. We currently have 26,461 international students, and they comprise 46% of our student population.
The bill, in effect, converts international student intake into a capped intake with a high degree of control conferred on the minister to not only determine the pool of international students available, but also the institutions to which they will be allocated. Are you comfortable with this change in the system?
So, Senator, we broadly support managing the intake of international students, but we do have concerns about the extent of ministerial discretion in this legislation. The bill grants the minister very broad powers with minimal parliamentary oversight, and this creates uncertainty for universities and students and undermines the bill's own objectives. As you say, the bill will give the minister total control over the total number of domestic and international student places in the system, and these are decisions that will be fundamental to universities' revenue capacity and ultimately viability. As I said, they're not subject to this discretionary power is not subject to parliamentary disallowance, and there is no requirement that the minister allocate growth of places. There is also a great deal of power in this legislation giving the minister the power to determine the conditions over which a provider must comply. And so we have real concerns over the amount of ministerial discretion here, and we suggest that we recommend that there is legislation of minimum growth in domestic student places to ensure certainty for students and providers. We agree with the University of Queensland that early indications of the numbers that are going to be allocated are made, and we support the rolling back of the ministerial discretion in this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Terry, can I get a response to those same questions? The number of international students, what that is as a proportion of your total enrolment, and then just that final question there on whether you're comfortable with the change and in relation to the ministerial discretion.
Yes, no, thank you. Thank you very much, Senator. We currently sit at 38% of international, of our student cohort is international. We have our own cap. We don't exceed 40%, and it currently sits at 18,475 FSOL. I agree with the broad comments that Professor Wesley has just made. We are as I've already said, it's absolutely critical that we receive information ahead of time in terms of what our total allocation pool is going to be. We need to be able to communicate directly with prospective students. We pride ourselves on not changing and I'm now talking domestic students, we don't change our cutoffs for programs. We advertise them ahead of time, and we feel that it's appropriate so that students do have the choice that we're advocating for, that they're able to understand, whether they'll be likely to be offered a place at the University of Queensland. So that the ministerial discretion that Professor Wesley has talked about, we also agree with. There absolutely has to be a floor in the system so that we can see growth going forward, and universities should be informed as to their allocation of places much earlier than is currently anticipated.
Your submission tells us that UQ is around 14% over enrolment in 2026, in part because the retention rate improved, and
yes.
Also because the Year 12 cohort increased 12% between 22 and 25. Is it your position that the legislation in effect treats improved retention, which is plainly a desirable outcome, as capable of generating a financial penalty?
Yes, absolutely. We are concerned about that, and I intimated it in my opening comments. To avoid such scenarios, we recommend that ATEC has the flexibility to retrospectively increase commencement levels when it can be demonstrated that that limit has been exceeded because of unanticipated demand, population growth that has exceeded our expectations, which we saw, as you know, in South East Queensland post-COVID, changing study patterns or improve student retention.
You've said that you support the discouraging significant over-enrolment because some universities have unused allocations. But what evidence is there that a student that UQ rejects will take up one of those unused places? Isn't that casual step essential to the policy case?
Well, we have concerns about the over-enrolment funding adjustments. Again, I agree with Michael that it would. The 750, I think, doesn't make a lot of sense. Our universities vary in size, as Professor Williams has articulated, and we would prefer to see, something like the 5% over-enrolment buffer, because, as I say, we make decisions ahead of time in terms of our recruitment, our admissions. We try and we publish our guaranteed ATAR thresholds ahead of time. So we need to have some buffer there, and I think 750 doesn't make a lot of sense because that's applying to all universities irrespective of size. It should be a percentage.
And I think this will be my last question, Chair.
Thanks.
Yeah. Have I got time?
Yeah, just...
Yeah. Thank you. Can I go back to University of Melbourne? Your submission recommends retaining support for regional and remote students who choose a metropolitan campus. Is the purpose of regional component of needs-based funding to support students who come from the regions, or is it to offset the higher costs of course delivery in those regions?
Thanks for your question, Senator. Look, the intention, I think, is both. I'm aware of the greater costs for people who are relocating from regional or rural settings to cities. There is a higher cost of living, and of course, there is the cost of commuting back to your family and your community as well. We've got a couple of problems with the way that this needs-based funding has been structured. The first one is we worry that a low SES student is determined by the level of their ATAR. There's an 80 ATAR cutoff, 80-point ATAR cutoff. That's a poor indicator of a student's background and where they come from. It creates perverse incentives where universities may lower ATAR in order to capture needs-based funding. And it's unfair and makes administration unnecessarily complex. We think that needs-based funding should be expanded to include postgraduate students, and we think that it removes the choice of going to study at a metropolitan university for rural and regional students. We support the University of Western Sydney and the University of Queensland in saying students should be given the maximum choice, including people from disadvantaged backgrounds or rural and regional backgrounds. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator O'Sullivan. Senator Freaky, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. If I might go to you first, Professor Wesley, just on the ATAR issue. Of course, this bill will implement ATAR-based scaling, where a low SES student with a higher ATAR will attract less support funding, which seems very egregious to me. Are you suggesting in your amendments that this ATAR-based scaling be removed?
Yes, Senator, I am.
Okay, thank you. And if I could go to you, Professor Derry, there has been a lot of discussion through the day on the issue of student choice. And maybe, Professor Wesley, you could answer that as well. We've heard from Professor Williams about students having a choice in a diversity of universities, which are all, funded and have, world-class teaching and learning and research. But at the moment, that's not the case. And the only way to do that is to actually provide funding to those universities to be able to achieve that, not make it conditional on moving struggling students around a chessboard who may or may not want to go to that particular university. So it's back to front from where I sit, like fund the university so students want to go there, rather than hoping that students will go there or might go there and that university might get a little bit of funding, which is just crumbs that is offered at the moment. 3.66 billion over 10 years, doesn't even touch the sides. And Professor Terry, in your submission, you have said that you doubt whether this legislation places students at the center of the reforms to support student aspirations, agency, and choice. So if you could both give us your perspective on whether this bill actually puts students at the center, or does it constrain their choices?
Yeah, thank you, Senator, and it is a very good point. I mean, as I said at the beginning, our sector has been well served by virtue of the fact that it is a diverse sector, and we have diverse missions. And if you look at the different universities that make up our sector, we are quite different. We have historically said, and we agree with this, that there should be funding that supports regional universities. They are a very important part of our system, and we recognise that. Course. Absolutely recognise that. But it is important that we support student choice. Now, Professor Williams has articulated the fact that, of course, all universities and different courses will have different cut-offs and different, they'll be more or less difficult to get into. But what we want to do at the University of Queensland is to be able to communicate very clearly with prospective students what is required to come and study here in terms of ATAR, in terms of prerequisites. And what we wouldn't want to see is a system where we then are really turning students away or having to make different decisions through a funding round, which is why we've argued, firstly, that we need to know what the funding allocation is earlier, number one, and number two, we do need to acknowledge the fact that there will be some over-enrolment. We agree with fully funding all students, but there will be some over-enrolment, and I think those penalties should be re-looked at so that we are not reducing student opportunity and choice.
And Professor Wesley, if you could briefly address that as well.
Senator, I strongly support what Professor Terry has said about maximising student choice and also about the importance of a diverse system to get to that 80% target by 2050. We support and are very committed to widening participation of our student body. We have very explicit targets which we have to report on to our council yearly about how we are going. We also have extensive scholarship programs. We have, to support what Professor Terry and Professor Williams said, we do have high entry standards to the University of Queensland, to the University of Melbourne, sorry. We, for instance, have very high standards of maths required for students who are studying our STEM disciplines. But what we provide is a scheme called Fee-Free Uni Ready, which provides fee-free, as it says, bridging courses for students who may not come up to those standards of maths and other academic skills as well. So we are highly committed to providing ways for students from a diverse range of backgrounds to come to the University of Melbourne. And we are concerned that a student from a disadvantaged or rural and regional background who gets over an 80% ATAR gets so much less, and we get so much less support for that student than a student that maybe gets a 79 or a 78.
Thank you. The last question to all three of you is, and I think university should be fee-free for everyone, no matter what course they do. I think you're pretty familiar with my stand on that, but I just want to say, I think the Queensland University of Technology Vice-Chancellor at the Education Summit said that for us it feels a little bit like managed non-growth rather than managed growth. We have heard all morning that if this bill passes, it will still do nothing for the most egregiously inequitable policy, which is the job-ready graduates package with $50,000 arts degrees. For student debt, it won't do anything for supporting students in terms of the allowances that they get. And actually, no university or the universities that I've spoken to today, know how much increase of funding they will get. No one has calculated that. No one knows that. We know that it will only touch the sides of the funding that is needed. We have also heard that there is no guarantee that this bill will actually result in more student places. So my question to you is this: shouldn't we be pushing for increasing the envelope of funding? Shouldn't Minister Clare go back to the Prime Minister and say, well, we need more funding? There is no way to resolve the issues and the crisis that the universities are in with reform that just moves things around.
And look, yes, without a doubt. And we support this bill without suggesting it fixes all of the problems. It doesn't. JRG is one of the largest, the absence of funding. And it's not just the absence of funding, it's that under JRG, $4 billion has been stripped out of the sector. So we've gone backwards at the very time students are being asked to pay more effectively for less. So there is a critical problem with public funding. But that is an additional problem along with JRG that needs to be solved. And so we do support those things. And we do think needs-based funding and the like can be expanded to get more people into university from underrepresented backgrounds. As I've said, it's gone backwards 10% in the last 5 years. It's going in the wrong direction.
Mainly because of JRG, Professor Williams, and it doesn't address that issue. Like, what's the guarantee? What's the guarantee that this will change anything?
Well, and I think it will make substantive changes and positive changes, but it won't be sufficient by itself. I think moving from that market system to a stewardship system is something we strongly support. We think it will make a material difference, but you're right, we will also need more funding to go in, and it's insufficient at this point. And can I just say on the choice point, I don't disagree with anything that's been said. I think my colleagues make good points, and in particular the need for earlier information. We really, all of us need that earlier. This is a really tough year for us. But for me, I think it's just wrong to equate, and I'm not saying they say this at all, but it's wrong to equate student choice with marginal funding. Marginal funding is not the way to address student choice. What it does is underfund students. You can't provide them the education they want. And it's also really perverse. You end up encouraging universities to enrol extra students in disciplines with high student contributions. So we're not talking about STEM engineering or other areas in line with skill needs. You actually end up with overloading business and other students because of a growth formula that prioritises certain forms of funding. And you end up this market-driven approach, which again isn't about student choice, but so much more about how do universities maximise their revenue within a system where they're financially enormously stretched because of the amount that's been pulled out. That's not student choice, it's a broken system at the moment that needs to be fixed.
Could I have a response from the other professors really quickly?
Senator, due to suspend, so if I can ask you to keep it to less than a minute.
Yes, very agree with you, Senator. I mean, the Accord, Universities Accord process gave a very clear and defensible roadmap for what is needed in terms of growth going forward, and that will need to be funded. Absolutely agree with the comments around JRG. And absolutely, there is work going on in relation to JRG, but it does need to be unwound. And absolutely agree with the stewardship, the needs-based funding. They are sensible steps forward. And I would certainly agree with Professor Williams. This is not about marginal funding at all. All student places should be fully funded, but we do need a buffer if through the systems we end up over-enrolling to some extent, and I agree it should be a percentage, not a flat number of 750.
Very briefly, look, I'm in full agreement with Professors Williams and Terry. The only other thing I would say, Senator, is that JRG not only changed education funding levels, but it broke the link to research funding. And that link has never been restored. And when you're running a university that is required to do research as part of its mission, that research needs to be funded, and that's been broken as well. So I'm in hearty agreement that the funding system needs to be comprehensively reformed.
Thank you, Professor Wesley. That does conclude the time we have for this panel. I'd like to thank you for your submissions and for providing evidence with us today. Any further information is required to be returned to us by Monday, the 31st of August. Senators, we will now suspend for a period of 1 hour. We will be returning with our next panel at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Committee will now resume. And I would like to welcome representatives via video conference from the National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Postgraduates Association and the Council of Australian Postgraduates Associations. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, I'd like you each to please state your full names and the capacity in which you're appearing today. Do we have Associate Professor Leroy Dyer? Okay. What about the witnesses from the Council of Australian Postgraduates Association?
I think possibly some of us are just having some technical difficulties, but I'll start. My name is Maxim Buckley, and I'm the Policy and Research Advisor for the Council of Australian Postgraduate Associations.
Great. And who else do we have?
I'm happy to go. So my name is Jesse Gardner-Russell. I'm the National President of the Council of Australian Postgraduate Associations.
Yes, Richard Lee, National Vice President of Council of Australian Postgraduate Associations.
Okay, and I think we have Associate Professor Leroy Dyer online now. If so, Professor, if you could please just state your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing today.
I think she's having issues with the audio. I couldn't hear the meeting. I had to change some settings, so I think she's just fixing her audio.
Okay, all right. Well, what we might do is kick off with opening statements then. So of the witnesses online, who has an opening statement they wish to provide?
I believe we all do. Thank you.
Okay, well, how about we go in the order in which you introduced yourselves? Thank you.
All right, is it okay if I start?
Sure. Let's just get started. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair, for having the Council of Australian Postgraduate Associations, peak body for over 570,000 postgraduate students in Australia here today. My name is Jesse. I'm a PhD candidate at the University of Melbourne. And just the other month, my research was published in one of the top international journals, which unveiled a new way to prevent vision loss, which so often follows a stroke. That research exists because a low SES regional Victorian got their opportunity at university. I'm one of the exact students this bill is named for. So we support its intention. Opening that door to kids from regional towns or a low-income home, that goal is right. But we feel that the bill misses the mark. We're 2 years and 3 budgets on from the University Accord and that the government commissioned, and its centrepiece funding legislation misunderstands what university students actually look like in 2026. So I'm going to say something that you rarely hear from a student representative, and that is the Coalition's Job Ready Graduates package, which people like me regularly criticise, did one genuinely good thing. By letting universities shift Commonwealth Supported Places, or CSPs, between levels of study, it put more than 6,000 extra Australians into CSP health postgraduate degrees in 2024 compared with 2020, with thousands more in teaching and IT. A legacy we think is worth preserving. Postgraduate coursework students are in their late 20s and early 30s. They're more likely than undergraduates to be working full-time, and it's the degree of choice for a reskilling or upskilling Australian. Think of a mum in regional Victoria who stepped back from work to raise her kids and now wants to retrain as a teacher to earn more for her family. A postgraduate place is the only degree a university can charge her full fee for. It'll be less than $20,000 with the CSP or $75,000 without one. So the moment you cap the system, her CSP is the first one that gets cut. It's the only one the university can refill at full fee, and it's the one that they get no needs-based funding for. It's robbing Peter to pay Paul. She can no more save her way to that $75,000 degree than I could for my bachelor's, and I spent my gap year working full-time at IT, part-time at KFC, and tutoring on the side just to afford to move from regional Victoria to the University of Melbourne. A CSP is also what let me do my master's, and my master's is what got me into research. Take that away, and that research that gives hope to someone who just lost their sight doesn't exist. We're not asking for a single dollar. We're asking for you to make the bill blind to the level of study. It takes two easy fixes, and they work together. The first is the needs-based funding. The bill rightly gives Indigenous postgraduates needs-based funding, but it stops just one line short of providing that same support to low SES or regional postgraduates. Secondly, needs-based funding can only follow a student who already holds a CSP. The Minister promised that if you get the marks and you've got what it takes, you'll get a place. A promise that for many who scale the bill is not written in that way, and that the government's own memorandum limits to non-medical bachelor degrees. We're calling for both to be in the bill, for postgraduates too. The bill is called Opening the Doors of Opportunity. Right now, it's a door stopper. Thank you, and we welcome your questions.
Thank you. We'll stick with the council. So are there other members of the council who have opening statements?
Yep. Thank you, Chair and Senators. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. So my name is Richard Lee, and I'm the National Vice President of the Council of Australian Postgraduate Associations, the peak body for postgraduate students in Australia. So my colleague Jessie has discussed the technical implication of this bill for postgraduate students, and I want to speak briefly about something more fundamental, which is the dignity and choice for postgraduate students. So the premise of this bill is one that CAPA strongly supports. Where you grow up, what your parents earn, or what postcode you came from should not determine whether the doors of our universities are open to you. But opportunity in higher education cannot and should not be something we offer Australians once at the age of 17 or 18. People's lives change. The 18-year-old who chooses one career path may discover at 25 that their aspirations have changed. I certainly don't abide by the career pathway my school career counsellor and I planned when I was 17. Now think about a parent who leaves the workforce to care for their children who might need a new qualification to return, or a worker whose profession has transformed by automation that needs to be retrained altogether. No one drifts into a postgraduate degree the way that a 17-year-old or an 18-year-old drifts into a bachelor's because it's the next step after school. You make a conscious choice deliberately, usually in your mid to late 20s or 30s, usually whilst working full-time. Senators, more than 150,000 Australians work full-time while studying postgraduate qualifications, more than the number doing so at the bachelor level. It is the degree of the career changer. Think about the paramedic who wants to teach, the accountant who wants to move into policy. Nursing, teaching, and allied health, the profession that this country is short of workers in, are often postgraduate entry programs. And this is where I think we need to talk about self-determination for our students. Higher education policy should give Australians the capacity to make meaningful choices about the direction of their own lives. Our government undoubtedly has an interest in workforce planning and skills needs, but students are not simply units of human capital to be allocated to whichever profession happens to appear on a skills shortage list. Education gives people agency. It gives people the capacity to say, this is not where my story ends. I want to do something different. Yet our funding system still carries the assumption that bachelor's degree is the principal opportunity the government should support, and that further education is somehow an optional extra. This bill illustrates that contradiction. A low SES student undertaking undergraduate degree can attract needs-based funding. A low SES student undertaking a postgraduate degree cannot. Senators, the disadvantage has not disappeared. Their postcode has not magically changed. Their financial circumstances have not necessarily improved. The only thing that has changed is the level of qualification they are seeking. Australia cannot simultaneously tell a citizen that they must adapt a technological change, telling industry that we need people to retain and address critical workforce shortages, and then design a higher education funding system that makes postgraduate retaining financially inaccessible to the people who need it the most. That is not lifelong learning we strive to achieve as a nation. It is lifelong learning for those who can afford it. Kappa doesn't believe the answer is to take opportunities away from undergraduate students. The ambition of this bill to expand participation for Australians from low socioeconomic backgrounds, regional and underrepresented backgrounds is very important and should be protected. Our argument is that disadvantage does not cease at graduation, neither should opportunity. We're not asking you to invent a new benefit. We're only asking you to recognize a choice this bill already recognizes for every other student it covers, with a place and with the funding to make that place affordable rather than $70,000 full fee bet on a new career. Making the system agnostic as to the level of study, give disadvantaged postgraduate students access to the same needs-based support, preserve the genuine access to Commonwealth supported places at a postgraduate level. Because we believe that opening the doors of opportunity should not just mean helping more Australians to enter the university, it should mean giving Australians throughout their lives the dignity and freedom to decide which door they want to walk through. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further opening statements from the council?
Yes, I'll be making an opening statement. Okay. Thank you for having myself and my colleagues along today as representatives of Kappa and all Australian postgraduate students. Like Jesse, I too am a PhD candidate and I too am from the country. I will soon submit my PhD thesis, which investigates how acute lymphoblastic leukemia cells, a blood cancer that predominantly affects children, communicate with non-leukemic cells to initiate leukemia. I've conducted my PhD research at the South Australian Health and Medical Research Institute, South Australia's only independent medical research institute. It would be an understatement to say that research is facing chronic underfunding right now. Rejection rates for some government research schemes are currently as high as 92%. This means that universities that want to support regional researchers must do so out of their own pocket for the benefit of the community. Cutting-edge research is critical to a cutting-edge education. They are not separate parts of the university, they are part of the same loop. The bill misunderstands higher education because it does not provide the additional funding required to improve the quality of education for the new students the government wants to attend university. Where this comes into sharp focus is at our regional campuses. The bill is pitched as promoting regional Australians to attend a regional university. But where could a student like myself undertake my research with specialised equipment and support required at a regional university? The government is limiting the choices of regional Australians by not providing appropriate funding for what courses are still available to them. But this also intersects with the government's other plan, the specialised university research. There is a consultation ongoing as to the breadth of research conducted by universities. When this bill and that consultation are put together, what we have is a situation where the student's choice is taken away and the breadth of opportunities is limited for regional Australians. This is the research environment myself, Jesse, and many Australians are about to inherit. If the government would like to open the doors of opportunity, funding research is what provides the quality of education that people like Jesse and I deserve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I do believe we should now have Associate Professor Leroy Dyer on the line. Are you there, Professor?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
I can. If you could just state your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing today, and then if you do have an opening statement, to please give that too.
Yeah, Associate Professor Charlene Leroy Dyer. I am the President of the National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Postgrads Association, or NATSIPA.
Thank you. And did you have an opening statement?
Yes, thanks.
Please.
Thank you, Chair and Committee, for the opportunity to appear today alongside my colleagues from CAPA. Before I start, I just want to acknowledge that I'm coming from the lands of the Yagara and Turrbal people and pay my respects to their elders past and present. NATSIPA welcomes the intent of the University's Accord opening the doors of opportunity bill, particularly the extension of demand-driven Commonwealth supported places to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander students, regardless of where they live. We have constantly advocated for this reform, and we realise it's an important step towards addressing long-standing inequalities in access to higher education. But I'd like to make one point very clear today. Opening the door creates opportunity. Building capacity creates equity. Access to university is only the beginning of our educational journey. If we increase the number of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander students entering university without increasing the resources available to support them, we risk measuring success through enrolment numbers rather than whether students actually succeed. For Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander students, success requires culturally safe learning environments, Indigenous-led student support, financial security, strong supervision and mentoring, connection to community, and institutions that recognise and value Indigenous knowledges. That is why NATSIPA is particularly concerned about the future of Indigenous postgraduate education. Postgraduate students are not simply students at the end of an education pipeline. They are Australia's future Indigenous researchers, academics, professionals, leaders and policymakers. They are also critical to building research capability and strengthening Indigenous self-determination. If we improve undergraduate access but do not strengthen the pathways into honours, postgrad coursework and higher degree by research, we have only addressed one end of the problem. NATSIPA has therefore made 8 recommendations, and I would like to highlight 4 of these priorities. Firstly, student success must be measured through retention, completion, postgraduate retention and graduate outcomes, not enrolments alone. Secondly, investment in the Indigenous Student Success Program must grow with participation so that universities have the capacity to provide culturally safe and appropriate resource support. Third, Australia needs a deliberate national strategy for Indigenous postgrad education and research capability, including scholarships, research training, culturally safe supervision, mentoring and academic career development. And finally, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples must have meaningful roles in the governance, implementation and evaluation of the Accord. We cannot achieve self-determination through policies designed and evaluated without us. The Universities Accord provides an opportunity to build a more accessible higher education system, but also a more capable one. For NATSIPA, that means ensuring that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander students do not simply get through the university door. They are supported to succeed, progress, lead and contribute their expertise to our communities and to Australia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. We'll now move to questions from senators. I'm coming to the opposition first, which I believe is Senator O'Sullivan. You've got approximately 10 minutes, Senator.
Terrific. Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for your time today. It's been a great discussion so far. I would like to go to you, Mr. Gardner-Russell. Found what you were saying interesting. If I was to, am I right to sort of summarise by saying that you are concerned that we're throwing the baby out with the bathwater in relation to job-ready graduates and not providing the support that you've experienced previously for postgraduate qualifications, and how would postgraduate qualifications that are needed, how would they be affected by this change that this bill provides?
Thank you so much for the question. So where the job ready graduates legislation did make a positive impact for postgraduate Commonwealth supported place access was by enabling flexibility in the system. And when there was low undergraduate demand, the universities were able to fill that low demand by providing more postgrad CSPs. Now, this has not only reduced the postgraduate HECS burden, but it's enabled thousands of additional Australians to get an affordable postgraduate degree. And where this legislation gets it wrong is that we have a flexible system, but we've changed the incentive or the financial structure of how CSPs are to be allocated. Now, if a university has 100 places, let's say you have 100 places to hand out with your CSPs, and there's one category that commands the needs-based funding support, and there's one that doesn't, which one are you more incentivized to be providing the CSPs for? Noting that one can't get that additional top-up funding, and you can always charge them full fee. So if you're cash-strapped, which a lot of universities are, you're going to be setting out your CSPs for the ones that are going to get you the income, the financial support you need, and that's going to push the equation towards providing more bachelor CSPs, which means fewer in that capped system to give to postgraduates.
You make the point that postgraduate skills are essential for professions like teaching, for example.
Yeah.
But one of the concerns that's been raised about this bill is that it deprioritises graduate and postgraduate study because a postgraduate degree doesn't help the government achieve its 2050 KPI.
Yeah.
So even if it's a needed skill within the economy, is that the concern that you also share?
Oh, 100%. Yeah, under the current target of having 80% of Australians with a vet or university degree, obviously, if you already have a bachelor degree and you go and do a master's, that's still contributing just as much to the Australian economy or to the future generations. The way that the target is set up, your postgraduate degree does not contribute to the government's target, which further disincentivises universities from providing their limited CSPs that are not going to be provided the needs-based funding to these Australians.
You make the point in your submission that there's been a real shift in postgraduate study as a consequence of job-ready graduates, including, say, 71.7% growth in postgraduate health qualifications between 2020 and 2024. Are you able to just run through your findings across not just that, across health, but maybe across other areas?
Yeah, of course. So across a range of different fields of study, there's about 800 additional CSPs in IT, as well as around 300 in teaching, as well as there's a small reduction in architecture, but the big area of growth was health, IT, and then about 300 in engineering as well. So, and this isn't a cumulative number. This is just comparing 2024 by itself with 2020.
Okay. I'll go to Associate Professor Leroy Dyer. I appreciated in particular your comments about focusing on outcomes, outcomes that really matter to both the student and the employers and the economy at large, which is actual people completing successfully their courses. Should that be the focus of government, and should those outcome measures have a much larger role in determining which universities are permitted to grow? So rather than just having that focus on enrolments, that's often it's done because that's the easiest thing to measure. And it might take a little more effort to determine the quality of an outcome in relation to graduation and then going on and implementing those skills.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of considerations here. For a lot of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples, we don't live in cities, for instance, so having regional and remote locations where they can study is really important. So I don't think that it's kind of like picking and choosing which universities should actually get that, because then we're actually disadvantaging some people who may not be able to travel or relocate to a major city. But I think that one of the most important things is that the success really needs to be determined within that community consultation. So success is measured so many different ways. So at the moment it's measured by enrolments, it's measured by graduation numbers. Before starting my current role, I used to run the enabling program at the University of Newcastle called Yarpug. And for those students, success was actually enrolling in a degree that actually got them into an institution so that they could, work out whether higher education was something for them. Sometimes it was, sometimes it wasn't. So I think that the way we measure success really needs to be thought out well. And I don't think success is a one-size-fits-all. But I do think that we need to actually see, the complete outcome for that student, whether that be if they stop at an undergraduate, if they go on to postgraduate, and we would love to see more and more pathways into postgraduate, because there's a critical shortage of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples with postgraduate degrees, especially PhDs. So.
If we saw demand-driven places expand, but funding for initiatives like the Indigenous Student Success Program, if funding for that doesn't rise with enrolments, do you see that there's a risk that the government improves the headline participation number while actually reducing the support that's available for each student?
That is a very real outcome, I think. The ISSP funding needs to be commensurate with how many people are starting, because we know statistically that the more support Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander students get throughout their degrees, whether that be undergrad or postgrad, the more likely they are to succeed and to go on. And so if we don't have the increased support funding, then the outcomes won't be we will get lots of enrolments, but we won't get completions.
In the limited time I've got left, can I go back to Kappa and ask, what would be the workforce consequences of reducing postgraduate places? What would that impact be on regional areas?
Sorry, do you want to go, Jesse?
No, you go next.
Look,
you're from a regional area, so it would be good to hear from you. Yeah.
Absolutely, no, I understand. Look, so I'm from Alice Springs, and the number of people who have taken up postgraduate qualification to teach in Alice Springs and the Northern Territory is a really great example that I've come across many times. And so reducing those opportunities for people to be able to move into this career, which, is required all over Australia, but certainly in Alice Springs and the surrounding area, reducing those opportunities would have a fairly detrimental effect in those areas. And you know what? Frequently, I find that so the program that a lot of people take up is the Teach for Australia program, which allows you to work and study at the same time as a teacher. The number of people who take on this program and then choose to stay in those regional communities because they have actually enjoyed their time there and have decided that they would like to build a life there is not insignificant.
Yes.
Would I just be able to add a little bit of additional information to that?
Yeah.
It's a really important.
Sorry, I've just got a few talking over.
No worries. So I just wanted to note that the regional postgraduate attainment gap is 2.5 times higher than that in the bachelor's. So we're talking 8.2% postgraduate attainment in the metro versus a 3.3 for regional. And so it's a 1.7%, 1.7 times bigger gap than that of the bachelor's. And so, you know, this is the area where the gap is the biggest. And in terms of the graduate outcomes for Australians, you know, someone with a postgraduate degree is going to be commanding around a $25,000 greater salary than someone with a bachelor's degree. So this does have a big implication for regional Australians to be able to increase their income, increase their prosperity, and that trickles down to the people in the community.
Great. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator O'Sullivan. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you very much, Chair. And if I could start with you, Dr. Leroy Dyer. Were you consulted on this bill?
Yes, we were consulted and we were part of the process right from the start.
Okay. And you've been highlighting these issues since then, I'm presuming?
Yes.
Yeah. So this bill, I think you pointed out as well, it kind of relies on the assumption that just by opening the doors will mean that equity improves. It seems like a very simplistic and out-of-touch assumption. Do you think this bill, just by what it does now, will improve educational equity outcome for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people? Is there any guarantee that it will?
I think the bill currently opens the door for opportunity, but it won't create equity. It needs the appropriate support mechanisms within the universities and government funding to ensure that equity can be achieved. And, you know, that's a very long process. So I think that this is a step in the right direction, but it's certainly not the means to the ends. There are more things that need to happen.
Okay. If I could go to Kappa now. I just want to clarify one thing first, because there has been a bit of discussion on the job-ready graduate scheme, which most people would agree is a pretty terrible scheme when it, you know, increases fees for arts degrees to $50,000 and also a subsequent funding cut to universities. So I just want to clarify, you do think that fee hikes and funding cuts should be scrapped because they have resulted in 10% less low SES students enrolling in universities?
Yeah, so obviously when we were here last, we talked about the fee hikes, and our position has not changed. But we are, as academics, as scholars, we do believe it's important to, you know, look at the totality of a bill and the totality of the legislation and point out some of the technical sides where the bill has done positive things.
Yeah. And I think you did talk about this a little bit, about the difference for postgraduate students who have a Commonwealth supported place and ones who don't. Could you kind of highlight the difference in the cost that the student has to incur if there is a Commonwealth supported place for postgraduate study and if there isn't?
Yeah, of course. So a good example is my own master's that I completed. I had a Commonwealth supported place, which put the price to just below $20,000. The same degree, the same university, without that Commonwealth supported place, would cost over $80,000.
Over 80,000. So 20,000 versus over 80,000.
Yeah. So an entire Bachelor of Arts in between difference.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you see this bill as punishing regional Australians who want to go to a course that is best for them at a university that is best for them?
Yes. I think all three of us at CAPA are in agreement on this, that because when it comes to how the bill determines whether you're eligible for the needs-based funding and the soft guarantee on the CSP, then what happens though is that's calculated or counted based on the time you enrol in a unit. So if you have moved from regional Victoria, like I did, or from Alice Springs as Max did, and you let's say you get a scholarship to attend and to stay on campus, or you've, like myself, have worked 3 jobs to save up to move for university, I'd no longer be under this scheme counted and given the support that I would otherwise should be entitled to for the university, simply because I chose a university that provided the course that was best for me.
And just finally, I want to come to the impact of this bill on international students. We know that the minister now has powers to cap international students at different institutions and courses, and there is no disallowable instrument as well attached to that. I mean, international students, as you know, have been very long been cash cows, cross-subsidizing research as well as domestic student places. Now the minister is capping those places, but also visa fees have tripled in the last some months, and the minister has recently said that increase in, visa fees will be used for domestic students. So how do you see all this panning out? Is the whole international student policy more about cutting migration than it is about international education?
I'll let Ricky answer that one.
So CAPA represents international postgraduate as well. So let's be very clear here. International students are not a tap to turn on up and down. So there are thousands of HDR doing work in the interests of Australians in our labs and our university systems right now. So cutting students at the bachelor or postgraduate coursework level also cuts our talent pipeline in the research space. So we like to reiterate that Australia is now reliant on international PhD students because the government has let the PhD stipend fall below the poverty line, which leads to massive drop in domestic PhD enrollments. And because international tuitions cross-subsidize almost like 30% of the research, the domestic teaching, the domestic teaching the Commonwealth doesn't fully fund. The cap isn't just on the immigration, it's actually a research funding cut. So it does affect international students quite substantially.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I'll just check if Senator Scarr has any questions for this panel.
No, I'm okay, Chair.
Okay. All right, well, thank you very much for your evidence and for the submissions you've made to our hearing. If you have taken any questions or notice, 31st of August is where we're seeking any further information by. But otherwise, you're free to log off, and I'll now be calling the next panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Great. Okay, well, I now welcome representatives both in person and via video conference from the National Union of Students, the Australia Institute and the National Tertiary Education Union. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, I'd like you each to please state your full names and the capacity in which you are appearing today. We'll start with the NUS.
Felix Hughes, the National President of the National Union of Students.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes. Okay, and from the Australia Institute. Oh, Mr. Dennis, I think you're on mute, I'm sorry.
Sorry, there's always one. Richard Dennis, co-CEO of the Australia Institute, but also my colleague Jack Thrower is joining us today as well.
Thank you.
There he is.
And you're not the only one to have left themselves on mute today, so don't feel alone in that. Wonderful. Okay, and then we also have the NTEU. If representatives could state their full name and the capacity in which they're appearing today as well. I think Dr. McDonald, you're on mute on my screen. Might be having some difficulties. Do we have Mr. McCarran?
Yes, Kieran McCarran, National Policy Officer, NTEU.
Thank you very much. Oh, here we go, Dr. McDonald.
Yeah, sorry. And Dr. Terry McDonald, I'm with the National Tertiary Education Union and our policy and research area.
Okay, so for the Hansard, have we got everyone there? I've not missed anyone. Great. All right. Well, we'll now proceed with opening statements. We'll go in the same order in which we introduced ourselves. So the NUS, do you have an opening statement?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
The NUS supports needs-based funding. It will create a fairer higher education system by recognising that equity needs to be built into how universities are funded, including funding for students from low socioeconomic backgrounds, First Nations students, and students from regional communities. The move towards a managed growth model should create a more equitable basis for allocating Commonwealth funding. Moving towards funding based on student places should reduce incentives for universities to over-enrol students and allow for better planning across the sector. The NUS welcomes the amendments passed last week and thanks the government for addressing some of the concerns raised. However, we remain concerned about the power of this bill giving the minister to place conditions on university funding with limited parliamentary oversight. That creates a real risk of the politicisation of university funding. We've seen the consequences of that in the United States, where President Trump has threatened and withheld funding from universities, including at Columbia and Harvard, while demanding they change their policies. He's used university funding to wage culture wars, including demanding universities wind back diversity, equity and inclusion policies, and seeking to dictate how they respond to student protests. Universities are important democratic institutions. Students must be able to challenge governments, protest and express political views without governments being able to use funding as leverage. Australians have rightly lost confidence in aspects of university governance, with many concerned that universities are being run like corporations rather than institutions. We should be seeking to rebuild that trust in universities, not creating new risks to their independence. Our concern is not about how these powers will be used today, it's about how the powers we hand to future governments will be used. We believe this power should be limited. The final point I'll make is on job-ready graduates. Needs-based funding is an important step towards improving access, but we cannot talk about accessibility without also addressing job-ready graduates. Since JRG was introduced, there has been a 20% reduction in low socioeconomic enrolments in the degrees in the highest band field. If we are serious about improving access to university, job-ready graduates also has to be repealed.
Thank you very much. Dr. Dennis, are you speaking for the Australia Institute?
Yes, I am. And thank you for inviting us today. The Australia Institute supports moving towards a more planned and better nationally coordinated scheme, a system for regulating Australia's universities. Universities play an essential role in our society, in our culture and in our economy. And the last 10 years has highlighted a broad range of structural and governance failures within our university. We think that this is a move towards a better coordinated system that will deliver improvements to a system that is clearly under strain. That said, there are issues that are raised in this, and I agree with the NUS that while we need to rein in some of the excesses of individual university management, we wouldn't want to replace that or see that replaced with excessive ministerial as opposed to parliamentary oversight and indeed control of the university. So I think universities do need to be better regulated, but I think that better regulation is more likely to come from the Parliament than it is from an individual minister. That said, if the government or others are concerned with boosting equity and choice in the system, at the Australian Institute, we strongly believe that the best way to do that is to lower fees, to undo the Job Ready Guarantee graduate program, and significantly to fix student payments. Students are experiencing extreme hardship, financial hardship, when they're trying to study, and to talk about choice within the universities as choice between which subjects to enrol in, rather than do people have the ability to afford any choice at all, we think is a missed opportunity. And finally, without governance reforms in the university, significant governance reforms in the university, there's a risk that more public funding might actually be poorly allocated. So, in short, we think this bill helps solve some of these problems, but there's still much to do.
Thank you, Dr. Dennis. And the NTEU, do you have an opening statement, Dr. McDonald? Or?
Yes, Mr. Kieran McCarran is going to read our opening statement.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McCarran.
Thank you. And thank you to the committee for the opportunity to appear. The NTEU represents more than 28,000 people working in Australian universities. The academic and professional staff who will deliver every place this bill allocates. I want to begin by saying clearly what we support. We support ending the maximum basic grant amount system, a funding model that rewarded universities for enrolling students it never properly funded. Students taught in ever larger classes by increasingly insecure staff. This served nobody. We support planned growth, needs-based funding, and a system where a funded place means a fully funded student, and these are reforms the union has argued for. We welcome them. We also want to specifically thank the government for the amendments made in the House. They matter. The core student load guarantee is now in the text of the bill, not just the explanatory memorandum. The ATEC must allocate, and the allocation must equal the core student load. And the amendments to section 3665 restore the vital prohibition on industrial relations conditions and the safeguards on course level funding decisions. We outlined these issues in our submission. The government saw the gap and it closed it. We acknowledge that genuinely. Our remaining concerns with this bill follow the same principle the government has now accepted. If a protection matters, it belongs in the Act. This afternoon, I'll highlight two simple additional amendments that would fully complete the safety net on ministerial conditions. First, a purpose clause for section 3665, a single subsection providing that a condition determined under this section must relate to the provider's use of or accountability for grants received under the CGS. This would effectively confine funding conditions to funding matters. For example, requiring that additional growth places be taught at specific regional campuses. This limitation will ensure that no future minister of any persuasion could use a university's grants as leverage over its governance, its curriculum, or its campus life. Second, symmetry, a matching provision in section 3670 so that whatever cannot be imposed by ministerial determination cannot be imposed through the grant scheme guidelines instead. Both amendments are one sentence each, neither constrains any legitimate operation of the managed growth system. We will provide them to the committee as an attachment to this statement. Universities are their staff and students. A funding system this consequential should guarantee in its text that funding is never turned against them. Once this model is settled, the next priority must be reforms to the fees and funding that apply to each place. This would end the unfair JRG settings. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. McCarron. Okay, we'll now move to questions from senators. I understand we have Senators Mulholland, O'Sullivan and Senator Faruqi seeking the call. So we'll be looking at blocks of just over 10 minutes each. So Senator Mulholland, you have the call in the first instance.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for all of our witnesses for appearing this afternoon. I would first like to move to the NUS if I can. So, Mr. Hughes, I can see you there in the room. Thank you very much for your opening statement where you talked about the NUS supporting needs-based funding. Can you take the committee through what the introduction of needs-based funding and perhaps managed growth funding models means to for university would mean, sorry, let me say that again. Can you take us through what needs-based funding and managed growth funding models at universities will mean for future students?
Yeah, absolutely. I think what it means is a more equitable, a more fair, but also a more diverse cohort of students. Universities are becoming whiter, they are becoming richer, they are becoming less diverse and less representative of Australia. And from that, you're seeing it in your classes. You're seeing classes where overwhelmingly it's students who were raised in the inner city, inner suburbs, who went to private schools. And that's not something students want. It's not best for our universities. It doesn't mean that we get the best ideas in classes and in teaching and in research. We want more ideas. And this proposal, which is to expand access to First Nations students, to students who are low socioeconomic, students from regional Australia, is a really positive step because those are three areas of students that have been quite disadvantaged. Particularly regional students and First Nations students in that, there hasn't been designated funding for those students before. Obviously, that would have to be matched with additional funding in the sector if there is an increase in demand from those students to make sure that each student is receiving the same amount of support, but that would be positive for our universities. As for low socioeconomic students, we've seen a decrease in the amount of low socioeconomic students enrolling in universities since job-ready graduates, and the government needs to take reform to fix that. It would have devastating consequences for universities, but our country as a whole if that was left unchallenged. This is a good step in that direction, but obviously it doesn't fix the problem.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Hughes. I'd now like to move to some questions for the NTEU. So in your submission, you welcomed many aspects of the bill, including improved funding for the sector, which I know the union has been calling for some time. Can you take the committee through how needs-based funding and managed growth models will support students and staff?
Yes, thank you, Senator, for the question. The NTU has a very simple premise, and that is that we believe every student who goes to university should be fully funded, as appropriate. We do have issues around the Jobs Created Graduates package, which I'm sure everybody is aware of. But in terms of this bill, we actually see this as an improvement. We actually don't agree with the universities who are comfortable in having partly funded or unfunded students attending classes. Because that goes down to the resources, that goes down to the staffing, that goes down to what's available for those students, that goes down to the physical, classrooms that they're sitting in or trying to sit in if they're not sitting in the stairwells. So these all have impacts. And our view is that every student should be fully funded and should be given the ability to have the success that they should deserve in their studies, which means also being supported in terms of any academic and student welfare. Both of these issues are addressed in the bill. That's not saying that there aren't further improvements that can be made to the bill, and we have made those suggestions in our submission, and we have made additional suggestions today. Kieran, did you want to add to any of that?
Thanks, Terry. I'll just briefly mention as well that the bill actually introduces the important concept of the student place into the funding system. The current funding system operates on a capped dollar-based envelope model, which actually itself has seen the automatic reduction in student places. As the individual CGS per place amounts are indexed, they consume a greater share of the NBGA cap and actually leads to an automatic reduction in the number of places. So it's actually quite a flawed model, and I haven't heard anyone mention that today, so I thought it would be just important to get on the record that flaw in the current model.
Thank you. In the union submission, you also called for amendments to the bill to ensure the existing protections in the Higher Education Support Act are transferred into the new legislation, including in relation to industrial relations. Have you seen the announcements in the last week from the government around the similar amendments? And can I seek a view from the union about those amendments?
Yes, we did mention that in our opening statement that we have noted those amendments. The union is very appreciative of the fact that particularly the industrial protections are in now with the government's amendment. That's very important because I don't know if there are many people here who don't remember the HEWAs, the Higher Education Workplace Relations requirements that were foisted upon the sector under John Howard. It's happened before, it could certainly happen again. So we were very sensitive to that fact and we were very appreciative to see that amendment fixed that very important issue. Our view is that, and this goes to the amendments that we're suggesting additionally, our view is that, funding, any conditions around funding should be related to funding itself, as opposed to bringing in other matters such as industrial relations. Kieran, did you want to say anything?
Thank you. And my final question is a question to both NUS and to the NTEU. I acknowledge in your opening remarks and your responses today that you have noted that this is a welcome step in the right direction. Can I ask from both unions, do you support the passage of this bill?
I think this bill is a good step in the right direction. I hope that it is passed, but I hope that it is amended to make sure that ministerial powers are reined in. And I hope that this committee recommends that those be checked, that there be accountability for those. And as the NTU suggested, something like a purpose clause for conditions placed on university funding. So I do support the bill, but it should be amended.
I can say the NTU supports the premise of the bill. We believe improvements can be made. There are certainly flaws in the existing system, as Kieran outlined, which are partly addressed. It goes to our core call for all students to be fully funded when they're in universities. That said, there are certainly aspects of the bill that we agree with some of the other presenters who've been on today do need improvement, but we certainly believe that is the case, that could be possibly done.
Thank you very much. I'll hand back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Mulholland. Senator Scarr in the room.
Senator Scarr is in the room and he has some questions. So thank you, all the witnesses.
Thank you, Senator.
Thanks for the witnesses for being here. Have you has anyone had a chance to read the submission from the University of Tasmania? I'll just ask some questions of it, and feel free to take on notice if you'd like to take any of these questions on notice. The first one, and it has been raised by a number of organisations who've made submissions, so I might ask you, Mr Hughes, first, and that is the issue that low SES status is determined at the point under this bill is determined at the point of each unit enrolment as opposed to the address of the student when they first enrol. And the concern's been raised that that's not realistic because someone coming from a low SES background may well move to be close to the university, but they are still suffering that disadvantage. So the determination should be made on the basis of where they first enrolled. Do you have any comments in relation to that?
Yeah, I'm a regional student. I came from the regions in Victoria when I moved to university to Monash. Yeah. I think there is a lot of merit to expanding that definition, to expand the definition of a needs-based student, whether that is low socioeconomic or a regional student. Yeah. I think that there is merit to expanding that definition, yes. I haven't read the submission you're referring to, but I do think there is merit to expanding that definition.
Do you want to take that on notice and have a look at the University of Tasmania submission? And a number of other universities actually have said the point in time when the test should be applied is the point of enrolment, not subsequently after someone's actually moved to attend university.
I'll take it on notice, but the other part there is obviously students can also become more low socioeconomic after they've moved to university. So there are students who move to university and become more disadvantaged once they've moved to university. So there would be a risk there as well, without having read it, that students would move to university and become more low socioeconomic. But I will have read it.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone else have any point they'd like to raise in relation to that? If I go to the union in the first instance, does the tertiary union have any comment on that?
We are happy to take that on notice. Okay. I would say that there are issues around the low SES categorisation, regardless, from postcodes, as we all know, that's a problematic definition. But in terms of, the ongoing status, I think that's something we would prefer to review and respond to.
Okay. And the Australia Institute?
Jack, do you want to start?
Yeah, sure. Essentially agreeing with the point in terms of if we are just defining socioeconomic status, the concern identified appears legitimate that, if you move house, you don't suddenly, everything that's happened before doesn't suddenly become moot. In terms of the specific solution, I think we can take that on notice, but yeah, some broader, something more precise than that would be beneficial. And sort of linking this back in with student payments, while student payments remain really difficult to get and well below the poverty line, then many students who even if they appear to get this needs-based funding, whether or not they will actually have increased access is somewhat questionable.
Okay.
Sorry, I'd just add that historically, I think it's still the case, but certainly historically, when it came to assessing socioeconomic status of kids at private schools, that particularly when it comes to boarding schools, the arrangements are by definition about where parents and kids were moving from, not where they're currently living. So it's certainly not beyond it's not beyond existing practice to develop such a system.
Yep, and that makes sense to me. Another issue, and I'm interested in the tertiary union's perspective in relation to this, and the University of Tasmania told us how successful they've been with respect to establishing courses in northwest Tasmania. They gave the example of Burnie, providing opportunities for regional students to study courses like nursing, medicine at a regional campus. And their concern is one with respect to scale, that whatever system's introduced, it needs to recognise the challenges in relation to scale of providing those courses, right? So it's more difficult from a scale perspective to provide that course in Burnie as opposed to, say, in Hobart, right? And the concern is that, and I quote, paying the regional loading on where a student grew up rather than where they are taught could hollow out regional campuses, end quote. So their concern is regional students simply move to non-regional campuses, and it actually undermines the sustainability of regional campuses. So interested in your views in relation to that, what your members are telling you on regional campuses.
Yes, look, Senator, we actually agree that there are issues around funding for regional campuses, particularly when they are expected to sort of mirror what can be offered in the metropolitan institutions. There is a regional loading. Whether or not there are things around that, there's some fine print around that regional loading that should actually be re-examined, that would have to be reviewed. We certainly wouldn't have an issue around that. Kieran, do you have any thoughts on that?
I think, Senator, you're trying to get to this issue of should the regional loading apply to the campus or the student? It should probably apply to both, I think. I think there's a genuine case to make that the cost of teaching on regional campuses is higher, and there's a genuine case to make that if a student is from the region, they're at a disadvantage, they have a lower participation rate, and there should be some funding to provide extra support to them. So I think we would actually support both.
And I think the other point that's made, including by Charles Sturt University, which has a resonance from my home state of Queensland, is students who study at a tertiary level in the regions are more likely to stay in the regions, as opposed to students who move from the regions to the major capital cities. So could I ask you to, it'd be helpful from my perspective, if you could have a look at the submissions from the University of Tasmania and Charles Sturt University and just give me the union's views with respect to those issues, because I think it's an important point and one which I think we need to make sure we don't lose in the course of the inquiry. So is that possible for you to do that?
Certainly, we can do that.
Okay, thank you. I want to get to the bottom of this section 36.65. So as I understand it, the amendments were made, or some amendments were made last week that ameliorate some of the concerns with respect to the scope of that section. But it's still the case, isn't it, that even with those amendments, it's still an incredibly wide power for the Minister to, I'm reading it here, may in writing determine conditions that a specified higher education provider must comply with for the purposes of the division. So it's very open-ended with respect to the type of the condition, with respect to it being specific to one higher education provider as opposed to generally applying. So I'm interested to just get on the record that, as I understand it, the witnesses still have enduring concerns with respect to that provision. Earlier witnesses said they'd like to see the whole thing gone, but as I understand some of the testimony I've heard, you think maybe there can be some guardrails put on the provision. So I'll go first to the union if I can.
Thank you. Kieran, I might ask you to address this because I know that that's something that you've gone through in fine detail.
Thanks, Terry, and thank you, Senator. Yeah, you've got that. You have that right in that. Yes, we think that 3665 can be safeguarded with an additional amendment that basically says that conditions made under this clause should really directly relate to the provider's use of the grant or their accountability for that grant. So an example might be saying these extra managed growth places are actually for this regional campus. That seems like a reasonable thing that the Minister might do, and it relates directly to the usage of the grant and the administration of that grant. So we think that if it was amended in that way, that would allow the minister some appropriate operation as is enabled in the current Act.
Can I just, sorry, just to interrupt you there. What about ATEC? Isn't that something that ATEC can do? Why should the minister be involved in giving those sorts of directions at all?
It may well be something that ATEC can do, but it would be a reduction in the power. The minister currently has power to create conditions in the current Act. So in acknowledgement of that, I suppose we're trying to propose a compromise where that is severely limited in scope for whatever reason it may be needed.
And then just you had a second limb to the concern you were raising in relation to the symmetry with 36.70.
Yeah. So just proposing that the limitations, whatever limitations are put on 3665, go into 3670, which relates to the Commonwealth Grant Scheme guidelines. Obviously, we acknowledge that the guidelines are a disallowable instrument, but disallowance is not really the ideal mechanism to manage what's in the guidelines because it creates uncertainty for providers. It's much cleaner to just directly limit what can be in the guidelines, we believe.
Okay, all right. Just in relation to the students' eligibility for the needs-based funding, is it both equity and regional characteristics dealt with separately, or where there's intersectionality, does someone possibly their position lead to greater funding if they are in both categories? Has anyone looked at that? Has the Australia Institute looked at that?
I believe that I couldn't speak to 100%, but my recollection is that they do stack on top of each other in different ways.
Okay, all right.
That's
Mr.
also
Hughes?
my recollection, but I'd have to double check.
Yeah, I might ask the department that. That's fine. And then there's some other instruments that are not subject to disallowance, and that concern's been raised as well. So I'm just wondering if you could walk me through the other instruments that aren't subject to disallowance and give me a short argument as to why they should be subject to disallowance. Mr. Thrower, are you able to do that?
I believe that we essentially had very similar recommendations to the NTEU, except sort of more generally worded. Where are we for disallowance? There's currently disallowance exemptions from decisions on the pool of Commonwealth supported places and overseas student places. Essentially, support for making them disallowable is simply because that is quite a significant decision for an individual minister to make about essentially the size of those two student pools. And we've also recommended making funding conditions imposed on specific providers a disallowable legislative instrument, which is similar to the NTEU's concerns that they've been highlighting today. But it's not necessarily the only way to increase safeguards and accountability here. Other things like purpose clauses and things could do a similar thing, but yeah, that recommendation essentially stems from creating a safeguard to safeguard against abuse in the case of a minister imposing a condition that would fundamentally undermine a provider.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Senator, I'm going to rotate to Senator Faruqi, if this could be your last question.
Sure. So I'll just tease this out. So can I just clarify, in relation to 3665, are the conditions imposed unilaterally, or are they actually in an agreement with the university itself, such that the conditions are put in an agreement which, as opposed to being imposed unilaterally? How does it work in practice? Maybe the union, if the union could address that issue.
My understanding is that they're unilaterally imposed.
Okay.
Yes, just if I can add, the HUAs were unilaterally imposed upon universities. So yes, it's not necessarily what's in an agreement.
But so sorry, let me express this better. At the moment, presumably though, an agreement, conditions can be imposed through an agreement, but what this bill does is enable the minister to impose conditions unilaterally. Is that the position?
That's not our position, but that's what the bill is doing, yes.
No, but at the moment, conditions can be imposed as part of an agreement with the university as opposed to being imposed unilaterally. And then if the university agrees with the conditions, it's required to comply with the conditions, correct?
Yes, that's correct. Although I would say that it is difficult for the university not to agree eventually.
Right, okay, all right. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Faruqi, you have the call.
Thanks, Chair. Hi, everyone. I might start with you, Mr. Hughes. And literally everyone who's made a submission to this bill have raised the same issues as you have about the unchecked power of the minister in setting conditions on basically unlimited subject matter. Do you think this could be used to further crack down on free speech and protests at universities, or even to implement Gillian Segal's agenda of forcing universities to adopt the controversial IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, which conflates the criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism? And the Supreme Court of New South Wales actually has also said that now. Like, how far could this go, and are you concerned about this power?
Absolutely. That is what it could potentially allow, and we are really, really concerned. What this would allow is the minister to impose unilateral conditions on universities, not on the sector as a whole, and those could be broad and range to anything, to freedom of speech, to protest, to academic speech, and that would include something like IHRA potentially. We've seen a trend around the world, we've seen in the United States, where funding of universities is used as political leverage to try and stop universities allowing freedom of speech on campus, to try and silence protests, to silence students, to make university students scared to speak out. And I think this does have the potential for something like that to be imposed on universities, which would be terrifying for students.
This bill, I think at the heart of it has this, I think, very simplistic assumption that providing more places to regional universities with a minimal increase in funding will somehow make students go to those universities, or that students will go to those universities, and the number of students will increase in that way without actually touching the demand side reform to address the barriers that students face at the moment, which is student poverty, which is the $50,000 degrees with job-ready graduates, which is a real lack of, a very small poverty line student allowance, and also literally the funding envelope for universities doesn't increase. So do you see there's any guarantees that this will happen without all those changes?
I think there's two parts. There's the student side and the university side.
Yep.
From a student side, you're absolutely right. Students are going days and days without eating at the moment in Australia. Students are in dire poverty. Youth allowance has not kept up. Youth allowance is below the poverty line and it has to be increased. There are students in this country that just in order to go to class are skipping meals or skipping work. And this doesn't fix that problem. We need to see greater action on addressing poverty. That includes placement poverty. It includes fixing things like job-ready graduates. It includes better housing affordability. And then on the university side, there's a whole range of factors that affect student attainment at regional campuses. It is, I recognise, more expensive for universities to actually run regional campuses, and there are a whole range of reasons that's the case. One of them, for example, is safety on campus. You regional campuses tend to be less lit than inner city campuses, and regional students, when they go to regional campuses, will find they're less safe on campus, there's less security on campus, and are at high risk of sexual assault on campus. So there's a whole range of impacts on regional campuses that need to be addressed before students feel safe on campus, feel like they can continue on campus. This bill doesn't fix that. It is a step in that direction, but not fixing the problem. It's not a massive step in that direction. I believe in fully funding universities and fully funding universities based on the students that attend those universities. And that does mean regional campuses do need additional funding.
Yeah. Just to NTU and NUS, since you raised that, like you did have a position that universities should be fee-free and fully funded by the government. Do you still both have that position?
Absolutely, unequivocally, always.
Excellent. How about NTU?
That is definitely a policy of the NTEU, Senator.
Okay, thank you. And just coming back to you, Mr. Hughes, we've seen such a massive crisis of governance in universities. You know, we've seen like exorbitant vice-chancellors' fees, corporatization of universities. And now, you know, some universities are going to get a little bit, I must say, a very tiny, some crumbs of increased funding to improve equity outcome for students. But there is nothing actually requiring them to use that funding to improve equity outcome for low SES students. Should there be a requirement and an accountability, transparent accountability mechanism that money is spent on improving equity?
You're right. It's taking, at some campuses, it would take university funding from grossly inadequate to slightly less grossly inadequate. It is not going to fully fund universities. It will not fix the crisis that Job Ready has left, which is a massive hole in university funding. I think we do need to see more investment from universities in the direct services to students. One of the things I would like to see this money invested in is actually properly paying staff at universities. One of the best things to make sure students are staying at university, aren't dropping out, is that they can meet their tutor, can speak to their tutor, can go, and the tutor knows their name, their tutor can recognise them in class, their tutor can notice when they miss a class. And what we're seeing right now with these massive classes on campus is tutors just don't have the time or capacity to learn every single student. So with this additional funding, which is going to low SES students, to First Nations students, to regional students, that should be invested directly into the classroom to help students and staff.
Thank you. And if I could go to the Australia Institute, I mean, can you think of a single good reason for the government to not automatically give a Commonwealth-supported place to every equity student, like they do for First Nation students, at the course and institution of their choosing, instead of this really convoluted system where I think Senator Scarr was going there earlier in a question, where if you are a student from Moree and a low SES student, and you want to go to a university, let's say UNSW, then that university, if you move there, is not going to get the equity component of the needs-based funding. So that's just one example. But shouldn't all students, equity students, get a Commonwealth-supported place? And is the only reason why they're not is because the government is refusing to increase the funding envelope?
There's a couple of things there. It's definitely true that it's good to provide needs-based funding and all sorts of other things like we've talked about with student payments and things like that, that do create, I would argue, larger barrier to people from more disadvantaged backgrounds going to a different city for their education, or essentially getting the education that they're after. Our position, though, is a little bit more critical of this idea of student choice. Not in, obviously student choice in general is a great thing, but student choice is often used by the really big institutions like the Group of 8 and things like that as an excuse to continue to become bigger and bigger, to spend millions and millions on advertising and marketing and things like that. We essentially don't endorse this sort of marketisation of universities. essentially every university should be good, and while students should be able to move if they want, they should also be able to go to their local university and for it to be good. And so if people do want to stay in the regions, then they can stay in the regions. If people want to stay in Western Sydney, then there should be a funded position for them, and they should be able to receive a good education wherever they live if they choose to do so. Essentially, one of the real benefits of this bill is that it does take one step away from the current sort of quasi-marketisation model where you are seeing the big institutions try to take as many students as they want, and a decline in some of these smaller institutions. And yeah, in the same way that we wouldn't, we think you should be able to go to have some choice about which medical facilities you'd want to go to. We wouldn't want any hospitals to be bad, we would want all hospitals to be good enough that if you're sick, you should be able to go to them. And same applies to schools, same applies to universities.
Yeah, sure, but to make universities, regional universities good, as you say, or give them they have to be given the funding that needs to be done that. This bill doesn't give any additional infrastructure funding. You were talking about infrastructure funding. Mr. Hughes, it doesn't give them any more research funding. It depends on if a student will go there, then they will get some little funding. So isn't the problem the issue of funding? And is this bill, without removing the biggest barriers to equity, like we've discussed before, JRG and student support allowance and all of that, like how will this move towards a situation where universities are equitable?
I might just check whether Richard has anything to add on.
Look, I think you've put your finger on the key issue. This bill is about the distribution of a pie that is not nearly big enough to solve the underlying problem. Yeah. And, certainly from the Australia Institute's point of view, our view is that universities play an incredibly important role in communities, regional economies, and of course, Australia as a whole. And they're not sufficiently funded. They're not. This bill will not sufficiently fund them. And the more unequal the university sector is, the worse it will be for students from low socioeconomic backgrounds, particularly if they happen to live in regional communities. So you're absolutely right, Senator. The underlying problem with the universities is one of inadequate funding and inadequate governance. Both are true. The experiment with kind of complicated market-type forces has failed. It clearly has not improved university experience in Australia. It clearly hasn't improved university quality in Australia, and it's not even cheap. Yeah. It's just failing at the moment. So to be clear, if Australia is serious about solving the breadth of the problems you describe, this bill will not do that. We think this is a step away from the kind of deregulated marketisation of the unis, and that's the main reason we see benefit in it. But without funding, without resources, this will make some improvements. But if the Australian Parliament really wants to reduce inequality in the universities and improve the quality of Australian universities, then they need to fix the governance and the funding.
Thank you, Dr. Dennis. Senator, perhaps just one more question and then we're due to move to the next
Just one more. It's about the definition of equity, and you may want to take this on notice. Everyone has criticised the definition of equity. It's not broad enough, very narrow. University of Sydney did this year expand its definition of low SES to include the index of relative socioeconomic advantage and disadvantage. And that includes disadvantage across income, education, employment, occupation, housing, disability, and language proficiency dimensions. So I'm wondering if you haven't seen that before, to all three of you, if you could just take that on notice and see if that is a better definition, which is much broader than what we have at the moment.
I have read their submission,
yes, okay.
And I do support that. I think that is a good definition.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. I'd like to thank each of you for making your submissions and for taking the time to join on this panel today. We do really appreciate your engagement with our committee's work. But you're free to jump off now, just noting that answers to questions on notice are due to us by the 31st of August. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I would now like to welcome witnesses from our next panel. Via video conference, we have Professor Clive Smallman, Mr Mark Warburton and Mr Andrew Norton. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to each of you. For the Hansard record, I'd like you please to state your full names and the capacity in which you're appearing today, and we'll start with Professor Smallman. You might be on mute. Professor Smallman.
Apologies, I'm not familiar with the video conferencing software. Clive Smallman, I'm appearing in my personal capacity as a higher education advisor.
Thank you very much. And Mr Warburton.
Mark Warburton, and I'm also appearing in a personal capacity.
Thank you. And Mr Norton.
Andrew Norton, Professor of Higher Education Policy at Monash University, but appearing in a personal capacity.
Wonderful. And can I ask each of you gentlemen if you have opening statements?
I do.
Yes. Professor Smallman, did you?
No, I do not.
Okay. Well then, Mr Warburton, we'll start with you. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting me. It's a privilege. My focus is on the funding of domestic student places. I support the opening of opportunities for historically underrepresented groups in higher education. The issue is how best this is achieved. It will not be through rhetorical flourish. The objective can be promoted through the arrangements for the funding of student places. This is primarily the managed growth funding provisions, which drive around 95% of the resourcing for Commonwealth-supported places. Needs-based funding drives only about 5%. Above everything else, opportunity will be enhanced by the provision of sufficient places for those who are able to benefit from higher education. Sufficient places is the key, and over-enrolment penalties are an impediment. We've heard much rhetoric about the bill providing more student places. It does no such thing. Any expansion in student places remains under the control of the Minister and/or Executive Government. The Department says as much in its submission to the committee. There's little expansion of student places in the budget forward estimates, and in my view, higher education attainment may be declining as we speak. Apart from First Nations students, no provisions in the bill are providing for equity student places to be demand-driven. This is simply more rhetorical flourish. I'd like to acknowledge that amendments made to the bill in the House of Representatives have considerably improved the proposed arrangements for managed growth funding. They've implemented 2 of the 6 recommendations made in my submission, but before the bill is suitable for passage, the remaining 4 should also be adopted. Those 4 are: 1, the removal of hardwired penalties for over-enrolment. These penalties will ultimately damage mainly outer metropolitan and regional universities, precisely those which the policy rhetoric appears to indicate are to be beneficiaries. Number 2, while the bill amendments require ATEC to allocate enough student places to a university for its core student load, nothing requires the Minister to ensure there are enough places in the total allocation pool for this purpose. My recommendations include a proposed amendment that would ensure there were enough places in the total allocation pool. Number 3, the provisions for designated courses should be removed. There were 2 avenues in the original bill to turn student places from Commonwealth supported into full fee paying. Amendments to the bill removed one of those avenues, but not that available through designating courses and then not allocating any places to those courses. The managed growth funding policies do not propose any use of designated courses, and so no problem would arise from removing those provisions. And 4, there is still inadequate transparency of student place allocations and conditions. There should be a requirement for these to be fully articulated in a schedule to each university's compact. Thank you again, and I'm happy to clarify these comments.
Thank you. Mr Norton, did you have an opening statement?
not a broad one, just to point out that even though most of the issues in my submission have been covered by earlier witnesses, we've not heard about the new demand-driven system where the Minister, by a legislative instrument, can add new categories to demand-driven funding. And the risk there is that this has unpredictable consequences with the core student load. So they're made demand-driven, then taken out of demand-driven funding again. There was no automatic increase in the core student load. And so I think there needs to be a transition mechanism in the legislation for this to work.
Thank you, Mr. Norton. I understand I have Senators, is it Scarr or O'Sullivan? Senator O'Sullivan seeking the call, also Senator Faruqi and Senator Pocock. So we'll do about, we should be right for 15 minutes each if everyone keeps to their time or under. So we'll start with you, Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you very much. I'll start with Professor Norton. Can you help us by just establishing the central arithmetic of your submission? Approximately 13,700 unused funded places versus 45,300 over-enrolled places means that even with perfectly efficient reallocation, the system would still have been around 31,600 fully funded places short of actual 2025 enrolments. If either we need to keep over enrolments to meet current student demand or the taxpayer needs to pay more to maintain existing levels. Have we got that right?
That's right, yes. And it seems from what ATEC is saying that over-enrolment has blown out again in 2026. So in 2025, it was 45,000, and now it's looking like 60,000. So basically, if we had sort of imposed that 5%, 750 in 2025, we would have had significant destruction of student places. Obviously, it would have been disastrous situation. And now it seems like we're even further away from being in balance between the fully funded number of places and the actual existing enrolment in the system, let alone any additional demand.
And what would the cost be if the taxpayer had to pay more to maintain those existing levels?
I'll take the precise numbers on notice, but it's kind of north of $500 million.
Wow. Okay, could you explain your findings around the costs of removing the partially funding places?
This came,
Yeah, if you could just explain how you've come at that figure.
So this came mostly from looking at the money that is in the forward estimates. So what's in the forward estimate is essentially the previous job-ready graduate increases. So that was CPI plus 3.5% for the outer regional campuses. So the regional campus, 2.5% for high growth metro and 1% for the others. So there's already about $500 million there, which is probably about 16,000 places. That's what we do have to add to the system in the existing forward estimates. What I don't think, like what the Minister is saying, is in the near term we have any additional funding beyond that. But we do have some mechanisms for more efficiently using that kind of $13,000, $14,000 of places that are currently allocated to universities that can't use them.
Your submission speaks about the marginal cost of adding a student place and how the marginal cost of adding an additional over-enrolled student can be much lower than the average cost per student. So does that not, highlight that over-enrolment is a productivity mechanism?
It certainly saves the government money because they're not paying the full price. There actually have been proposals in the past that once universities reach a certain level, they have a lower first rate, but they've been into that idea. What we see just from the widespread historical nature of over-enrolment in the system, that it actually probably does make sense. Just adding an extra student to a course that already exists, buildings that already exist, services that are already provided, for a bit of extra staff time, a bit of extra admin. Except for the courses with placement, the actual marginal cost of one more student is probably quite low, and that's why universities over-enroll, because they can make the economics work.
Can you just step us through your thinking around the soft demand rather than competition as the driver of under-enrolment while the Accord was doing its work?
Yes, particularly in 2022 and 2023, we had an historically high drop in demand for higher education. So 8% down, 21-22 in terms of commencing, another 2.5% down in 2023. And as a result, 28 of the 38 universities ended up being under-enrolled. Very high number. I think it's got any precedent. One of the examples I give in the submission is Queensland. In those years, every single Queensland university was under-enrolled. There was just a huge drop in demand in Queensland. And as a result, the under-enrollment can't be due to competition. It is simply a crash in demand. Then we had in Sydney, Western Sydney University in particular, I think was hit by reduced demand, but it also had reduced subject taking by the students who were there. So I think that cost several hundred places, which is what they funded on. And they also had very high attrition, probably people taking jobs rather than studying. And so even though I do believe that they were suffering competition, probably from UTS, there were many other things going on that probably meant they would have been under-enrolled, even in this kind of managed growth system that we are now.
You say that over-enrolment is, and I quote, primarily protectionist in its motivation. Who's being protected and from whom, and who bears the cost of that protection?
In my view, the people who bear the cost are the students who don't get into the university they would have preferred to go to, or possibly in some cases end up not going to university at all. Like I make the point in the submission that in Australia, people tend not to move to study, different in the UK or the US, but here people tend to stay at home. And even though you might be offered at a place, say at a regional university, you just don't have the money or other to be able to make that move, and therefore you either miss out completely or you delay it a few years until it's easier for you to get in. It's protectionist in the sense that it means the universities that have weaker first preference demand will hope to get more students by sort of second, third, fourth preferences. And I think in that Sydney market during 22 and 23, I think in particular Western Sydney University did want some protection.
Chair, how much time have I got left?
You've got about 5 minutes, Senator.
Okay, great. I'll stick to that. Can I thank you, Professor Norton. Can I go to Professor Smallman? You argue that competitive neutrality should be an explicit principle. Why is it not the case already? What public policy justification is there for materially different procedural treatments of providers regulated to the same TEXA and ESOS standards?
There's simply not. The way the Act is set up at the moment is that it's purely focused on universities. So any independent providers are not included in the proposed legislation at the moment. So there is no competitive neutrality. Also, by the way, of course, independent providers do not receive public funding, by and large, unless they've got any help, which is difficult to get, I might add.
An important distinction. Under a competitive neutrality arrangements, would you support additional international student places going to private providers if they have a stronger offering and justification?
I would, but I'm biased because that's the area in which I work in most, of course, although I was formerly Dean of Business at Western Sydney University. But yes, they do. The higher quality providers, there are some providers who are not so high quality, but many are good quality, provide very good tuition for students. And so allocating international students to them seems to be a reasonable idea.
Do you accept that the provisions around international student allocations in this bill provide the minister with significant powers to shape the size and allocation of the international student market?
I do, indeed. That's quite clear that that's the intention, and I've had previous conversations with Julian Hill on this very matter. That there is a degree of power. I think the issue that I have with it and other colleagues in the industry have with it is that there would be a lack of transparency, and perhaps, as I've indicated in my submission, it would be very difficult to appeal against any such measures if we felt they were perhaps inequitable, if I could put it that way.
Mm. And is there any reason why Commonwealth-supported places shouldn't be subject to the same degree of competition that you see in private places?
Other than budgetary matters, no. Whether or not we say we are, you can argue that universities have been marketised, but universities have been in competition with each other for centuries. I used to work at Cambridge. Cambridge was in competition with Oxford and so on and so forth. So there's always been an element of competition for the best students, and that's no different now.
Okay. Thank you. I think that might be my time.
Thank you, Senator O'Sullivan. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, everyone, for being here. I might start with you, Mr. Warburton. In your submission, you have said that the potential increase of student load, which is purely based on student decisions, will far exceed the proposed enrolment buffer, and that the universities who will be most affected will be those in areas with large, low SES cohorts and in regional and remote areas. Could you kind of explain that a bit? And then how is this compatible then with the stated objectives of managed growth funding to increase equity and opportunity for low SES students?
Thank you, Senator. Senators really need to understand that there is a difference between students and student places. Student places are full-time equivalents. So a university has some control over the number of students it admits, but it does not have complete control. It makes offer rounds. It's never sure how many people are going to accept offers and so forth. But then once it's got the students on board, the other thing it doesn't have control over is how much they study. So this can, on average, there's about 1.5 students to a student place. But this figure varies very widely, and students are responsive to economic circumstances. So when the labour market is strong, they study less. It means the universities have fewer student places. The labour market goes bad, many of the students decide, I'll study more because I don't have a job. And so the number of students to student places moves a lot. It can move by more than 10%. So a university can end up with, being subjected to these hardwired enrolment penalties through no fault of its own. Now, different universities have different characteristics of students. Your big, strong G08 metropolitan universities have generally affluent students. The parents are more cashed up. They might work, but they're less dependent upon labour market activity. And broadly, those universities' ratio of students to student places does not move as much as in outer metropolitan and regional universities. So while the government is using this at the moment as a mechanism to downsize some of the large metropolitan universities that it wants to where it wants them to remove their over-enrolled places, down the track it's going to penalise the universities that policy is purportedly aimed at assisting. This is why I'm fundamentally opposed to hardwiring penalties for over-enrolment. In fact, I'm completely opposed to the marginal funding is the student contribution. The government is proposing the student contribution won't be paid to the university. Governments have not done this before. I think it's important that the student contributions be paid to universities because that promotes support for the student contribution system, which is a vital source of revenue for the whole funding of the system.
Quite a few witnesses today have kind of cast doubt about the bill's ability to actually deliver what it promises. And you've said yourself that the bill does not deliver what is claimed on many of the public statements being made about the bill. So what does this bill actually deliver?
Fundamentally, it's restructuring the funding system. So under Job Ready Graduates, we had a funding system that was effectively regulated through dollars, maximum basic grant amounts. It's moving the system to one which is fundamentally regulated through student places, where the subsidies are regulated through student places, and allows the dollars to move accordingly. There might be some benefits in that system. I'm not sure. I'm fairly ambivalent about which sort of a system you have. I would much rather that the arrangements be stable and promote the development of the sector overall. It certainly does not, how much money goes into this system is up to the government of the day, right? It's not in the bill. Yeah. So the Senate committee should be considering whether or not these are a better set of funding arrangements than the previous ones. It's got nothing really to do with growth of the system.
Yeah, so with funding arrangements, the government has said it will increase $3.66 billion into universities over a decade, which from where I sit is like nothing. It is less than 1% of universities' overall expenditure and less than 2% of current government funding over 10 years compared to 1 year. So it doesn't really increase the envelope much at all. But you have also raised very serious concerns, and others have as well, about excessive ministerial powers. And you've called the bill excessively convoluted and muddled. I think you've said the least offensive description is Orwellian, if I remember it correctly.
I did say that on the basis that, it was purporting to provide guarantees. And those guarantees were articulated in the explanatory memorandum, but they weren't delivered on in the legislative provisions of the bill. There's lots of talk about, the bill's going to grow the size of the system. I think I've explained it doesn't really deliver on that. The whole thing about badging at the doors of opportunity. I mean, I'd rather we had a more grounded discussion about the actual mechanisms we were using to fund the system and how we were proposing to change the system over time. I'm perfectly at ease with saying to some of the larger metropolitan universities, you are big enough. I think they should be allowed marginal funding for their students because that increases the productivity of the system. I'm supportive of places going into outer metropolitan and regional universities, but that's no guarantee the students will go there. Those universities have to work on building their reputation and attracting students to their offerings for that to work. What I am pleased about the new arrangements is that they are fixing the maldistribution of funding that was caused by job-ready graduates. That too was a system which sought to shift funding away from inner metropolitan universities to outer metropolitan regional universities, but of itself that didn't make the students attend, right? Now we're trying to do the same thing with student places. Those universities have to do the hard work to make themselves attractive, which is not to deny that some of the regional universities, there are some funding issues about their sustainability and viability. This bill doesn't really address those. Hopefully ATEC's work on pricing will.
Yeah. Mr. Norton, you have a lot of recommendations to the bill, as have most people who have submitted to this inquiry, that kind of really begs the question as to why this bill was brought to Parliament. Some submissions have dozens and dozens of amendments to the bill. From your perspective, are there any key recommendations or amendments which have to happen if this bill is to pass?
I think some of the ministerial conditions do need to be fixed, and a lot of people today have said that. I think the NTU's suggestion was a relatively good one. I had a slightly different version, which is to actually put the conditions power in the sections that create each funding category. So general courses, which is ATEC, demand-driven, with the minister we allocates, and medical, which is also the minister. The benefit of that is ATEC is actually allocating most of these places. It seems sensible that ATEC, rather than the minister, makes the conditions. And by putting it within those provisions, it gives a natural statutory interpretation limit on what it means. So if it says the minister can make conditions related to medical places, yes, he can say medical places have to be at this campus, or certain specialities like general practice they've been supporting recently, but it couldn't be, say, crack down on certain protests on campus. It would have to be to do with the subject of that provision. So I think that would deal with the reality that in some conditions are necessary, or at least desirable, while not giving the minister just a completely open run at whatever conditions that he or some future minister might choose to impose.
And Mr. Norton, we've spoken in this committee a lot about international students, and this bill does make further changes to how that is dealt with, still capping students, giving the minister, the jurisdiction to be able to do that, which is a disallowable instrument, not just institutions, but courses as well. Where do you think this bill needs to be amended as far as international students go?
Certainly we should get rid of the provision that enables the minister to single out particular universities for use places, potentially, again, another mechanism for pressuring universities. So the ATEC is going to be actually deciding the institution level allocations. ATEC should really be deciding that without kind of the minister putting in directions over and above that, imposing his or her future preferences. So this is, I didn't say as much about this section in my submission as I might have otherwise, because in some ways this is putting a legal framework around what the minister is already doing. And so from that point of view, it is marginally better than what's happening now, but it does still have these problems that you've identified.
Yeah, I guess the system is so broken that many people are satisfied with just marginal improvements, I guess, and any improvement is a good improvement. But really, from your perspective, does this bill fix the real issues that the higher education sector faces at the moment?
No, I don't think it does. I think it introduces new problems with lack of flexibility. The one thing I think I do like is this switching to allocating via places instead of a fixed amount. So under the current system, because the underlying Commonwealth differs so much, you might have to sacrifice dozens or hundreds of business places to create one engineering place. That kind of perverse trade-off is removed by this bill. So I think that is definitely positive. Once we've created ATEC, we need to give it the power to actually do its job, but I think there are a lot of problems in it, and particularly, I think, what we talk about, the open enrolment, the ministerial conditions, they are the biggest issues.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. Senator Pocock, you have the call.
Thank you all for your time this afternoon. Mr. Warburton, you argue that normal fluctuations in student load can exceed the bill's proposed over-enrolment buffer, particularly for regional, outer metropolitan and lower SES universities. Could the new penalty arrangements perversely encourage universities to deliberately under-enrol?
I don't know that they perversely encourage under-enrolment. No, I don't think that that's the case. I mean, there might be an argument that they don't want to have themselves subjected to penalties. But I can't really see institutions generally try to maximise their enrolments. But as I said before, they're not in complete control of them. There are many, many, many factors that influence the move from the number of students you admit to the number of student places you have on the ground. And so it is a hard thing for universities to control. That's part of the reason I don't think, that penalties should be hardwired for this sort of thing.
One of the other things you raised concerns about was the disappearance of funding agreements and their transparency requirements. Would requiring allocations and funding conditions to be included in published mission-based compacts adequately address your concerns, or what additional parliamentary scrutiny would you recommend?
Well, I'm not really quite sure why we've gone from a system. The original HESA had provision for funding agreements. That was used to provide student place allocations, to outline conditions, and they had to be published and made public readily. I mean, I thought that was a decent system. We then had Senator Kim Carr come along and want to have mission-based compacts, and provisions for mission-based compacts were just thrown into the Act. And if anybody can point to any substantive difference they made to the system, I will be surprised. Now we have moved to a system where we've got ATEC negotiating mission-based compacts. I know it has plans to have performance measures in them and, to influence institutions, but we've got this bill come along, and this bill barely interfaces with that at all. The student place allocations aren't in the funding agreement. International students aren't in the mission-based compact. But the three big funding arms, funding for domestic student places, international students, and research, none of it's in the mission-based compact. The arrangements being put in place, in my view, are somewhat dishevelled. But I'm sure we will all work on them to try and make them better.
and what would you recommend to improve that? What's a more workable and sort of constructive system?
Look, I personally do think that student place allocations and conditions attaching to those should be in the mission-based compacts. It would probably be good if the arrangements for international students were in the compacts as well. But quite clearly, the government exercises a massive degree of control over this at the moment, and looking at the bill, it has absolutely no intention of letting go of that.
Okay. Well, thank you. Mr. Smallman, you identify a competitive neutrality problem because Table A and B universities have statutory consultation rights that independent higher education providers don't. What practical difference could that unequal treatment make?
If I take an example of one of my clients where I'm chair of academic board, we received an allocation of international students that bore no resemblance to the reality of the business case that had been approved by the regulator, TEXA. We weren't consulted, we weren't asked, we were simply given a number. My CEO there has to then go back to the authorities and say, this isn't realistic, we need this number. So we enter a negotiation. So there's no consultation, there's no neutrality, there's no inclusion. Yes, independent providers are only a small proportion, I think it's about 20% of the market. I'm willing to be corrected on that. But nevertheless, we're not consulted, we're not asked, we're simply informed as to what's going on. So there's no transparency either. There's no, it's kind of disconnected, which I think is what my colleague is pointing out there. Things seem to be a little bit disconnected across different pieces of legislation and different bodies of regulation.
Mm-hmm. And so what would you like to see happen? What's a workable system?
I'd simply include the independent providers in the discussion, include them within the allocation discussion, make it much more transparent, give some of the reasons for allocation decisions. I personally would reduce ministerial power. I think that that's a little bit too vague in terms of it allows too much political interference, in my view. So it's really just, if I could use the expression, levelling the playing field for the independent providers who do make investment. It's not public money, it's private money by and large. They make investments. The majority have very good facilities for students. The majority have very good courses for students. But they seem to be pushed away by, you're just the independent sector, we'll let you struggle on regardless. So I think just more inclusion in the discussion and a recognition that we do provide the service is what is required.
Well, thank you very much. Some of the examples I've seen, is because of the smaller scale, some fairly small changes in numbers can make a very big impact on the feasibility of some of the smaller providers. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Mr. Norton, if not amended, what impact do you think over-enrolment caps and penalties will have in the coming years?
What I can work out, ATEC with its transitional mechanism is not aggressively requiring currently over-enrolled universities to cut their big numbers, so they are being pragmatic. But these are transitional measures. Over time, they'll come to an end, but the universities get back within their official range of over-enrollment buffer. And once we get there, we'll have the full 750 or 5% cap. And that's where I think things are going to go dramatically wrong. We get ongoing increases in demand or a sudden spike in demand during a recession. All of a sudden we'll be in an unmet demand crisis, and ATEC will not have the flexibility simply to increase this cap built into the legislation.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. That concludes our questions for this panel. So I'd like to thank you all for the submissions you've made to us and also for taking the time to provide evidence. Questions on notice are due back to us by the 31st of August. But you're now free to drop off, and the committee will take a brief suspension for 15 minutes. So we will be returning at about 5 minutes to 4 in Adelaide, and I'm just doing the math on that. I think is 4:25 in Canberra. See you then. and I welcome representatives from the Department of Education and the Australian Tertiary Education Commission. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. Commonwealth officers appearing today are also reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised, and a copy of that order is available from the Secretariat. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the handside record, could I please ask the officials in the room to please state their full names and the capacity in which they're appearing. I might let you organise yourselves in terms of the order of those introductions in the room. Thank you.
David Turvey, I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Australian Tertiary Education Commission.
Barney Glover, the Chief Commissioner of the Australian Tertiary Education Commission.
I'm Daniel Frewer, the Acting Assistant Secretary of University Funding and Outcomes in the Department.
I'm Ki Hyel Ju, Assistant Secretary, University Funding and Outcomes.
I'm Jessica Moore, First Assistant Secretary, Policy Data and Strategy Division.
Damien Oliver, Acting First Assistant Secretary of the International and Research Division.
Great, thank you. Does anyone have an opening statement they wish to make?
No, Senator.
Great. Okay, in which case I will get stuck into questions in the first instance. I understand that we have questions from Senator Pocock, DeLaga, Scar and Senator Faruqi, but Senators, please let me know if I've missed anyone or if you no longer require a block of questions. But the committee has heard this morning about the impact the current system is having on universities, and we've particularly heard about the impact on those in outer suburbs and the regions. Professor Glover, I was hoping you could take us through kind of the impetus for this bill and the need for change here.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to do that. I was fortunate to be a member of the Universities Accord review panel, chaired by Professor Mary O'Kane, and I'm very pleased that Fiona Nash has joined the ATEC as a Commissioner and also the Regional Education Commissioner, so we have strong connection between the Accord and the current Commission, of the Australian Tertiary Education Commission. So I go back to the Accord in many ways, and as brief as I can be, to give some of that background. During that period of consideration of the review of universities and review of tertiary education in Australia, there were a number of characteristics of the system as it applied at the time and continues under JRG that were of deep concern to the Accord Review Panel. One of those is the emergence of increasing amounts of marginally funded places in the higher education system in Australia. This emerged after Commonwealth subsidies were frozen in the 2017-2018 period. So universities were able to continue to enrol above the threshold of Commonwealth-supported places, but they received only the student contribution. So we have been through a period up until 2026 in which we've had marginally funded, demand-driven student places in the Australian system. So that marginal funding was a serious concern to the Accord. We're firmly of the belief that higher education should be fully funded in this country and that we needed to provide recommendations to government to directly address that concern. We also had concerns related, Chair, to the comments you made earlier that some of the submissions you've received allude to the challenges of a marginally funded, demand-driven system that led to a high degree of competition for student places, often in periods in that time which didn't see significant growth. We've seen significant growth in the last couple of years, but without significant growth, a great deal of competition, and that brought into sharp concern for the Accord the issue of sustainability of some universities in our system. You alluded to some regional universities and outer metropolitan universities that were under increasing pressure under that system. So the combination of concerns regarding the sustainability of a significant number of Australian universities and the importance of managing a transition to full funding of the system led to the recommendations for managed growth funding, coupled with the critical importance that the Accord recognised, and that is to achieve the ambitious attainment target of 80% of the working age population having tertiary qualifications by 2050 on the best available modelling that we had available to us at the time, that to achieve those targets we would need to see greater participation by people from an educationally disadvantaged background in higher education in this country, significantly greater participation from students from a low socioeconomic status background, students from regional and remote parts of Australia, certainly First Nations students, and students with disability having a chance to participate to their full potential in higher education. This became a priority. In order to support those students, we needed very much to move to an enhanced needs-based funding regime for Australian universities. So managed growth for sustainability and to address marginal funding and to lead to growth over time to reach those attainment targets, and needs-based funding to provide adequate resources to scaffold the learning and support for students from an educationally disadvantaged background, hence the bill before you today.
Thank you, Professor Glover. I'm interested in what the impact would be on the sector and students also if this isn't dealt with. You've talked a little bit about sustainability in the sector, but could you perhaps expand on the further impacts of not addressing these issues for universities, but also for students?
Well, I think the significant investment being made by the Commonwealth for additional needs-based funding, and as the Minister's referred to it, Gonski for universities, is the first and most important element of enhancing the support for students from disadvantaged and equity backgrounds and First Nations students. I think there's a crucial need for the sector to have the sort of resources that are adequate to enable them to fully support those students for success, retain them, have success, and have students complete in a reasonable and appropriate way. I think coupled with the current government's desire to see greater tertiary harmonisation, so be able to see a better connection and more joined up tertiary education system to lower debt levels for students coming through a TAFE pathway, potentially with a free TAFE background. All of these things are to provide greater access for equity and First Nations students to higher education. Needs-based funding is a critical part of that. It would be a disincentive to those students to participate in higher education if we didn't have access, in my view, to significant needs-based funding. We also need to ensure for the sustainability of the sector that universities, and it's been very interesting to see this year where, although the legislation hasn't been in place, we've been negotiating with universities transitioning from 2025 to 2026 to manage their commencer loads this year, and they've all agreed to that for 2026. And with that agreement, we've seen more stable admissions round this year than we've seen in the past, and that's led to a number of universities that have been under-enrolled have seen an increase in enrolments, and we see that as a very positive sign that with negotiated commencer load targets with universities, we will see greater sustainability of universities. Universities are under significant pressure. We understand that as many of them are facing some challenging times with international students under current visa processing arrangements and settings, we need to ensure that from a domestic student perspective, for Australian students, that those universities have a sustainable future and they have the resources to ensure the success of students from an equity and First Nations background, and we can't put disincentives in the place of students from entering tertiary education. We really do need to recognise that despite all of the benefits of the demand-driven system, particularly during the first 6 or 7 years, in attracting increasing numbers of equity students to higher ed, we never got to population parity with students from a low SES background. So there has always been a lag. We can't place any barriers, in my view, and that would be a lack of adequate support that would stop those students from being incentivised to come and study at universities in Australia now and into the future. So I think for those reasons there is a lot at stake here. And there's economic reasons. We need more young people, in particular young people and those retraining, to enter tertiary education because the jobs of the future demand it.
Thank you, Professor Glover. We've also heard through the course of the day some concerns regarding how the bill might impact on student choice. I'm interested in your perspective, Professor Glover, on how student choice currently works and your view on whether the changes in this bill would impact student choice.
Thank you, Chair. This is a conversation I've had with a number of senators and members of this committee about the issue. I think at the previous Senate inquiry into the ATEC legislation we also discussed it. And of course we've operated in a system for some time where we have essentially either entry through the ATAR-based entry system, which accounts for a significant but not majority pathway for students into higher education, and we have non-school leaver entry pathways where people apply to university for direct entry. They demonstrate preferences. They apply in many cases to a number of universities for entry, in some cases a single university. ATAR-based entry, particularly for school leavers in Australia, has been based on students indicating a preference, often a preference for different courses within one university, and many of them received their first preference. So student choice really relates to whether students receive an offer from a university they're prepared to attend and are consistent with their applications for entry, their eligibility to enter, and in the case of ATAR-based entry, whether they meet the entry requirements. Now, in my view, that will not alter under the managed growth funding system. I think we saw this year with universities voluntarily managing their commencer load, we looked very carefully at a number of jurisdictions to see if we saw any increase in the number of students, for example, that weren't getting an offer. Were there students of higher ATARs that weren't getting an offer? And there was no evidence of that. As an example, in New South Wales, we had a good look at this. The vast majority of students in New South Wales that go through the University Admission Centre, the Tertiary Admission Centre in New South Wales, that don't get an offer are essentially interstate students seeking a medical place. Of course, we are massively oversubscribed around Australia in students seeking access to medical programs. So from that perspective, you do see students who don't get offers. They tend to go interstate seeking programs in medicine in that case or elsewhere in New South Wales. So from my perspective, I think there are checks and balances here, and it's been a very interesting process in the Accord meetings, not in the Accord, in the Managed Growth Funding Compact negotiation meetings that we're having at the moment with universities as we discuss their commencer load targets for 2027 and in fact talking to them in detail about their confidence in being able to meet the offers that they need to respond to and make in next year's admission round. So it's a very active area of consideration, and there are two mechanisms that we are talking to them about. I know the committee will have no doubt discussed the 750 or 5% buffer above the domestic student profile, which is a built-in mechanism to provide universities with assurances that if they exceed their domestic student profile, they have a buffer to work within. But also for the transition period, we are monitoring their over-enrolment levels and adjusting that so that universities remain confident they can meet demand. At the moment, the universities are predicting quite significant demand for tertiary education, increased demand next year. So we're very conscious of this issue and ensuring that universities both have stable ATAR entry, which is really important for ATAR-based entry, and we're discussing that with them and seeking their assurances that the levels of places that they have available to them are adequate. And in many cases, universities are moderating their entry requirements for their own strategic and mission-based intent. So I think we have a system that will operate very effectively to deal with student choice, and I don't anticipate it will be highly problematic. And in fact, I anticipate that there is sufficient, in fact, more than enough growth built into the current total allocation pool for 2027, the 624,590 places, fully funded places, and indicatively in the forward estimates to more than meet projected growth, which means universities should be very confident they can meet student choice and that students should get access to university places to which they're eligible, and I hope, by and large, to their first choice. But as has been the case for many years, in some cases it might be their second choice, or in rare cases their third choice. It has been that way for some time. I don't anticipate that will change. I don't believe it will be detrimental to student choice, but it's certainly something that we're actively speaking to Vice-Chancellors about in the current process to seek their level of confidence they can meet projected demand.
Thank you, Professor Glover. I just had a few more questions for the department now. We've heard some suggestions from various submitters that decisions should be made through disallowable instruments. Could you take us through some of the sections of the bill that allow the Minister of the Day to make decisions and the reasoning why these decisions are not being made through disallowable instruments? And perhaps just while I have you on that topic, I'm also interested in how these compare with existing powers in the Higher Education Support Act 2003.
Thanks, Senator. So what I'd say is that the provisions in the bill that go to non-disallowable instruments primarily replicate the conditions or the environment that we see in the Higher Education Support Act at the moment. So they're intended to do a like-for-like scenario as we make changes to the Act in the bill. So we've heard today about the total allocation pool determination that is intended under the bill to not be subject to disallowance. This is intended to give the same effect as what is currently the case under the Higher Education Support Act. At the moment, the total funding for CGS is done via a funding agreement, and as a long precedent in the Higher Education Support Act, that this is a ministerial decision determining the amount of funding in the system to support Commonwealth supported places. In a similar vein, the total allocation pool would remain a decision of government to determine the amount of funding in the system for domestic student places. So it's a like-for-like scenario intended to replicate similar arrangements in the Act. Similarly, we've heard about the conditions on funding. Again, it's a like-for-like scenario. At the moment, the Minister is able to place conditions on funding through the grant agreement, and that's a current provision in the Higher Education Support Act that is proposed to be replicated in the bill. It's not disallowable at the moment. It's proposed it's not disallowable in the bill, and at the moment it is used to give effect to things like course cancellation notices, timing on early offers. So it is a provision that has been in place for a long time and used for a long time.
Thank you very much. We've also had some witnesses today note concerns with the bill possibly enabling course level caps for international students. Can you clarify the operation of Section 46B and whether that is the intention of this bill?
Certainly, Senator. So the intention of Section 46B is to replicate the settings that exist at the moment and have for the last 3 years in terms of the managed growth framework for international education. And that is allow ATEC the role in setting allocations for individual higher education providers. So the intent of Section 46B is to allow for the Minister to issue a determination, and in substance, the substantive part of that determination would be a single figure. So, if I take the recent announcement about the national planning level for 2027, the determination would, in essence, reflect the total number of higher education places under the national planning level, 202,725. The text in the provision that talks about a course of education is only consequential to the fact that we needed to define what a higher education course was in order to define the scope of the allocation pool. It doesn't in any way suggest that the minister's determination would go to specifying particular courses, and that is kind of reflected in subsequent text through the bill, where the references, Section 46C, subsection 5 talks about the total number of international student places allocated under subsection 1 must not exceed the number specified under paragraph 46B. So the allocation pool is in essence a total number of the number of international student places that can be offered for the period.
Thank you very much. I'll now rotate the call to the opposition. I'll just confirm if it's Senator O'Sullivan or Scarr seeking the call.
Senator Scarr, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for appearing today, and thank you. I acknowledge the work that has gone into this. Professor Norton, whom I assume you all know very well, this is what he said in his submission about the over-enrolment cap. And I just want to read this and then I have some questions for the department. The bill's over-enrolment cap is a policy folly that puts higher education opportunities and the government's own participation and attainment goals at unnecessary risk. The policy analysis that has led to caps is rudimentary at best, with no evidence that its practical consequences have been carefully considered. The best response is simply to remove all those provisions. In evidence he gave, he looked at ATEC's 2025 estimates and identified 13,700 unused funded places and 45,300 over-enrolled places, which leaves, by my math, a 31,600 place shortfall, even under a perfect redistribution. If we were to remove over-enrolment and have this cap system, the taxpayer would need to pay, this is the estimate he's given us, approximately $500 million more next year to educate the same number of students as we did this year. Does the department accept that reasoning and logic, or how do you disagree with his analysis based on those parameters?
So I'm happy to start.
No, well, I'd like the department to answer this question.
Certainly. So I think the over-enrolment provisions in the bill are really critical to giving effect to the managed growth system. And it was a key recommendation of the Accord of the need to move to a fully funded system for students. I'm not sure if other colleagues...
Well, I'd like the department to explain.
Sorry, my colleagues.
Particularly, did you hear that analysis he gave about the approximately $500 million shortfall in that scenario, Mr. Frewer?
Yes. And
so do you agree with his analysis? If not, explain how his analysis is incorrect.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. No, I agree with the analysis that it's currently an over-enrolled system, and that over time what we've seen is increasing numbers of students at some universities enrolled above the funding caps of those universities.
But his analysis in terms of under that scenario, under the new system, the taxpayer would need to pay $500 more next year in order to fund the system under that scenario, under the caps that are proposed. Do you accept that proposition or not?
Yes, so if we move to a system in which all of the students in the system were fully funded and in fully funded places, then yes, it would be a significant extra cost.
So you accept his analysis?
So without kind of not seeing the details of it, I mean, the fact of the situation is at the moment that we have some universities that are over-enrolled, in which case those students enrolled above the maximum basic grant amount may not necessarily be receiving the government contribution. If we were to move to a system where, to a fully demand-driven system, that would have a significant impact on the cost of the program.
So you accept the proposition under that scenario to remove the over-enrolment funding provisions, the taxpayer would need to pay $500 more next year
$500.
$500 million more.
So I haven't seen the detailed costing.
Can you take that on?
Theory,
can you take that on notice? Because I mean, to be frank, it's concerning that he actually says, and I'll put it on the record again: the bill's over-enrolment cap is a policy folly that puts higher education opportunities and the government's own participation and attainment goals at unnecessary risk. So if you can please. If you can please go back and review the Hansard with respect to Professor Norton's evidence and provide a response to his analysis with respect to the impact, and he used ATEC's 2025 estimates in relation to over-enrolment and under-enrolment.
So certainly, but I guess those are two different questions about whether whether the system as a whole should have be a fully funded system versus or there is a necessary kind of constraint on the system and we operate within it and it's a managed system. So what we're talking about is two different models that the system could operate.
Well, he's saying, based on the analysis he gave with respect to the 2025 figures, that if you were to remove the capacity for over-enrolment as is proposed under the new legislation, under the new scheme, the taxpayer would need to pay approximately $500 more next year.
So what I would say is that the bill puts providers who are over-enrolled on a pathway towards a managed system, and that's happening. The bill facilitates that.
So do you accept his analysis about, I hear what you say about pathway, but his analysis is the reality is you'd still need to pay $500 million more next year to educate the same number of students. Do you accept that?
So I don't necessarily accept that because I haven't seen it, sorry, Senator. But
okay. So can you have a look at the Hansard, in particular his evidence with respect to that scenario, and it's in the context of the comments he made in his submission. I presume you've read his submission?
Yes, certainly.
Okay. All right. So happy for you to take that on notice, but it's a key point. So if you please spend more time than less with respect to responding to his analysis, because it was quite impactful. The Group of 8 expressly says the assumption of simple substitution of one university for another is not supported by student behaviour. Did the department undertake any behavioural modelling with respect to what are students likely to do if they're denied their preferred university because the university has reached its cap? So how did you model what are students likely to do in that scenario? Was there any behavioural modelling undertaken or drawn upon?
So I think it's useful to talk about what we've seen in the 2026 experience from ATEC, where we have an interim year this year, which is real and live evidence of what student behaviour might look like.
I'm happy to respond, Senator. If you'd like me to respond.
I've just got limited time, Professor Glover, so I've got about 10 questions. So if you can make it short, and feel free to take on notice.
I don't need to take it on notice, Senator. I'm comfortable in answering your first question as well. I think it would have given some context to it. First of all, the ATEC negotiates the transition arrangements that the First Assistant Secretary referred to. So we negotiate with them in relation to achieving two things, Senator, over time. And I think it's a very important point to your first point about the net over-enrolment in the system and the cost of filling that net over-enrolment. The government has committed, through the forward estimates, to significant additional fully funded places in higher education in Australian universities. The intent being that we negotiate with universities both to ensure that we reach the growth needed in the system, but we also begin to address the marginal funding challenge that you're alluding to over time. So the gap you're referring to is intended to be filled as we negotiate so that no student misses a place, equity or otherwise, and that we have growth in fully funded places, but we also allocate resources year in, year out to narrow the gap that you're referring to. So over time, this is not something that can be achieved because it fiscally is quite a significant additional resource. You've indicated that. Senator, and I agree with you, it's a very significant gap. But to fill that gap, the intent is to bring the transitioning of universities under managed growth and the increase in the number of fully funded places so that we end up with a fully funded system. Now, At the moment, we're working through just year one of that series of negotiations. We trialled it, as the First Assistant Secretary mentioned, this year, and we were very, very satisfied with the outcome of that. We believe universities met the demand in the system, and there was increased demand, about an extra 10,000 students this year, commensurate load equivalent to last year. And we didn't see any significant distortion in entry levels across the system. So we're confident, Senator, by negotiating the transition arrangements with universities and with increasing allocations through the total allocation pool, that we can narrow the gap you're referring to.
So
over
Professor
time.
Norton, Professor Glover, feel free to go back and have a look at that. I'd be interested in your views on notice. If you go back and read the Hansard as well, if you can, and provide your response. Professor Norton, as I understood his evidence, recognised the transitional arrangements, but he had a concern after the transitional arrangements when you don't have that flexibility. He had a concern with respect to how the system will respond.
Yeah, it's a very good question, Senator. Can I respond briefly to that? I think, and we do follow Professor Norton's work. He's very analytical in the way he is looking at the Act. The fundamental difference is whether or not there should be an over-enrolment cap arrangement. So I understand that argument. What we're trying to do, though, is to have sufficient places in the total allocation pool to meet the growth in the system and to provide year in, year out additional support to reduce the over-enrolment buffer. Yeah. It means we negotiate a commensurate load target with universities, and they have a buffer when they reach their domestic student profile. Now, the argument is 750 places is quite a significant buffer for them to use. They retain the student contributions inside that buffer above their domestic student profile. Now, I believe at the moment the evidence suggests that is a sufficient buffer, and that we can adjust that year in, year out in terms of their domestic student profile if, in fact, the demand requires it. So I think we have the mechanism, Senator, to respond so that, one, it is not going to be the disincentive that is indicated in Professor Norton's analysis, but I appreciate that having a managed growth system as opposed to an uncapped system, these are different approaches to achieve the same objective.
Okay, but you appreciate his logic?
Of course, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So just coming back to this behavioural modelling issue, in terms of what is a student going to do in facing a situation where they're denied entry to their preferred university, in terms of whether or not they're likely to go to a university that's got unused capacity, defer, change course, don't go to a university at all, study somewhere else. Has there been any researching done in relation to what students are likely to do that inform the policy decisions in this bill?
Well, certainly, Senator, at the ATEC we spend a great deal of time with the tertiary admission centres, which look at one component of this. Okay. Not direct entry, where a student applies directly to a university and a university assesses their application. Quite often, as I said earlier, students apply to many universities, and that's perfectly reasonable, and they look for a university they're prepared to receive an offer from and accept admission. But through the tertiary admission centres, we do look at the pattern of behaviour for students, the number of preferences they have, the number of preferences for the same university or different universities.
So, Professor, has there been any assumptions made with respect to how a student's going to respond in that situation which have informed the policy position in the bill?
Senator, certainly what's informed our consideration has very much been the historic behaviour of students through existing entry requirements around Australia, so particularly ATAR-based entry for school leavers and direct entry through for non-school leavers. And what we've seen this year in the first trial we had of negotiating commensurate loads with universities and monitoring what's happening both to their ATAR levels for entry and to see student behaviours. Students are receiving offers. Are there a significant number of students not receiving offers? So yes, we've been looking at those behavioural characteristics, and I think they're very interesting. I think students are looking at the importance of, if they're a school leaver, making sure they have, the right list of preferences for the courses that they're prepared to attend.
But and maybe I'll turn back to the department. How has To what extent has that analysis informed the bill? Policy positions in the bill?
So I think, we've absolutely had a real life experiment in 2026 with the interim year and the work that Professor Glover's had in terms of negotiating commencing load with universities, and we've seen the impacts as he's kind of set out in that respect. We'll continue to monitor the settings as we always do to see if there's a shift over time, but I guess we're not expecting it.
Okay, well, if you've got anything you can add to these questions upon reflection, please do so, because it will be helpful. So I've talked about behaviour modelling with respect to what a student's likely to do. Has there been any modelling or assumptions made with respect to how the universities themselves will respond to the new regime? So we've heard evidence today. University of Queensland said strict compliance with the over-enrolment policy would have required higher ATAR students, higher ATARs and rejection of capable applicants. University of Melbourne said universities may deliberately make fewer offers. University of Deakin University warned of delayed or limited offers. So there have been concerns that have been raised with this committee by the actual universities. To what extent were there assumptions made with respect to how the universities would respond to the new regime, and how did that inform the policy in the bill?
And again, it might be more useful to talk about the experience we've had in this year and also the compact process that is going on at the moment, which is a real life example of how what we're seeing in terms of higher education providers and the change in behaviour is associated with the expected.
Senator, if I could respond to you, I think we've also got the body of evidence that came in through the Accord review process.
Okay.
Significant body of evidence about what was happening in a system which had marginally funded demand-driven characteristics, and the number of universities that indicated very strongly, and I think you would have seen submissions to this inquiry, very much supporting a managed growth system into the future. So the views of some universities are counteracted by other universities. Right now, we're 30 compact negotiation meetings into 42 for the sector. So as Ms Moore said, we are talking about this very topic with every university about their confidence, Senator, in being able to maintain their ATAR levels for entry. We don't want to see volatility in ATAR levels. It's a very important indicator to prospective students about what I need to get as an ATAR in order to enter the university of their choice. So we're very, very focused on that conversation. And as I said, we're very focused on the transitional arrangements to give them confidence they can meet that demand and keep their ATARs stable. Now, we'll get more data, and by the way, those compact negotiations, in my view, are going very, very well. I'm not sure whether Vice-Chancellors have mentioned that in meetings here, but at the moment I'm very pleased with the level of engagement.
Well, I'm not sure we asked them either, Professor.
You may not have asked them. That's a very, very fair point. We're also working through a process where we'll finalise those compacts in October.
Yep.
And then, of course, we have a very dynamic involvement with universities in the early part of next year when we see the actual beginning of the admission round and whether we need to make any adjustments at that point that might be necessary, particularly to ensure that equity students are not left without an offer of a place. So that's under the managed demand-driven equity component. So, Senator, I think we've taken on board a huge amount of input in relation to managed growth, and at the moment the compact negotiations give me confidence, but I think we'll certainly work through this with universities in the early part of next year.
Senator Sky, I do need to rotate at this point to Senator Faruqi.
Okay, can I just before you do that, Chair, if I can just flag with the department, I am going to put some questions on notice. And Professor Glover, I found your evidence very useful, so I might provide some questions on notice to you as well. And in particular, I'm going to be looking for things like, over the last 10 years, key data from the department in relation to completion rates, under-enrolment data, outreach funding, and numbers with respect to regional students identified in the data, etc. So I'll put that on notice. You'll get those tomorrow morning, but I'd greatly appreciate if you could turn those around. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Scarr. Senator Faruqi, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. Just going to the question of ministerial discretion, and some in their submissions have described it as unchecked ministerial power, others have called it Orwellian. And I know you said, these powers already exist and there are no disallowable instruments for any of those, but that doesn't mean that those powers should continue to exist, right? Because they exist now doesn't mean that we can't change them. Is that something that we could agree on? Yep. Okay, I'm seeing nodding heads to that. I just want to go to the definition of equity. We've had a few chats about that. And I know everyone has said that the current definition is actually insufficient. It's too narrow. And I do have a suggestion. The University of Sydney in 2026, I think you may have heard me read out their definition of low SES that includes the index of relative socioeconomic advantage and disadvantage. I'm just wondering if you've had a look at that definition and would you be open to that?
So I'm aware of that definition, Senator. They're both, without getting into a level of detail that's not helpful, they're both kind of sub-indexes of the CEFA, the socioeconomic indices for areas. So at the moment, and traditionally, higher education has used the IEO, the Index of Education Occupation. They measure slightly different things, so you get a slightly different outcome from them. I think, the education, the IEO one, has been the one that's been traditionally used in higher education for the higher education programs because it goes particularly to the issue of educational disadvantage, and that's been the reason for its use. That I can talk about it being in that case, the reason for the diffusion of the picking of that one.
Sydney Uni says that for the program that use it for, which is My Sydney scholarships, there's 70% increase in students commencing under that program. And it's much broader than the IEO. So I would really encourage you to look at that and take that on notice, and we can have more chats about that if you like as well. So just going to your monitoring of this year of students, and you said students weren't really missing out on their choices anymore than they usually do now with preferences. Did you look at were there any more students that went to regional universities? I mean, I guess the problem I'm having is how does this guarantee that students will actually go to regional universities, whether they meet their preferences there or not? So is there any data to show that this will work? Funneling students to regional universities?
So I don't think I have that data, but I'm looking at Professor Glover to see
if I could respond to that. First of all, I don't think there is any intent here to funnel students to a regional university. However, what we did see this year, which was very reassuring, we have a number of regional universities that have, for the first time in a number of years, have begun to increase their enrolments. They've been under-enrolled. In fact, we've made some adjustments to accommodate success in 2026 in a number of universities, some of them regional, some of them outer metropolitan, who have been in difficult situations in domestic load, and we've seen some adjustment there. Now, we're encouraged by that. I think it's come about because we have negotiated commensurate load targets with universities, and because of the behaviour of some universities in the admissions rounds in the major capital cities, that has enabled students to study more locally, closer to their home than perhaps has been the case in the past. We are very reassured by that because it means in our current compact negotiations with those universities, it's a different conversation because we're no longer looking at the funding floor and boosting them up to a floor with students that they will not enrol. We're now talking about moving across that funding horizon and to being over-enrolled. And I think that's very, very encouraging, because that brings with it the responsibility on the ATEC to find additional fully funded places to support them over the next few years. So the trajectory we find is very encouraging in regional universities. By no means is it resolved, but to go to Senator Scarr's comments, my apologies, Senator Scarr.
I take it as a compliment.
The number of places in that we need to support universities who are under-enrolled has declined now in our projections into next year than the 13,000 that the Senator referred to. That's an encouraging sign. Our really significant challenge, Senator, is that large number of over-enrolled places that we need, that are marginally funded and that we wish to address, as you and I have discussed.
Could you provide details of the increase in regional universities, if that is possible, numbers?
Senator, just on that, we'd be dealing with provisional data at the moment. So if the department's able to provide you with the provisional data we're seeing, which is the April forecast, that will give you a sense of how they're tracking in 26.
So under the needs-based funding, the base regional amount is 1,398, right? And the base equity amount has been set to 1,535. How did you arrive at those numbers?
So they are the numbers that are used in the 2026 year. Sorry, I forgot which year we're in. This year. So they are reflective of the numbers in this year. I'd have to take on notice.
When you say this year, what do you mean?
Sorry, needs-based funding is operating in an interim capacity in 2026 So they.
But how did you come to those numbers?
So I think I'd have to take on notice unless.
So you don't know. With this, the whole policy is based on needs-based funding and what it is, and you don't know how you came to those numbers.
So I can tell you that the the modifier rates are based on the attrition numbers. The exact the dollar amount that is there, I'm just not. The exact reason why it's 1,335 or whatever it is, sorry, Senator, I don't have that directly with me right now.
I'm very surprised at that. I'm sorry, because this is the whole thing about, like you said, Professor Glover, that there's significant funding increase. I mean, from where I sit, it's not significant. We've had that chat as well. $3.66 billion over 10 years is literally peanuts. But also there's another issue that firstly, could I ask you, what concrete measures would you like universities who get this needs-based funding to take to support the students?
It's one of the conversations we're having at the moment in the Compact meeting, Senator, is to discuss with them the way they wish to deploy their needs-based funding. And there's a reasonable amount of flexibility in that. There's also some constraints around it in relation to support services within universities, scholarship arrangements, a number of different areas. We're in discussion with them. Universities' response to us to date has been that they can work within those guidelines and those arrangements. It's one of the things that we'll pick up in our annual return to the performance of universities. One thing the ATEC does every year is we have an agreement on performance measures and targets. We come back a year later, have a conversation with universities about that, touch on a number of things they've committed to. We're very interested in the way in which they're deploying needs-based funding. So we're looking forward to those discussions.
Like with your experience, where would you want them to employ this, to put this funding? Because as you know, it's not just getting students in, it's retaining students, it's supporting them. And given that there is no increase in, like students are living in poverty and there is no increase in a direct student allowance support there, debt is still going up, jobs-ready graduates still there. Where do you think this funding should be used?
I think institutions should make their own determination based on their own student cohorts within the guidelines, first of all, Senator, I believe that. But it has been a valuable conversation for us in Compacts to discuss the way in which scholarships for regional students are being used to support students. One of the key priorities we're discussing with universities at length at the moment is success rates and retention rates for equity students and the way in which they support the learning of those students to ensure that they will have the highest possible level of success in course completions, but important unit completions, but importantly that they are retained in the system to completion. So from my perspective at the moment, our focus is on retention and success, and next year we'll be looking at completion data with universities as well, and we're asking for universities to provide us with contextual information about why their retention data looks the way it does, and what are they doing to address it, and what interim data they have to indicate that they're tracking in the right direction. So there's a big focus on retention and success, but we acknowledge the challenges of affordability and living challenges that universities students have, Senator, and the way in which they can use funds through scholarships.
Okay, so you don't have any suggestions on where they should be used. I guess I'm asking...
I have a lot of suggestions, Senator. I think I've outlined quite a few of them there.
Yeah, but I guess my issue is that there is a caveat in the legislation which allows universities to do pretty much anything with that money. So I am a bit concerned about that, and I'm just wondering if we could tighten that to make sure that this is used for equity students. But yeah, we can have a conversation
Senator,
about that. Yeah.
One thing, I think the focus of the ATEC on retention and success, very
Would it
important.
show that, do you think?
Well, it will be reflecting the success of the deployment of their MBF funding.
Sorry, yeah.
Senator, it might be helpful. The guidance that is provided for universities in respect of needs-based funding has a list of examples of in-scope activities, but also a list of ineligible activities. If that's helpful, we can provide that.
Yeah, that'd be good. That'd be good. You must have heard everyone today talking about, again, the most egregiously inequitable education policy, the job-ready graduates, $50,000 arts degrees, which has already resulted in low SES student commencements decreased by 9.8%. Non-SES students' enrollments declined by, I think, more than 2%. And there are other issues as well, like this Sydney Uni submission talks about university fear of debt can deter educationally disadvantaged students from considering university, while UAC's Student Lifestyle Report 2026 found that 38% of surveyed Year 12 students considered tuition costs significant in deciding whether to attend university. What's the timeline on this? Has it changed? Anything you heard today? Had it made you think that it is much more urgent than it was before?
Senator, as you know, I've commented before that it is urgent, and JRG is a failed policy setting and it needs to be addressed. And as we've discussed, ATEC is, through the ATEC legislation, which came into effect on the 1st of July, the ATEC is responsible for providing advice on pricing and costing. We believe we need a generational shift in the way in which we understand the costs that universities incur in delivering quality higher education, and that we equally provide advice to government on the price setting, the Commonwealth supported places, and by association with that, student contribution rates to make the total funding for universities. That is our focus. We are working on it at the moment. I know, Senator, that you quite rightly would like to see that delivered much more quickly than I have indicated. It remains a high priority. We will do the best we can. We are determined to do it well because, in my view, it is going to need to be persuasive because it's not simply about rearranging funding cluster rates or rearranging student contribution rates, which, as you know, some of the zero-sum game suggestions that have been made, I understand, but to shift debt from one category to another is not necessarily the best answer. I think we need a generational shift. We've got to do this well. And, Senator, I understand the urgency.
Well, the generational shift would be to make uni free. Just last question from me, and this is quite egregious, I guess, for a lot of people and for me as well. As you know, I think you grew up in West Geelong, am I right, Professor Glover? In Geelong. Yeah. So a student in Geelong, let's say a low SES student, gets an incredible ATAR and wants to use that ATAR to go to Melbourne Uni, as you did. Yes. But if they do that, they will not get, the university will not get the equity component of the of the needs-based funding, right? Yes. Now, can you explain the logic in that? Why is that? Why shouldn't they get the equity component? Like, a student is still a low SES student, moving from Geelong to Melbourne doesn't change that.
Actually, I don't think Geelong is regional for the purposes of needs-based funding.
Well, let's say regional.
It could be Warrnambool.
That's a problem in its own then.
Yeah.
That's a problem in its own, I would say.
It could
but
very
let's
well
take
be.
Moree.
Yeah, and we understand the concern the department might like to add to this. The intent of that particular provision is to ensure that regionally headquartered universities receive the maximum support possible. So this is a policy decision of government in that regard. And I believe it's critically important at the moment that our regional universities that are under significant pressure get all of the support we can give them. As I said earlier, I'm encouraged at the trajectory of their load at the moment, which I think is very, very encouraging because that comes with a very large number of equity students because their regional students are equity, the regional loadings related to their regional headquarters, and of course their low SES students coming in. And this will lead, in my view, to the sustainability of our regional universities. So there is a high priority there for us, and I think the policy reflects that. I understand the challenge of the fact it doesn't transfer to a metropolitan headquartered university. I support the policy position in this case. I think it is really important for regional universities. I think they need to do as much as they can, and I'm encouraged in the compact discussion, Senator, with them at what they're doing to reach into their regions to actually begin to engage with the next very challenging group of equity students and get them to think about tertiary education and university. And I'm encouraged by that, and I want them to have the resources they need to achieve that. So it's a policy position I understand. I think it does support regional universities.
But it's only a policy position because the funding envelope is so small. Shouldn't Minister Clare go back to the Prime Minister and say, we need more funding because we do want to support equity students no matter where they are?
I think it is obvious within the remit of the ATEC that we will provide advice to government in relation to pricing and costing. We'll also make representations to government on the size of the total allocation pool. It's our intent to do a review of needs-based funding, particularly the equity definitions you've referred to. And in that context, Senator, I would always be advocating for more support for the system.
Okay, thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. Senator Pocock.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you for your time here this afternoon. I'm keen to pick up on this issue that Senator Faruqi just asked about, and I was particularly concerned about the University of Canberra's submission, which says that the proposed funding methodology risks systematically disadvantaging ACT students and the University of Canberra. They argue that the CEFA-based low SES measure identifies no low SES areas in the ACT, meaning geographically concentrated measures of disadvantage fail to recognise disadvantaged individuals living in Canberra. UC says it received no needs-based support in 2026 for most of its disadvantaged students and expects to remain underfunded in 2027, despite enrolling a high proportion of disadvantaged first-generation and other underrepresented students. How do you respond to those concerns?
Certainly, Senator. So I'm happy to go first. The CEFA definition is a location-based definition, and it is down to geocoded down to statistical level 1, which is around 400 people. And it is the case that there is no parts of the ACT that fit within the definition at that level of low SES. What I'd say is the ability to create a definition in the legislation and to provide grant funding needs to reflect the data that we capture. And at the moment, we don't capture first in family, we don't capture some of those other metrics that you've mentioned, which is why I think it's really important that absolutely needs-based funding is really critical. It's been operating in an interim capacity this year. This bill will make it into legislation and demand room, but it is also why we have proposed in the bill that the ability for definitions to be set in the guidelines, to make them flexible at a time should a better definition become available. And Professor Glover might want to talk about some of the work that ATEC's proposing to do in this place to improve the definitions we have available. But
in terms of this bill, how can we be saying that needs-based funding is critical, but also that there is not a single disadvantaged student in the whole of the ACT? That seems absurd.
It is not to suggest there's no low SES students in the ACT.
According to this legislation, no one would qualify.
It is to suggest we don't capture data in the system at the moment to allow us to identify them, and that's something that needs to be worked on.
If I could respond, Senator, briefly to that. I think that the fact that the legislation has been structured so that the definitions in relation to needs-based funding are in guidelines does provide an opportunity for the ATEC to do exactly what you're referring to. It needs to look at not just anomalies in the current definitions, but alternative ways of structuring needs-based funding.
And so what happens in the meantime?
I was about to mention what's happening with the University of Canberra. First of all, I think the University of Canberra has been successful in structural adjustment funding, which has just been announced as part of a $50 million pool of funding the Minister's announced on our recommendation and University of Canberra to assist it in its structural adjustment to the new managed growth funding system. And secondly, I must say, University of Canberra has responded well. It's one of those universities that was significantly under-enrolled and has made good progress this year, and we've adjusted its core student load to reflect that for next year. And they have ambitious growth targets for next year, which we are looking to support. I have been public about their conversations with CIT about forming a dual sector university in the ACT. So in other words, I believe there's a strategic mission-based response of the University of Canberra, which we're looking forward to discussing in the compact process.
Sure, but they still say that they are massively disadvantaged by this bill.
And Senator, it would be the case, and this is the nature of the formulaic way it's currently done, that needs to be reviewed, and that's something that we've...
And so when will that... my understanding is that you say this won't be addressed until 2028. Is that correct?
I've not made any statement to the effect of 2028. What would happen is that the ATEC would undertake a review in accordance with the guidelines of funding.
When are you doing that? This seems fairly urgent.
Well, it would be a matter for our work plan, which we're finalising at the moment, to take into account the timing of that review. Sometime. Well, I'd hope to think in the near future, but at the moment we haven't finalised our work plan, Senator, so we will do that in the near future. And publicise our work plan, I might add.
Maybe to go to the data sharing arrangements, if we are data deficient to the tune that there's not a single student in the ACT that meets the definition of disadvantage, because we just can't tell. Why aren't we legislating data sharing arrangements between ATEC, the department, and tertiary administration admissions centres? Why wouldn't we legislate that?
So the department and the ATEC has a memorandum of understanding, which includes a data sharing schedule. We share data with the ATEC already.
Sure. Why wouldn't we put it in the bill, though?
Well, it's already in practice, Senator.
And what about with the admissions centres?
So admissions centres are state and territory creatures.
Senator, the tertiary admission centres are owned by the universities, so they're creatures of the university sector. They don't have. We're not directly controlling their activities, but we are working carefully with them, and we'll be looking to have data sharing arrangements with them.
Why would we put in the bill then?
I'm not sure the Commonwealth would have the legal authority. It's a constitutional question about whether the Commonwealth would have the legal authority to impose conditions on a state body.
Formulated under state and territory legislation.
There's all sorts of data sharing agreements between the Commonwealth and states and territories based on funding agreements. I just found it strange that so many submissions are asking for this.
Yeah, and there's a lot of work being done to work with the tax, both in the department and ATEC, to share data already without anything in the legislation.
And Senator, we're in the compact meetings we're having at the moment. One of the points of discussion is the way in which the tax are used in each jurisdiction of Australia in relation to admissions, offers and admissions. It varies quite dramatically, bearing in mind that ATAR-based entry is by no means the most prominent form of pathway to university. Direct entry to university is more significant, and that doesn't necessarily go through tax at all. So we're talking to the universities about their local arrangements to see if we can improve the data sharing arrangements and to encourage their tertiary admission centres to be perhaps more extensive in the range of services they provide in terms of offers and admissions. The more data we have there, the more we share, the better the outcomes.
Yeah, I'm sure they'd love some funding to be able to do all of that. We've seen calls for equity and regional needs-based funding modifiers to be legislatively guaranteed to be above zero. Isn't this necessary to provide certainty to universities?
So what I'd say, Senator, is the bill does a lot to codify aspects of it. It is a true statement that the modifiers would be in the guidelines. The guidelines would be a legislative instrument subject to parliamentary scrutiny. So it would be, I guess, a matter for government to consider whether they were.
But if there's zero, it's basically pointless because it's zero. So
certainly, but that would be in a guideline that would be subject to parliamentary scrutiny. So it would be a matter for the parliamentary process to, I guess, navigate any suggestion that they would be put to zero.
So why should that be in guidelines and not in primary legislation?
Oh, that's a matter I think we can continue to have. Many people have different views on, so it is not common, I would say, in my experience, to see that level of detail in primary legislation, but it's also not never done.
Okay, it seems like there's a very strong case for that. And then just finally, I can see the chair is going to hurry me up now. Why does the government propose capping demand-driven places for Indigenous students?
The government's not promoting to cap.
The undergraduate Indigenous students are not within the managed growth funding system. They're already demand-driven and fully funded.
Okay, so there'll be no caps on Indigenous students?
No, not at the undergraduate level.
What about postgrad?
Postgrad, they are part of the managed growth funding system. It's one of the conversations we're having.
Well, you just said they weren't. They weren't.
No, I said undergraduate students aren't capped.
What about postgrad?
Postgraduate coursework students in places with Commonwealth subsidies. It's a matter for the university to determine, and that's one of the topics we're discussing with them. So
why would we do that, given closing the gap, given economic empowerment, all these things? Why would we be capping Indigenous students?
I think, Senator, it's a worthy discussion to have with the Commonwealth.
Well, I'm asking the department.
So I think that's the current situation at the moment, and it's the bill.
What's the policy rationale?
I think because it is merely just that postgrad places, it continues the system as normal for postgrad places, whereas First Nations demand-driven equity is a pure demand-driven system, which is the kind of deviation from the norm. But in recognition of the importance of First Nations students and postgraduate, needs-based funding does apply to First Nations postgraduate students.
I think one of the reasons, Senator, would be to focus on that entry level to undergraduate to make that as straightforward and demand-driven as possible. First step.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Pocock, and thanks for reading my body language through the screen. Senator Lager, one question for you, and then we need to wrap up. Senator Lager.
Great, thanks very much. This morning, the committee heard about the impact the current system is having on universities, particularly those in the outer suburbs and in the regions. Can you tell me if a low SES regional student goes into a metro unit, whether they will continue to attract the low SES loading?
For needs-based funding?
Yes.
Yep, so certainly needs-based funding applies and I know there's some confusion in the way the bill operates at the moment. It says at the time the person enrolls in the unit, and there's been some submissions that are expressed some confusion with the way that it applies. If the low SES, low SES is determined at the first contact the student has with the university. So this is at the point they do their course application or they commence. So the low SES student who moves, who has their first address as not metro, will take that with them to the university that they go to.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. That does conclude today's hearing. I'd like to thank all the witnesses who appeared, Hansard and Broadcasting for their assistance today, and as always, our incredible Secretariat for their work. The committee has agreed that responses to questions on notice should be provided by Monday, the 31st of August 2026. Now the committee does stand adjourned. Thank you.